Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Do finally regained his senses and then laughed. Whoa, that is indeed a very good idea. Do then narrowed his eyes seriously. We will wait and will make Joker regret betraying me. Do then looked at King. What about the search process for those swords? Are there still no signs? Still not there. Kdo-san. King shook his head. We've searched the entire territory that belongs to us. Our troops have even asked about the legends in those places. However, no one has been able to give us a clue as to the location of the various weapons. This will be quite difficult. Do frowned. Is it possible that in our territory there are no such swords? I guess it's not just us, Kdo-san. King said. Right now the troops belonging to the other sea emperors still haven't got a clue about the swords either. King paused and continued. How about we increase our search, Kdo-san? For example, doing a search in the North Blue or South Blue area. Maybe there we can get a clue about the swords. That's a good idea. Kdo nodded. Order our troops to search the area. We have to get those weapons soon and then start the biggest war of this century. I understand, Kdo-san. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Port of Ship Construction Department. Is this really the Fortis Kingdom? Shaki asked with a calm face while looking towards the front where Shaki only saw trees and also some areas that had been successfully built. This is the Fortis Kingdom. Hancock nodded. The Fortis Kingdom is different from what you think. The Kingdom of Fortis was a newly built kingdom and was currently under construction. Let's go and meet ours. He's usually in the royal palace at times like this. Hancock and Rayleigh nodded. The five of them along with Sandersonia and Marigold immediately walked towards the royal palace. The moment they stepped into the area where the residents lived, Hashirama suddenly appeared in front of them. Rayleigh's gaze immediately turned serious to Hashirama. He really is a scary person. Rayleigh muttered under his breath. Empress Hashirama immediately greeted Hancock respectfully and looked at Rayleigh and Shaki. Who are they? They are guests from ours, Hancock said calmly. Your Majesty's guest? Hashirama was quite surprised to hear this, then smiled. Hello, welcome to the Fortis Kingdom. I'm Hashirama Senju, head of the Fortis Kingdom's intelligence department, Hashirama said while sticking out his hand. I am Silver Rayleigh. Nice to meet you, Silver Rayleigh. Hashirama's gaze immediately became excited. I see. So, you are Silver Rayleigh, right hand of the Pirate King? Of course, I can feel a strong aura from you. You deserve to be his right-hand man. Ha 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 ha. Rayleigh laughed excitedly as he continued. It's an honor to be known by someone like you, Hashirama. I'm quite surprised you can beat Newgate. It was just luck, Hashirama smiled. After all, it wasn't a death or alive battle. We're just doing regular battles. Hashirama's gaze then looked at Shaki. Matilda, I'm sorry. I'm Hashirama Senju. Nice to meet you, Shaki. Shaki introduced herself calmly. Shaki? Hashirama asked, are you Shaki, the former captain of the Kuja pirates 2 periods before? You know me? Shaki asked with a face full of surprise. After all, it was rare for people to know him. Our kingdom has quite a number of books of knowledge, one of which records information from the world's most famous shops that have lived. However, in the book itself there is only information about those shops when they were still young. That's why I didn't know you very well when I first met you. After all, that book only records your information when you were young. Is there too? Rayleigh and Shaki were quite surprised to hear this. Why didn't I know this? Hancock asked with a sullen face. You didn't ask, Empress Hashirama said calmly. If you ask, of course we will definitely tell you about it. HMPH. Hancock sniffed discontentedly. What about our house? Has it been completed? Just finished building, Hashirama nodded. His Majesty is also there. Let me take you all there. Hashirama immediately led them walking towards the direction where ours was. While on the way there, Rayleigh and Shaki finally found out that what ours and Hancock had said to them were true. The houses built today have a very luxurious and beautiful design. They had even seen that a large number of houses had been completed and had been used by the occupants. However, the two couldn't help but be surprised when they saw the house that would later be given to Hancock and Rayleigh. Shaki is very excited, especially through his observation hockey. Shaki could tell how luxurious the house was. Finally they arrived at where ours was. Ours is currently in the house of the first Type 6th unit. Why didn't you greet me, Ars? Hancock asked Ars in a dissatisfied tone with a frown on her face, especially when Hancock saw that Lo Elmina was currently with Ars. I'm at work, Hancock, Ars said calmly. Besides, isn't Hashirama already welcoming you? That's more than enough. Then I didn't send someone to come greet you. Ars' gaze then turned to Rayleigh and Shaki. Welcome to the Fortis Kingdom, Rayleigh, Shaki. I hope what you see lives up to your expectations. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh laughed and continued. This is a bit beyond our expectations. We previously thought that this was a large completed empire with all sorts of extraordinary things, Shaki said. However, I didn't expect that your empire was a newly built empire. Well, this is indeed a newly built kingdom, Ars said calmly. We built it a few months earlier and it's currently going pretty well. Ars paused and looked at Rayleigh. Well, have you decided to take the job? That work? Hashirama was surprised to hear this. His Majesty offered Rayleigh to be the trainer for the military department. Rayleigh still hasn't answered whether he wants to or not, Lo Elmina said calmly. I see. Hashirama nodded. Will I really get the facilities you promised? Rayleigh asked again as he stared at the house in front of his eyes right now. Sure, Ars nodded and continued. You will get a house like us, can access various kinds of information in our royal library, you can stay in the guest room in the royal palace, you will also automatically be registered as a citizen of our kingdom. The salary will be you get 4 million berries excluding bonuses, and you can learn all the skills from our kingdom. Ars paused and looked at Shaki. Shaki will also get it later if he wants, with the exception that she won't get a salary nor learn all the skills from our kingdom. Ars' gaze then turned to Rayleigh. Besides, there are some things that you can't get, such as attending the higher-ups meeting, direct access to the warehouse, and also taking a decision using the name of our kingdom. Make decisions? Rayleigh raised his brow. Do all of your high-ranking royals have that right? Everyone. Ars nodded. Everything I meant was the higher-ups that were introduced earlier. They have the right to take any decision. If at one time, for example, the Protons Kingdom did something our kingdom really disliked, for example, torturing the citizens of its kingdom. If any of the higher-ups of our kingdom know about it, even if they don't ask for my permission, they can immediately terminate the cooperation that is carried out using their rights. Aren't they too tall to get a right? Shaki asked with great interest. No, Ars shook his head. They deserve it. They are not my subordinates but my friends. We are one unit. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be able to build and run this kingdom. This is interesting. Rayleigh smiled at this and then said, I accept the offer. I am willing to be the incumbent in your kingdom. Good decision. Ars nodded and said, well, do you two want to stay in this kingdom? Ars' gaze stared at Lo Elmina. The guest room that the two of them are going to use is already prepared, isn't it? Yes, Lo Elmina nodded. The maids have prepared 2 special rooms for them. Good. Ars nodded and looked at Rayleigh and Shaki. If you want to stay, welcome. You can use the room that you will use. Meanwhile, for the problem of the house. Today 5 housing units have been successfully built for the first type. These 5 housing units have been taken by other people. 4 houses for our royals while 1 house is for Hancock to use. You need to wait in line to get it. No problem. I don't mind getting it too late either. Well, have you decided to stay in this kingdom? Or want to go back? Ars asked back with great interest. Am I currently able to learn skills from your kingdom? Rayleigh was quite interested in the skill, especially after listening to Hancock's explanation. You can do it. Ars nodded and continued. Hancock must have told you, right? Yes, Rayleigh nodded. Your kingdom has 2 skills. One spiritual energy control skill and another one is chakra. Ars nodded and said, you can learn both. However, it will be quite difficult for you to learn chakra, especially at your age. My suggestion is that you learn energy control techniques. Improve your understanding of armament hockey. As long as you can master the highest level of spiritual energy control, your strength will greatly increase. Alright, Rayleigh nodded and didn't really mind it. Although Rayleigh is quite interested in chakra. However, he also knew about his current state. Ars' gaze stared at Hashirama. You don't have a job right now, do you? No. Hashirama shook his head. Then can you practice spiritual energy control? Just use the gravity room so that the effect of the exercise can be maximized. Gravity room? Rayleigh, Shaki, Hancock, and others were interested in this. The gravity room is a special training ground that belongs to our kingdom, Hashirama said with a smile. The room is located in the basement of the royal palace. The room was made of metal that was so hard it could even withstand my blow that had been coated in armament hockey. The function of the room itself can increase the gravitational pressure in the room freely. It can be for individuals or for groups. Using that room can get the maximum effective practice, especially spiritual energy control practice. Another thing I don't know about, Hancock muttered with a frown. Is that a tool that your scientists managed to create? Shaki asked with great interest. Just say so. Ars nodded and looked at Hashirama. Can you do it? Of course. I'm empty for now. Hashirama nodded and looked at Rayleigh. What about you? Do you want to start training now? It's actually not that hard to practice. Maybe, you just need some time to be able to do it. I want to do it, Rayleigh said with a smirk. Then, come with me to the royal palace. Rayleigh nodded and looked at Shaki. Go away, Shaki said calmly. I have no interest in such things. Compared to training, I am more interested in the house we will live in the future. Alright, Rayleigh nodded and immediately followed Hashirama to the royal palace. Okay, R said with a smile, let's go inside your house, Hancock. Also, I'll help teach you how to use every piece of equipment in there. HMPH. Good. Then let's go inside. Hancock said with pride and also happiness because she finally got to spend time with Ars. Chapter 90, Night Talk Evening. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, 2nd floor, dining room. It's finally time for dinner. All the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom had gathered together with Rayleigh, Shaki, Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold. Rayleigh and Shaki ate together with Ars and the others because Rayleigh could now be said to be a high-ranking officer of the Fortis Kingdom even though the position he held was no higher than the other higher-ups. However, he was already qualified to sit together. As for Shaki himself being Rayleigh's partner, it was natural for him to accompany Rayleigh together. In addition to the 5 of them, there was also an addition from the higher-ups present, namely Nakamura Azami who served as the chef at the Fortis Royal Palace. Nakamura has now begun to adapt to his new life in this world and has also begun to learn new things in this world, especially regarding the food ingredients in this world. This is really delicious. Rayleigh muttered with a face full of surprise as he tasted the dishes made by Juichiro and the others. Even the food made by the restaurant chef on Seibounty Island is inferior to this dish, Shaki said calmly, but in her heart couldn't help but hide his surprise. The food he ate was very delicious. Thanks for the compliment, Jin said with a smile. Eat. You can eat everything here. Meanwhile, Hancock, who was there, was also eating with a feeling of joy. How was the training process for the 2 of you before? Ars suddenly asked as he stopped eating. Are you able to enter the highest level of spiritual energy control, Rayleigh? Still not, Your Majesty. Rayleigh's current call to Ars had been changed by him, although it sounds pretty straightforward. However, to practice it yourself is quite difficult. Take it easy, Ars said with a smile and continued. Besides, it's not good to learn it too soon. It will make your foundation unstable. Yes, Rayleigh nodded and continued. The gravity room we used. It's a really amazing room. Rayleigh paused and continued. Will every department ever get a room like that? No. Ares shook his head. No. Rayleigh was quite confused about this. Any military department won't get a room like that. Ars shook his head and said, it's not that they won't get one. They will get it. But in another form. Ars paused for a moment and continued. The gravity room in this royal palace itself is a gravity chamber that has a small size. Each military department will later get a set of gravity rooms to use as their training ground. However, the gravitational space they will get is in a larger form than the current one. I see. Rayleigh nodded and continued. If such a room exists, it will greatly help improve the training the troops have later. Their development speed will also increase very quickly. Ares nodded. Your Majesty, Sheena suddenly spoke up. I heard from Iowa that you gave the Dressrosa Kingdom an opportunity to establish cooperation with us. Was it a good decision? I also heard about this. Ren stopped eating, although I haven't read much about the conditions of each kingdom. However, according to Sheena, the Dressrosa Kingdom is ruled by a tyrannical and cunning king. Why should you give that person a chance, Your Majesty? Everyone immediately stopped what they were eating at this time and their gazes were fixed on Ars. Rayleigh and the others were also quite interested in this conversation. You two calm down, Kaguya suddenly said calmly. Your Majesty must have good reasons for giving the kingdom a chance. What Kaguya said is true, Ars suddenly said. I gave the Dressrosa Kingdom a chance because I have a strong reason to do so. Ars paused and continued. As you all know that the one who leads the Dressrosa Kingdom is a 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo. He is very famous for his cruelty as well as cunning. Well, even so. Doflamingo had previously called in the morning. He asked me to give him a chance so that his kingdom could establish a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. Opportunity? Ishiki raised his eyebrows. Yes. Chance. Ars nodded and continued. Even Doflamingo is willing to do anything to gain our cooperative relationship. Therefore, I gave him 5 orders and they must be carried out within a full month. As long as the 5 orders are successfully carried out by him, his kingdom can establish cooperative relations with our kingdom. Meanwhile, the 5 orders were not successfully implemented. The desire for a cooperative relationship will be immediately cancelled and there will be no third chance for them. What are the 5 orders you gave? Ina asked with great interest. Ars immediately informed them of the 5 commandments. Rayleigh, Shaki, Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold, who listened to the 5 orders, were quite surprised, especially regarding Do and also the secret of the puppets in the kingdom. Well, later in a month from now. I will send a representative from us to investigate in this regard. As long as Doflamingo does everything I'm told, his kingdom will be able to establish a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. Who will be sent later? Hashirama? Nezuko asked curiously. No, Ars shook his head. At that time, Hashirama will be busy with his own department. He won't have time to do the job. Not Hashirama? Could it be Ulquiorra? Megumi asked. Ulquiorra? Muttered Rayleigh and the others with faces full of interest. Yes. Ulquiorra, who will later be ordered by me to carry out a check on Doflamingo's performance. Ars paused for a moment and continued, even though Doflamingo himself is classified as a vicious and cunning king himself. However, it could not close that he was a worthy king. Let's look at the comparison between the reign of Doflamingo and the reign of Riku III. During the reign of Riku III, the Dressrosa kingdom was a poor kingdom and also often received attacks from pirates. Many residents suffer from hunger and various other things. Meanwhile, during the reign of Doflamingo, the kingdom began to rise and is currently a very prosperous country, although there are still many dark sides to the kingdom. However, the prosperity that the Dressrosa kingdom is currently gaining is due to the suffering of various citizens from various parts of the world. Just like war and others, Sheena added again. Yes. It's true. Ars nodded and continued. However, can't every human being change? Ars asked again. Every human being has the opportunity to change. As long as they are truly going to change, it doesn't matter what past they have. As long as in the future they can change for the better. We don't need to look at that person's past. Ars paused and continued. Besides, Doflamingo himself is also someone with a very wide network and also has many networks in the 4 ocean regions. Our current kingdom already has a network in the New World Ocean region and the Grand Line. However, our kingdom still doesn't have a network in the region of the 4 seas. Ars paused and continued. If our kingdom establishes a cooperative relationship with the Dressrosa kingdom led by Doflamingo, the sales range of the products owned by our kingdom will increase and cover the entire ocean area. That is the biggest advantage for us, especially for the North Blue and South Blue regions. Even though the ocean area was known to be calm. However, there were many powerful pirates who appeared there. Of course, with the emergence of powerful pirates, the shipyards there needed high-quality wood to manufacture ships to order. If we establish a cooperative relationship with the kingdom of Dressrosa, or rather Doflamingo, we can sell our products to that ocean area. Ars stopped back and continued, it doesn't matter what attitude Doflamingo had in the past. If he does what I'm told, we can accept it. Ars stopped again and looked at the higher-ups. However, if anyone has any objections, we can try to discuss this decision made by me again. I have no problem with this decision. Hashirama immediately gave his opinion with a smile. I believe in your decision. Your decision will definitely have a good impact. It has also been seen so far. All the decisions made by you did not have a bad impact and all of them had a good impact on us. HMPH. Rin sniffed discontentedly. You should have discussed this with us first. However, I think this decision is very good. Don't be happy that I've accepted it, Your Majesty. In the future, you should discuss this matter with us. I don't mind this either, Kaguya said calmly. It's not just us who will have the advantage through this cooperation. Other kingdoms that build cooperative relationships with us will also benefit later. Kaguya's gaze looked at Hancock. Just like the Amazon Lily Kingdom, my kingdom? Hancock asked with great interest. Kaguya nodded. With our kingdom establishing cooperative relations with the Dressrosa Kingdom, the Amazon Lily Kingdom also has the opportunity to establish cooperation with them. As said by, Your Honor. The Dressrosa Kingdom was an empire whose main product was crafts. Currently the Amazon Lily Kingdom has established a shopping center on Sayboundy Island. The Amazon Lily Kingdom can try to establish a cooperative relationship with the Dressrosa Kingdom in order to obtain goods from the kingdom to sell in shopping malls. Of course there will be many people who are interested in buying these crafts, especially those who can make them as souvenirs from the New World Ocean area. There are many people who do not have the opportunity to be able to come to the New World. It can be used as an alternative for them. This can also bring great benefits to the Hyuga Kingdom. Ishiki smiled, by joining the Dressrosa Kingdom to the Octagon. The area that will later become a place for the citizens of the Hyuga Kingdom to access is bigger than before. It's not only His Majesty who's a genius. Shaki muttered, however, everyone here has above-average thinking abilities. Yes, really nodded, just one of them is in a kingdom to lead a department. The department headed by them will be a very advanced department. I agree with Your Majesty's decision, Ina suddenly said. Your Majesty's decision I don't think is wrong. Especially regarding the reasons given by His Majesty earlier, that would suffice for me. In addition, we also have many advantages by establishing cooperative relations with the Dressrosa Kingdom. The potential for us to sell products owned by our kingdom will be very wide open. Also, if we needed something, it would be easier to get it through Doflamingo. With a stronger network compared to Elizabeth too, every item we want will be easier to get. I guess, I agree too. Sheena after thinking about it for a while then continued, however, Your Majesty. We also need to send some of our people to monitor it. Don't let that person at one time take action to betray us. There's no need to worry about that, Sheena R said with a smile. I'm sure that person would never dare to betray us. I agree with this, Jin suddenly said. If Doflamingo really follows His Majesty's orders, of course Doflamingo will have to cut off the relationship with Gdu. As long as Doflamingo broke the relationship, Gdu would assume Doflamingo had betrayed him. Currently Doflamingo has received the protection of our kingdom. It would cause Gdu to think twice about attacking him. However, what about after that? What if our kingdom broke off cooperation because Doflamingo betrayed us? Gdu will definitely not hesitate to directly destroy Doflamingo. Even if we don't make a move, Doflamingo will still be crushed. Besides, if the world government finds out about the Dressrosa kingdom establishing a cooperative relationship with our kingdom, Kojiro suddenly added, Doflamingo's 7 warlords of the sea status will likely be revoked. The Dressrosa kingdom will also be stripped of its status from the world government alliance, Juichiru added. He rarely do you sound smart enough, Juichiru Rin mocked in a teasing tone. Hey. Do you think I'm always stupid, Rin? Asked Juichiru in annoyance. If Doflamingo dares to betray our kingdom later. Even though our kingdom made no moves to attack him, Loelmina said calmly, however, Doflamingo himself was definitely destroyed. Because he has to withstand attacks from Gdu as well as the Marines, that is, as long as Doflamingo betrays us. His status as a king will immediately disappear and his status will return to his previous status of being a pirate. He will be the target of various parties, Kaguya ended. Yes. It's like that. Ars nodded. It's a step he must pay if he dares to betray us. Really, Shaki, Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold were quite surprised by the contents of the conversation. They were not surprised because of the content of the conversation. They were surprised because every single one of the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom possessed extremely high thinking abilities. Finally they knew the reason why Ars let them get the right to decide something by using the Fortis Kingdom's name. Because, Ars has confidence in them, in the thinking ability of each of them. Amazing people. Shaki complimented. Yes, really nodded, I think. This decision of mine was the most appropriate decision to join here. Same thing when I decided to join Roger. Really grinned and couldn't wait to see the future. Meanwhile, Hancock is currently thinking about her condition if she dares to betray the Fortis Kingdom. Although he didn't get the target of the pirate group like the Emperor of the Ocean, Hancock will certainly get the target of the Navy and the world government. Especially Hancock had mocked the previous world government several times during the previous meeting. HMPH. Hancock immediately shook her head, no. Whatever I do and whatever I say, everyone will surely forgive me. Because why? Because I'm beautiful. Hancock did not realize that her words were strong enough and were heard by everyone who was there. What's the matter with you, Hancock? Ars asked while raising his brow. Hancock suddenly came to her senses and saw that everyone was currently staring at her with strange looks. Hancock was silent for a moment. Yes. You are indeed beautiful, Ars nodded and continued. However, don't you ever get tired of saying things like that? Even if you don't say it, many people think you're beautiful. However, there are also some people who don't. Not? Hancock raised her brow then asked, what about you? I? Ars asked back, you are beautiful. I admit it. However, not everyone also sees a woman from her beauty. There are some people who prefer women who have a gentle nature and also have good skills in household matters. Meekness and good skill in home matters? Hancock asked again, are you too? Yes, Ars nodded. I am not someone who looks at women because of their beauty. I prefer women who are good at home dates. I prefer to eat food made by people I know more than food made by other people. Well, Your Majesty. If so, which woman here is your type? Juichiru immediately asked with a grin. This question then made all the women nervous except for Shaki, Sandersonia, and Marigold. Isn't there a question that makes more sense than that? Asked Ars flatly. That is a reasonable question, Your Majesty. Kajin, who was completely silent, immediately said, we are also interested. What kind of woman do you want to marry in the future? This is related to this royal queen after all. At least let us know. That's right, Hashirama said excitedly, come on, Your Majesty. Not bad to say, right? No, Eri said. Don't be so cold, Your Majesty. Ishiki smiled and continued, I thought you could share with us. No, Ars said back, you guys have listened to it, haven't you? I prefer women who are good at cooking. Just that. There's nothing I would add or anything else. I also haven't thought about marriage and other things. I will focus more on my work. Ars immediately continued eating his food. Good in cooking? Gar muttered and his gaze fell on Todokuro. Isn't that Megumi? He is good at cooking. This is also evidenced by the fact that the chocolate she made a few days ago was delicious. Huh. Megumi suddenly choked hearing this. But, Rin could also be a possibility, Jin said calmly. Rin suddenly choked on hearing this and her face turned slightly red. Ina can be added to Juichiro said she's also great at cooking. Ina also immediately choked hearing this. Are you guys going to talk about that stupid topic again? Asked Ars flatly. Rather than discussing about it, it's better to finish the food that is in front of you. The food will be cold soon. Everyone immediately woke up and immediately resumed their meal. However, their thoughts still remained on the topic of the previous conversation, especially the men who thought about it. As for the women, especially Lowomina, Hancock, Sheena, and Kaguya, the four of them had feelings for Ars, had thought of learning cooking skills. While Rin also likes Ars even though he himself didn't say it directly. Rin was overjoyed that she had the skills that Ars liked. This is also what causes Rin to feel more in front of the others. Meanwhile for Rayleigh and Shaki, who joined the conversation for the first time. They were quite interested, especially they had previously thought that the conversation would be intense and so on. However, they did not expect that the higher-ups of the kingdom also had a sense of humor and they even played games with their own king. This is a really interesting kingdom. Rayleigh mumbled with a smile and started to eat with gusto. Chapter 91, The World Government's Plan. The next day, Hancock has returned to Saybounty Island to continue her oversight of the shopping mall construction. As for Rayleigh and Shaki staring at the Fortis Kingdom, Shaki was currently in the library along with Sheena reading various books there to get the information she wanted. Usually Robin is there. However, the current time is work time and currently he and Kaguya have quite a lot of work for them to do, especially preparing the funds that will be used for the trip on February 19th to carry out employee recruitment. And for Rayleigh himself to be in the gravity training room along with Hashirama to do the training. It can be said that Rayleigh currently has the soul of a teenager. Especially he really wants to be able to immediately use high-level control techniques to make it easier for him to travel wherever he wants with the ability to fly. Where are you going, Ares? Rin suddenly found Ars, who had just come out of his study. Rin knew that usually at this time of the morning, it was impossible for Ars to leave his study without a good reason. I want to go to the warehouse belonging to the materials department, Ars said calmly. The materials department's warehouse? What did you go there for? Rin asked with great interest. Kajin and the others just gave me a report. Currently the marble used as a building material for houses has run out and there needs to be additional stock. Ars paused and continued, there is no such thing as marble in this world and only granite and the like. Therefore, I need to increase the stock by making a purchase from within the system. At the same time, I need to go to the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Animal Husbandry. What do you want to do there? Rin asked back. Myard has completed 2 warehouse buildings for each department. I want to immediately go do the installation of facilities there and also various equipment to help store food ingredients there, Ars said calmly. Are you going alone? Rin asked back with great interest. Yes, Ars nodded. After all, no one can accompany me at this time. Everyone has their own job. HMPH. Rin was immediately excited to hear this, then said, it can't be helped. Because you are alone there. Let me accompany you, Rin said while tossing her beautiful black hair and said, don't get me wrong, Ars. I accompany you not because I want to. However, I can't bear to see that someone like you has no one to cultivate it. Don't you have work to do? Ars asked while raising his brow. Of course not, Rin raised her head proudly. You think I'm a lazy woman? You're wrong, Ars. All my work has been done. I don't have any work to do at the moment. Rin raised her head and was like saying, please praise me. That's good. Ars nodded and continued. Well, then. Let's go. We go to the materials department first, then proceed to the animal husbandry and agriculture department. Ars immediately walked away and before he could take a step, Rin immediately stopped him. Wait. Ars' footsteps stopped and looked at Rin. What's wrong? I need to change first, Rin said with a frown. Change dress? Ars raised his brow. That's too troublesome and also too long. Just wear your current clothes. It's already good for you to use, really? Rin asked excitedly. Yes. That outfit looks great on you. Let's go, HMPH. Since you said it's good, I'll use this, Rin said proudly. You should be happy, Ars. Because I took the time to accompany you, and also you should be grateful because you can be accompanied by a beautiful woman like me, Rin. If you take long, I will leave you. Ars' voice sounded quite far away. Rin suddenly came to her senses and saw Ars, who had left her. Rin gritted her teeth in anger while muttering, this stupid man. Didn't he realize that he was currently going out with a beautiful woman? You stupid man. Rin immediately followed Ars and the two began to have an argument started by Rin. Red line, Marijoa, Banja Castle, Gorosei office. Dr. Vegapunk has been able to continue research related to that weapon? Ogata asked a Cypher Pol Zero agent who was currently kneeling in front of him. That's right, Ogata-sama. Agent Cypher Pol Zero agents said respectfully, we have just received information that the 7 warlords of the sea Bartolomeu Kuma has agreed to the experiment on the condition that the world government must keep the Sorbet Kingdom safe and will also continue to exist in the area. Under the auspices of the world government, that's an easy condition, Masato said while nodding, as long as he agrees to be made an experimental weapon. Protecting the kingdom ruled by him is an easy job. Right now we can no longer trust the 7 warlords of the sea and the marines, Noda said coldly. Hancock recently betrayed us and joined the Fortis Kingdom. Mihawk is currently impossible for us to control, especially at this time. According to information, he is looking for these swords so that he can fight with the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom. While the other 7 warlords of the sea, we can't trust them. Until now they haven't even done their job at all. We have to be able to create a weapon that is 100% obedient to us without committing treason at the same time with this weapon. Even though our fighting power is still under the Fortis Kingdom. However, at least we shouldn't be too far from them, so Noda said. When can the research begin? Yasunori asked calmly. It can be done immediately, Yasunori-sama. Agent Cypher Pol Zero agents said respectfully. Dr. Vegapunk just has to wait for Kuma to come to be able to start the research. In that case, immediately contact Kuma to come here immediately, Masato said. We must immediately increase our combat strength. Many from the kingdom have started to doubt the power we have since the emergence of the Fortis Kingdom. How was the search for those weapons? Ogata asked calmly. Still not finding the light, Ogata-sama. Agent Cypher Pol Zero agents said. All of our troops have searched all the places and inquired about the things that are there. However, none of us have any clue as to the whereabouts of those weapons. Could it be that those weapons aren't on the mainland at the moment? So Noda asked seriously. That's possible, Yasunori said. There's a possibility that the weapons might be buried in the ocean by now and no longer on land. After all, thousands of years ago there was a terrible war that even the lands that were previously one unit were defended into various parts as a result of the war. There is a possibility that the weapons are currently in the ocean. If so, this will be quite difficult, Masato said with a frown. Searching in the ocean is very difficult for us, especially regarding the matter of underwater pressure and also the monsters that live in the ocean. We really made a very bad decision, Noda said with a gloomy face. If only this time it was a decision we didn't make before. We can establish a cooperative relationship with the Hyuga Kingdom to search for those swords in the ocean area. With their help, we might be able to get it easily and faster compared to the Fortis Kingdom. Regret always comes at the end. We just need to accept it. Everything has happened, we'd better look ahead, Ogata said calmly. Don't be too quick to make a decision to search the ocean area. We can still carry out searches on the mainland. The search we did previously only asked about something that happened. However, we did not conduct a direct search by conducting observations throughout the existing area. Instead of asking, we better do a search. It was likely that the swords were currently buried in the ground or had settled somewhere. Or maybe even those swords are currently hidden in some places where the location itself is not unexpected for us. Ogata paused for a moment and continued. Don't do sea quests. Do a search on the land first. If we have traveled all over the land but still haven't found it. We just did a search in the ocean region and also in the sky region. Good idea, Masato nodded. We can't make a mistake that could be fatal for us. I also agree with this, Yasunori nodded. It's better to take the search slowly. Don't let it be when we do a search in the ocean area. However, the swords were in fact in the mainland. It will be a big loss for us. I agree. We can implement the idea. So Noda nodded. Me too, Noda nodded too. Masato's gaze then looked at the previous Cypher Pol Zero agents and said, go and carry out our orders. I understand. Agent Cypher Pol Zero agents immediately nodded and immediately left the room. What's the problem with finding spies in the Tenri Obito camp? Noda suddenly changed the subject. Is it still not found yet? Still not, Masato replied. We've done an investigation regarding all the maids who work for each Tenri Obito. However, none of them were indicated as spies. Could it be that we were just being toyed with? Ogata asked while frowning. Instantly the words appeared. The other 4 Gorosei fell silent. Because if it's true what Ogata said is true, their dignity as a supreme leader who takes care of government issues is dropped again, even if indirectly. That might be the case. Masato replied with a very gloomy face. King Fortis. This guy. How dare he toy with us? Masato shouted with a face full of anger. Relax, Masato, Noda said in a cold tone, even though you're angry right now. However, there is nothing we can do. Noda paused for a moment and continued. This is also a good opportunity for us if it is true that there are no spies on our side right now. Good chance? Yasunori raised her brow. We can use the current period of time to search for the bombs that the Fortis Kingdom has planted. Now is our chance to get rid of the bombs. Then after the bombs were removed, we can either increase our defense or think of a way to deal with the attack that will happen just like before. That way, the Fortis Kingdom can no longer pose a threat to us if we attack them at any time. Noda said coldly, and his gaze was full of killing intent. This is a very good idea, Ogata nodded. As long as we can get some of those weapons, then get the design of the ancient weapon, Pluto. We can say that we already have some ancient weapons. With these weapons, our strength will increase, and it's not impossible that we have a chance to make the Fortis Kingdom pay for everything they have made before. If so, I agree to carry out a search for the bombs. The bombs are quite disturbing. Even almost every night I can't sleep well to think about the threat of bombs that the Fortis Kingdom could activate at any time, so Noda said calmly. It was a good decision. We can send in the Navy to do the search. Okainu is currently here. We can ask him to do some tracking of the bombs, Masato said calmly. Yes, Ogata nodded. Okainu is a very suitable person to be given this task. Just give this mission to him. He will definitely complete this mission very well. Without waiting long, Masato immediately took the Denden Mushi and contacted Okainu to give the mission. However, the Gorosei themselves did not know that every bomb that Hashirama had planted were bombs that had been shrouded in illusion. It is impossible to track the bombs using only observation haki, because it's impossible to find it. Although on their side they have someone who can use advanced observation haki. However, it was still not enough to find the whereabouts of the bombs. Only people who have the ability to control chakra can find out where the bombs are. However, even though they have it. However, it was difficult for them to break the illusion, especially Hashirama himself, who immediately set it up. It can be said that the chance for the world government to find the location of the whereabouts of these bombs is 0%. Chapter 92, The Navy's New Ship. Wood Back Order. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Materials Department. Ars and Rin finally arrived at the Material Department's warehouse. Even though the two of them had some previous fights started by Rin. However, the quarrel was resolved quickly because Ars just silently listened to all the ramblings from Rin without replying anything. It almost looks like a husband listening quietly to his wife's anger. Hey, Aries. Why not just use ordinary tiles for the residents' houses? Why should you use marble tiles? Wouldn't that just add to the expenses? Rin asked strangely. It can't be like that, Rin Ars said calmly, even if it can be done that way. However, I don't want to do such a thing. They also have to get the best, just like us. It will only add to your expenses, Rin said with a frown. The expenses for purchasing the tiles themselves are quite cheap. One marble has a price of 750 points, while the size of the marble itself is 9 square meters. I only need to spend 7,500,000 points to be able to get 90,000 square meters of marble. The value itself is quite small with the number of points earned by me, which averages over 8 million points per day. Ars paused for a moment and continued. Oh, yes. Have you prepared all your necessities for use tomorrow? Of course it is, Rin said with a tone full of pride. Do you want me to buy something for you, Ars? You can ask for it. I will definitely buy something for you. Don't think it's weird. I'm doing this out of pity for you for not being able to come with us. Buying something? Ars thought for a while and continued. Well, how about you buy me an item? Maybe perfume or clothes? Ars said. Okay. Since you asked for it, I will do it. The two of them finally arrived at the materials department's warehouse. Arriving there, Ars immediately entered the system shop while Rin calmly stood beside him and surveyed his surroundings while also looking at the front where Ars was currently making purchases. Ars immediately exchanged his 7,500,000 points to buy the marble he needed, and instantly 10,000 units of marble with a size of 9 square meters were immediately neatly arranged in the warehouse. After finishing buying the marble, Ars then took out his Denden Mushi and contacted someone. Hello, Garm here, it's me. Ars paused and continued. The marble you asked for earlier is ready. I have prepared 10,000 marmor units for you to use. Please take it directly at the warehouse that is usually used. Ready? Okay, I understand. Tell this to others too. Ars immediately closed the communication connection and then kept his Denden Mushi. Let's continue our journey. Rin Grand Line, Water 7 Island, Number 1 Shipyard, Harbor, Navy New Ship. This ship has really improved in terms of quality. Aokiji had now been assigned by Sengoku to carry out the retrieval of the ships that Galley Law Company had just finished building to take to the Marine headquarters. Besides Aokiji, there were also Jayan and others who joined together to take the ships. How is Admiral Aokiji? Iceberg was also there along with Califa to accompany Aokiji in his inspections and others. I think the quality matches the price we pay, don't you think? There's nothing wrong with the price you gave. Aokiji nodded. This ship has improved in quality compared to before. Only, regarding the problem of repair itself. It was quite troublesome since you guys raised the price too high. Meh. It can't be helped, Admiral Aokiji Iceberg said in a calm tone. The wood we use is wood which is quite expensive. If we don't increase the price to the current price, we will not be able to make a profit, and it is also difficult for us to be able to pay the employees we have. I think so. Aokiji nodded and continued. By the way, I heard some information that the Fortis Kingdom has been recruiting workers in this city. What are the conditions of those whose families share in the work? Is it true that the Fortis Kingdom pays full fees for the contract workers? Aokiji's question immediately attracted the interest of all the Marines present, especially many of them who knew that a large number of Marines had currently requested leave and were currently sailing to the Province Kingdom in hopes of working for the Fortis Kingdom. What King Fortis said earlier at the meeting held a while ago is true. Iceberg nodded. Our citizens who get employment contracts of 3 months' duration are immediately paid in full by their kingdom. This is also the reason why the families of those left behind to go to work do not experience difficulties, especially for families with only 3 family members. They are currently living to the fullest. So, looks like the king of Fortis really kept his word, Aokiji said calmly, then continued again. Besides Hashirama, have you ever met other higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom? Not part of the Kingdom Development Division but the Battle Division? Meh. I've never met them. Iceberg shook his head. Until now, I've only met Hashirama for the Battle Division. Meanwhile, if you ask the higher-ups for the Kingdom Development Division, I've met them a lot. The two of them didn't talk much anymore. After completing the inspection of the ships, Aokiji immediately took the lead by bringing the new ships to the naval headquarters and later on who would get them. Iceberg-san, currently our supply of wood has run out. We need to place an order back into the Fortis Kingdom, Califa said calmly. Meh. I think we should do it soon. Iceberg nodded and immediately took out his Denden Mushi to contact Hashirama. Iceberg contacted Hashirama because only Hashirama's Denden Mushi number belonged to him. As for Ars's Denden Mushi number, he didn't have it at all. The communication line was quickly connected. Hello, Hashirama here, meh. Hashirama-san, it's me, Iceberg-o. Iceberg-san? Yes, what are you calling me for? Do you want to place an order for wood again? Sure, Iceberg nodded. We're currently short on wood and need to get supplies. As usual, we want to place an order for 100,000 units of wood. I understand, Hashirama nodded. However, I probably won't be able to deliver him at this time, because the path of purchasing wood in your territory is currently handled by the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Is it okay? Is the previous discount still valid? Iceberg asked back. Discounts still apply. You will still get a 10% discount. This has also been known by the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Meh. If so, I have no problem with that. Iceberg nodded. Okay. In that case, I will pass this order on to His Majesty so that it can be passed on to the Royal Empress of Amazon Lily. The communication line was finally closed again. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, Basement, Gravity Training Room. Would order? Rayleigh, who was currently with Hashirama, listened clearly to the conversation. Yes, Hashirama nodded. Galley Law Company is ordering wood as usual. A total of 100,000 units of wood. 100,000 units of wood? Doesn't that mean around 50 billion berries? Rayleigh's face showed surprise at the nominal. That's the price for a regular purchase, Hashirama said calmly. While in the case of the Galley Law Company, they have obtained a discount of 10% from our kingdom because a while ago, the leader of the Galley Law Company had helped us in setting up a venue, employee recruitment and the like. This is also what causes us to give a discount of 10% even though they are not part of our cooperation. Rayleigh sighed. Even if there is a 10% discount at the price you gave Hancock, she still has a lot to gain. Of course, Hashirama nodded and immediately contacted Ars. The communication line was quickly connected. Hello, Ars here, Your Majesty, it's me, Hashirama. What did you call me, Hashirama? Ars asked with great interest. Your Majesty, I just got a communication line with Iceberg-san. He just contacted me to place an order for 100,000 units of wood. Iceberg? Oh, okay. You already told us about our new policy, didn't you? Sure, Hashirama nodded. I already told him that and he didn't mind it either, with the note that the discount we gave was still valid. It is a trivial thing. Okay, I will contact Hancock to inform about this. Please prepare the wood that will be sent by Hancock into the storage capsule. I understand. Hashirama nodded. The line was closed again and Hashirama looked at Rayleigh. You continue the training yourself. I'm going to do what I'm told. Well, Grand Line, say Bounty Island, Area 13. Area 13 is now starting to be visited by various kinds of people, especially for traders and also some people who have the desire to build houses in this area. This happened because Area 13 had received full security protection from the Fortis Kingdom. The world government, navy, pirates, bounty hunters, as well as the rest of the people did not dare to take action in this region. Hancock took this opportunity by following the directions Ars had given her earlier. The direction given by Ars is to ask for rent payments to people who want to build buildings in the area at a rental fee. Hancock demanded a high fee, However, no one refused or protested because even though they paid a high fee. However, they will definitely be guaranteed their safety, especially from the Tenri Obito or bounty hunters who always hunt them. There are also many kings who usually come to Say Bounty Island to make houses in the area so they can get security during their visit to Say Bounty Island, and all of them think that while they are here, they can have the opportunity to meet ours directly. Currently the area of Area 13 is full of various construction workers who are doing their jobs constructing various buildings. The largest area is Hancock's territory, which is right in the middle of the area. The area is currently under construction, a very large shopping center following the design previously provided by ours. The troops brought by Hancock previously had now been transferred to their duties as surveillance and security officers. Anyone who violated the rules, no matter their status, would immediately be punished by them. Meanwhile, Hancock is currently on her ship accompanied by Sandersonia and Marigold in managing her government system. The government system built by Hancock is the same as that created by ours. Hancock even follows the division of the departments, although not all of them are also used by Hancock. However, even so, Hancock is still experiencing various kinds of problems, especially with the placement of leaders from the department. Ah! Why is this so difficult? Hancock shouted in annoyance. How about we go back and ask Nyamba, older sister? Sandersonia asked. Yes. I think it's a good decision, Marigold nodded. Nyamba has more interaction and also knows more about the inhabitants of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. He can help us manage everyone's placement arrangements. Not. Hancock immediately rejected it. There's no way I can do that while Ars can do it himself. I have to prove to Ars that I can do it too. Without waiting much time, Hancock returned to focus on the work she had. Sandersonia and Marigold looked at each other, then nodded not to disturb Hancock at this point. Simultaneously, Hancock's Denden Mushi sounded. Hancock, who had previously regained her focus, immediately lost her focus when the Denden Mushi sounded. Hancock gritted her teeth in great annoyance and immediately lifted the Denden Mushi. God damn it! Who dares to contact me at this time? If you don't have anything important to do, just get ready, I'll go after you. Hancock shouted in annoyance and also contained killing intent. What makes you so angry like this, Hancock? Ars asked strangely. Ars? Hancock's anger immediately disappeared when she heard the voice of the person who contacted her. Hancock, who was previously very angry, was immediately full of joy when she found out who contacted her. What are you calling me at this time, Ars? Asked Hancock calmly and also full of pride. Although Hancock was very happy to be contacted by Ars, however, Hancock was currently almost developing a tsundere attitude. He will not show his attitude to Ars. The Galila company located on Water 7 Island has ordered 100,000 units of wood back to our kingdom. According to the previous agreement, your kingdom will get this share. Ars paused and continued. Galila company has received a discount share from us of 10%. Give them a price of 450,000 berries for 1 unit of wood. Even so, you will still get a profit of 5 billion berries. Do you need to give them a discount? Hancock asked with a sullen face. They once helped our kingdom, Hancock. Just give it to them, Ars said calmly. Alright, Hancock said in a sullen tone. Is that the only reason you contacted me? Ars suddenly fell silent hearing this and asked, how is the development of Area 13 going? Is it going well? Hancock immediately became excited to hear this question. It's good that you asked this question. The development of Area 13 is currently going very well. Just need to wait some time before our shopping center is completed. We also get a lot of people who come to live and settle in this area. Well, that's a good job. Ars nodded and continued. Well, Hancock, I still have work to do. Regarding the matter of the wood to be sold, Hashirama will send the wood to you. You just have to wait there. Work, 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 work. Don't you have time to chat with me, Ars? Hancock asked with a face full of anger. Current time is work time. If you want to talk to me, please come directly here. But, you should first solve the problem of government from your kingdom. If you don't sort it out, I won't take the time to talk to you. Hancock's face instantly fell silent hearing this. This was because these words from Ars were what he would actually do, and Hancock knew about it. HMPH. If I solve that problem, you'll take your time to talk to me, won't you? Hancock asked calmly. Sure, Ars nodded, but not during work time. If it's not work time, I'll take the time to accompany you. Ars paused and continued. Well, Hancock, I still have work to do. I'll close first. See you later. The communication line was finally closed by Ars. Hancock quickly saved the Denden Mushi and began to focus on completing the work he had. Sandersonia and Marigold, who saw this, smiled happily and started helping Hancock finish her work. Chapter 93, Income Increased. New World, Kingdom of Fortis, Department of Agriculture. Ars and Rin finally arrived at the Agriculture Department. Arriving there, Ars immediately asked the construction workers who were currently building a warehouse to summon Myard to face him. It didn't take long for Myard to come directly to the call. "Where's the finished warehouse, Myard?" asked Ars with great interest. "Please come with me." Myard immediately brought Ars and Rin to the warehouse where Ars and Rin came here. The two of them immediately arrived there and entered the warehouse. "Are you going to install all the facilities in it soon?" Myard asked with great interest. "Sure." Ars nodded. "Tomorrow the Hyuga kingdom will send supplies of food ingredients that they usually send. I have asked to increase the amount of these ingredients. If we store those materials in the refrigerated room in the royal palace, it's not enough. This warehouse must be prepared immediately to store food ingredients that cannot be stored in the refrigerator." "I see." Myard nodded and continued. "Do I need to keep all the workers away from this place?" "Simply deter them from being around the warehouse ready to go." "I see." Myard nodded and immediately walked out of the warehouse. "Ellie, how many points does it take to complete this entire warehouse facility?" asked Ars calmly from within himself. "You need 200,000 points for each warehouse you want to install facilities on, Ars. However, these are just standard facilities such as storage, air conditioning, and a tool for storage. No robot will help operate it. If you want to get robots to help, you have to pay an additional 1 million points for each robot." "No need." Ars shook his head. "If we use robots as a medium to help work, although it will later help us in operating it. However, with the emergence of robots, it will only reduce job opportunities and it will cause many citizens who will not get a job as well as an income. This means that using robots will only cause a fairly bad impact, especially for residents who will later find it difficult to find work. Although robot work is better, however, it is better to use human power. It can also allow us to help those who are looking for work." "That's a very good thought. Well, are you going to take the standard package I said before?" "Of course. Just put it on." The points owned by Ars were immediately deducted with the purchase of the warehouse facility installation. The previously empty warehouse was immediately filled with various places that could be used to store food and other ingredients. In addition, in every few places in the warehouse there is an air condition that will help regulate the room temperature to be in a stable state. "Rin, let's continue to the other warehouse," Ars said as he turned to leave, which was followed by Rin. Ars, who was accompanied by Rin, quickly finished the installation of a warehouse facility from the Ministry of Agriculture. After finishing with the warehouse in the Department of Agriculture, the three of them along with Myard continued their journey to the warehouse belonging to the Department of Animal Husbandry to immediately install the facilities because they will be used soon. Grand Line, Seibounty Island, Area 13. Wow! Is this really an area that has no rules? Hashirama is currently above the sky of Seibounty Island, more precisely his current location is right above Area 13. Hashirama has been ordered by Ars to deliver the wood directly to Hancock, which will later be sold by Hancock to the Galley Law Company. The current scene of Area 13 is very different from the area that has no laws at all. Because at this moment what Hashirama saw was a large number of people gathered in Area 13 to carry out the construction of various buildings. Hashirama could see there were civilians, as well as various other groups of people. "Better finish the task and hurry back," Hashirama muttered and immediately flew to the Kuja pirate ship where there were currently a large number of Kuja pirate members there doing monitoring and various other activities. "Master Hashirama?" By the time Hashirama descended onto the ship's deck from the Kuja pirate group, everyone there immediately recognized Hashirama's whereabouts. They were all then surprised by his appearance. "Where, Empress?" "I was sent by His Majesty to deliver orders to her," Hashirama said politely with a smile. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Hashirama." One of the Kuja pirates said, "I will go immediately to inform you of your arrival." Usually the members of the Kuja pirates would be very angry and also have animosity for a man who got on board their group ship. However, it was different from the men from the Fortis Kingdom. Even though they were forbidden to come to the Amazon Lily Kingdom. However, this does not apply to their own ships. It didn't take long for Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold to finally arrive at the knowledge that Hashirama had arrived. Empress Hashirama greeted politely as he took out 2 capsules which all contained the wood ordered by the Galley Law Company. "This is an ordered item. I will wait for you here to take the capsule back." "Why can't I deliver it directly?" Hancock asked while frowning with a dissatisfied face. "This is an order from Her Majesty," Empress Hashirama said with a guilty face, "although I also wish to return to Rayleigh's training immediately. However, I cannot disobey his orders. Besides, starting right now, I will deliver any orders of wood to you for you to resell." "Huh?" Hancock was very surprised to hear this. "Why is that? Did Ars forbid me to come?" "That's what Your Majesty wants," Hashirama said with a complacent face. "His Majesty asked me to tell you that for now it's better for you to focus on building your government system as well as building shopping malls, and please don't come to the kingdom. It will only make the work you have will be diverted. Therefore, before you finish the business you currently have, Please don't come to the Fortis Kingdom first. Hancock's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. Why do you have to say this? Why not ours? I don't know either, Ipris. However, I am only here to convey this message to you as well as carry out the task assigned to me, Hashirama said shyly. That idiot, Hancock muttered with a face full of annoyance. Elder sister. Sandersonia suddenly said, I think we can do whatever King Fortis wants. After all, at the moment we still haven't solved the problem of our system of government. HMPH. Hancock with an annoyed face immediately turned around and said, everyone get ready. We will go sailing to Water 7 Island. Okay. Kabaheim-sama. All the members immediately moved to do their duty. Meanwhile, Hancock immediately walked back into the cabin, leaving Hashirama, Sandersonia, and Marigold there. Master Hashirama. Here, I apologize for the behavior of Big Sister, Marigold said with a regretful face. Yes. We apologize, Mr. Hashirama, Sandersonia suddenly added. Currently Big Sister is in a bad condition due to problems with regulating the government system. No problem. I understand that, Hashirama said with a smile. Besides, it is quite difficult to regulate the government system, especially assigning each individual in a department. Well, then, I'll go down first. I will wait for you here. I hope your journey can take place quickly. Sandersonia and Marigold nodded and immediately walked back to the cabin, while Hashirama immediately got off the ship and went to Bounty Island using someone else's appearance so as not to be recognized by anyone. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, Treasury. What about the transactions made? Running successfully? Kaguya asked Hashirama, who had now returned after receiving the money that Hancock had previously given him. Going successfully, Hashirama nodded and immediately handed the bracelet he was currently wearing to Kaguya. The money is inside. In total there are as many as 40 billion berries. You will have quite a lot of work, Kaguya. Not really, Kaguya said with a smile. Robin has a very good ability in the field of calculation, besides that with his devil fruit ability. Our work is going very fast. Demon fruit? Robin a devil fruit user? Hashirama was quite surprised to hear this. Don't you know it? Didn't he ever tell you? Kaguya asked with great interest. No, Hashirama shook his head. Never at all. I see. Kaguya nodded and continued. Robin is a user of the Hana no Mi devil fruit. This devil fruit allows him to grow his organs in various places. Growing organs? This is a very good ability, especially regarding intelligence ability. Hashirama's eyes immediately lit up and looked at Kaguya with a smile. Hey, Kaguya, how about? No, Kaguya immediately said flatly. I haven't even finished saying something you have already rejected it, Hashirama said with a flat and sad look. You don't need to say it, Hashirama, Kaguya said back. I already know your wish. You want to take Robin and put him in your department, don't you? Of course. Hashirama nodded and continued. Robin's abilities fit perfectly in our department. Instead of being placed in your department, he should enter ours. Impossible. Kaguya immediately rejected her. I won't let you get Robin. Robin is very good at administration and calculations. Robin's talent is indispensable in the finance department, which must manage large amounts of funds quickly. If the treasury loses Robin, I'll have a hard time managing the money. But, you can find someone else, Hashirama said with a frown. There are still many others who have good computational and administrative skills. We can ask ours about it. As for intelligence abilities, many people also have intelligence abilities. You can find other people to enter your department. I will not allow Robin to enter your department. Besides, didn't ours himself put Robin in my department? You can't just take it, Hashirama, Kaguya said calmly. Although many people can. However, the ability possessed by Robin is very step. He can get information very easily. No, Kaguya immediately refused. Even if you say anything, I won't let you take it. Robin belongs to the treasury and is not going anywhere. Instantly the door of the room opened and revealed Robin came in with some documents. Hashirama and Kaguya's gazes instantly turned and looked at him. Robin? Did I come at the wrong time? Robin asked with a surprised face. Hashirama's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Robin, and immediately Hashirama walked over to Robin. The timing is right. Robin, would you like to join my department? What do you want to do, Hashirama? Kaguya said coldly. You can't do this. Can't do it, how? I only ask. After all, His Majesty wouldn't mind if Robin wanted to transfer to my department either. As long as he wants, His Majesty will not mind it. Hashirama said with a smile, then looked at Robin. Robin, I have heard of your abilities. I didn't expect you to have such a good ability in the field of intelligence. How about you enter my department? You don't accept it, Robin, Kaguya immediately said. The intelligence department is a department full of men. If you join in, it will only make things difficult for you. Not all men, Kaguya, Hashirama said. There will be women who will join later. However, not now, right? Kaguya asked back and looked at Robin. You stay in this department, don't you? You think carefully, Robin Hashirama suddenly said. You can be my secretary. Later the salary you will get is 3.5 million berries plus a bonus of 500,000 berries. Foo Robin felt overjoyed and also a warm feeling rose in her heart. He did not expect in his life to be fought over like this. His gaze turned to Hashirama and smiled. The offer you have made is quite attractive, Mr. Hashirama. However, I refused. Reject it? Why? Hashirama asked with a face full of disbelief. Meanwhile Kaguya was very happy to hear this. I myself have also been appointed by Miss Kaguya to be his secretary. Also, currently I'm comfortable working with Miss Kaguya. Because of that, I apologize once again. Even if you saved me earlier, I couldn't fulfill it. Kaguya smiled politely while looking at Hashirama. You heard that, Hashirama? Robin has rejected you. It means that even if you bring this matter to His Majesty will definitely be more concerned with Robin's choice. After all, Robin himself has been placed in my department by His Majesty himself. He is here and is not going anywhere. Well, if that's the case, forget it. I will ask your Majesty for help in choosing someone suitable to be a secretary later. Hashirama, who was previously gloomy, immediately cheered up and continued, well, my business here's done. Then, I'll go first. Hashirama, without waiting long, immediately left the room belonging to the finance department to head to the training room looking for Rayleigh. Storage bracelet. Robin had been to the warehouse before and was also familiar with the various items owned by the Kingdom of Fortis. We have just received an order for 100,000 units of wood from the Galila Company, and this is the result of the payment, 100,000 units. Doesn't that mean we got 45 billion berries? Robin still remembered the contents of the conversation in the previous Octagon meeting regarding the discount Ars had given to the Galila Company. Not. We only got 40 billion berries, Kaguya said calmly. The transaction was done by Empress Amazon Lily. According to the agreement, we sold them 400,000 berries of wood for each unit, which means we only get 40 billion berries. While the other 5 billion berries were obtained by the Amazon Lily Kingdom, I see. Robin nodded. Kaguya immediately took the bracelet, then said, let's go to the storage warehouse to arrange this money, okay? Robin nodded. The two of them immediately exited the room and then walked towards the storage warehouse in the basement. Chapter 94, Second Wave of Worker Hiring Day. The next day, Hashirama and the others had finally started sailing towards the Proton's Kingdom. The voyage itself doesn't take long because the distance between the Proton's Kingdom and the Fortis Kingdom is very close, especially using the ship owned by the Fortis Kingdom with quite a lot of sails. The speed of this ship was several times faster than normal ships. Right now everyone was gathered inside the ship's cabin to talk about something. Ishiki, how long before the rice can be harvested? Lowelmana asked with great interest. Probably in April, Ishiki replied with a smile, then continued again. However, it's also possible in May. It depends on the geographical problem and also how it is treated. If the care of the rice is quite good, there is a possibility that the rice can be processed into rice in April. I see. Lowelmana nodded and continued towards Megumi and Nezuko. What about your territory? My share is estimated to be long enough, Megumi replied calmly. Fruit cultivation takes a long time because if we want to get fruit, we have to wait for the tree to mature before we get the results. The fastest fruit has a growth rate of 1 month. Even then, it is only the trunk, while the fruit still needs to wait 2 to 3 months before harvesting can be done. Regarding fruits, it will probably take at least a year for all the fruits we planted to produce, Sheena suddenly added. Each fruit has a different growth path. The exception is for coconuts, which require a maximum waiting time of 2 years in order to get the results. The fruits planted by Megumi have a longest waiting time for the growth of their tree trunks for 6 months. Lowelmana nodded and looked at Nezuko. However, the one who answered was not Nezuko but Ina. Nezuko's part also has the same condition as Megumi. He needed to wait at least 2 months before he could produce anything. However, it is possible for 3 months. It all depends on the method of cultivation and also the geographical conditions. Nezuko nodded. Although the current Nezuko had quite a bit of knowledge. However, the knowledge she possessed was still less than Ina's. This is also why Ina always helps him all the time. The fastest for us to produce is the part, Ishiki. Ina continued. There is a possibility that the rice can be processed into rice this April, and at that time we will have our own produce. Everyone nodded. Oh yes. The warehouse is now usable, isn't it? Lowelmana asked with great interest. Already, Ina nodded. Ours already arranged it yesterday. 4 warehouses belonging to the Ministry of Agriculture and 4 warehouses belonging to the Ministry of Animal Husbandry can be used. We can already store food supplies there. If you calculate the speed of construction for residence houses at this time, there is a possibility that in the last period of this month, there will be 40 people who will get their own houses, Ishiki said calmly. Is there a chance at the end of the month that ours will ask to pick up the families of the construction workers? That might be the case, Kage nodded. Yesterday I also had a little talk with Ars regarding the discussion of purchasing large quantities of groceries from the Province Kingdom and Ryugu Kingdom. However, that is just a plan that he wants to make and will not necessarily be realized. I have no problem with the plan, Hashirama said excitedly. If the families of the constructors come, our kingdom will be more crowded than before. Besides, Sheena suddenly added, with the addition of them, we can also easily carry out job recruitment by taking people from the families of these workers to speed up our recruitment. Well, if that's the case, it will be realized. At the very least, Ars should immediately bring the head of the livestock department, Rin said calmly. Besides, if the head of the livestock department doesn't come, it will be difficult for the management of food ingredients, especially in the meat sector. Ars already has a plan for that, Loelmana said. Actually, yesterday when he was about to summon Nakamura came to this world. Ars had a plan to do it. However, for various reasons, he did not do it and waited for the right time to do so. Hashirama Nezuko suddenly called out, how is Rayleigh's training progressing? Speed. I'm also quite interested in this, Rin said calmly. Besides, I also want to practice my observation hockey ability. You want to practice too, Rin? Hashirama asked excitedly. Well, if you want to train. Just came to the gravity room. I'll help you, I'll do it, Rin nodded, and also his interest in this ability was great, especially regarding its effects that could help him increase his battle impact. Oh, yes. Hashirama. I heard from Ars that you fought Whitebeard before. Do you have footage of the battle? Everyone was immediately interested in Rin's question. I am also quite interested in this. Do you have the recording, Hashirama? Kaguya asked back. No, Hashirama shook his head. I didn't have enough time to record it at that time. Too bad. Everyone immediately let out a disappointed sigh. Hashirama's gaze then turned to Nezuko. Regarding your question, Nezuko. Rayleigh's current training progress was quite good. He was already slowly able to enter the supreme control stage of spiritual energy. It will probably only take a few days for him to enter that stage. He can do it already? Rin was surprised to hear this. Is that old man really a genius? He's a genius, Rin. Hashirama nodded. Besides a genius, he's also very strong. After all, he was the former right hand of the Pirate King. He has one of the things that a person standing on top of this world should possess. It's hard to believe that we'll get the addition of an ex-right hand of the Pirate King in our system, Sheena said with a sigh. Sheena, what about Robin and Shaki? The two of them are often in the library with you? Jin asked, who was previously silent, suddenly asked calmly. Sheena nodded very quickly. The two of them are often there, and also I really enjoy chatting with them, especially talking about their experiences in the outside world. It was hard to believe that Robin really was such a strong woman. He can still live until now, even though he has been a fugitive from the world government since he was 9 years old, while Shaki himself has a pretty big past. Of course, Loelmana said calmly. After all, Shaki herself was the former captain of the Kuja pirate group 2 periods before. She has a very strong power. What do the two of them often read in the library, Sheena? Ina asked with great interest. Robin loves reading novels as well as history. As for Shaki, right now he is more interested in reading books about swords and other general knowledge, Sheena answered. A book about swords? Speaking of this. Megumi sighed and continued, it's hard to believe that Ars's fabricated story could manipulate everyone who knows about it. It's not a fabricated story, Hashirama said calmly. Not a fictional story? Jin raised his eyebrows. Ars once told me that he would turn it into a non-fictional story, Hashirama said calmly. There will be a time. Ars didn't tell when that time. However, there will be times when Ars will spawn a sword in a region. However, the sword that appeared was not a real sword but an artificial one, but played the same effect as the real sword. This is to confirm that the swords are real. Does it really have to be done? Nezuko asked. I think it really has to be done, Kaguya nodded. This can also increase the evidence that Ars's statement is true. However, isn't it just the presence of our higher-ups that it can be proven that the swords are real? Megumi asked back. Even if that's the case, Jin nodded. However, Ars has to keep doing that. It can also prove that his words are true. Even though there will be a great war to fight over the sword. Great war? Megumi was surprised to hear this. Of course, Loelmana nodded. For all those who already know about those swords, they will definitely do whatever it takes to obtain them, especially for the Sea Emperor, the world government, as well as the Marines. Although we will give them a threat, they will not be afraid of the threat. Because in their minds, as long as they get the sword, they will eventually gain the power to protect themselves. Are we going to join that war too? Nezuko asked. That's what we have to do, Ishiki nodded. We even have to get the sword even though the sword itself is a fake sword. This is to keep the secrets arranged by Ars beforehand and also to let everyone also know that our kingdom's power is increasing. It can also increase our influence in this world beyond that of the world government. Speaking of influence, Ina said calmly, because of the emergence of our kingdom. The influence that the current world government wields has been undermined by us, hasn't it? Yes, Loelmina nodded. Due to the crushing blow the world government had on us earlier, nowadays there are many kingdoms that have affiliated relations with them starting to doubt their influence, especially with the appearance of the alliance built by us. Many kingdoms wish to establish cooperative relations with our kingdom. Yesterday, the king of Prudence also said this to ours. Every day, he will receive calls from various kings who are acquainted with him asking for cooperation assistance in order to connect with us. Then, how? Hashirama asked with great interest. The king of Prudence rejected it. Loelmina said, any kingdom that wants to establish a cooperative relationship with us doesn't have the appropriate standard. Each of these kingdoms afflicted their people and also carried out negative actions against their people. Besides, even if there is a possibility, ours immediately rejects it because those kingdoms don't have something that our kingdom needs right now. I think it's better if we don't focus too much on developing a cooperative alliance, Sheena said quietly. I also agree with ours who refuses to establish a working relationship at this time. Compared to building a cooperative relationship, we'd better focus on our empire building issues. HMPH. I also agree to this. Rin nodded and said, that idiot. He should have prioritized building my department more than anything else. You should be happy, Rin, Loelmina said with a smile. Happy? Why happy? Rin asked in confusion. Ours has considered it, Loelmina continued. Huh? Ours was considering that? How could it be? Rin asked with a face full of disbelief. I think it's a natural thing, Sheena said calmly. Anyway, if ours is going to realize his plan to pull the members out of the construction workers by the end of the month, the Department of Population must have an office to be able to do their job by publishing identity card and others. Besides, you will also later Rin will start recruiting workers, Kaguya said calmly. With you having an office to operate, you should immediately have workers who will help you if so. That's how it should be. Rin nodded. You better discuss this with ours, Rinina said. Before this recruitment happened, ours called you to talk about this as well as how many people we will recruit. I'll do it, Rin nodded. They all who were there continued their conversation. After discussing the topic of the kingdom, the women started talking about what they were going to do. Especially they had 2 days in the Prudence Kingdom. Even though Loelmina, Ina, Megumi, and Totoroku came here because of the errands they had to do. However, they also have time for fun as well as shopping and other things. The conversations they do are also about the working time they have. They will set their working hours until 4 p.m. in the afternoon so that they still have plenty of time left for shopping and other things. As for the men, they discussed a variety of different topics with the women. It didn't take long for the cabin door to open and reveal Hashirama's clone entering the cabin with the appearance of an ordinary person who was transformed by Hashirama using his abilities. Boss, we're close and it only takes us 5 more minutes to arrive at Prudence Kingdom. Thank you for the information. Hit the ship at normal speed and aim for the place that the Prudence Kingdom has prepared. The King of Prudence had previously informed Hashirama about the location where the recruitment took place. This also caused Hashirama, who often came to the Kingdom of Prudence, to know the location. I see. The clone immediately left to carry out the assigned task. Okay. Let's get ready. Kaguya immediately stood up from her seat, even though we came just for a vacation. However, we are now known to the whole world. We have to pay attention to our image in public. HMPH. Of course, Rin nodded then said annoyedly, especially I want to change my previous nickname. Bastard. How could they possibly give me such a stupid nickname? Everyone immediately returned to their own rooms to prepare themselves. They are now well known to the public. They also have to take care of their own self-image except for people who don't care like Hashirama. Hashirama himself had been famous before, so, even though he didn't do any kind of preparation, that doesn't apply to him. However, considering the thing he was currently doing was the task ours had given him, he had to maintain his self-image as the head of the intelligence department. If his trip this time was a vacation, Hashirama would certainly not wear formal royal attire and prefer casual clothes. However, since it was duty time, Hashirama had to wear it. Chapter 95, Marine Hero, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp Grand Line, Kingdom of Alabasta, Royal Palace. Igagram. Is it true what you're saying? Chaka asked with a face full of anger while listening to all the reports that Igaram gave. Not only Chaka who showed angry emotions but Cobra, who had just heard the report, also his emotions had now entered an angry state. That's right, Igaram is currently in the treatment room and has been receiving treatment. At the time of his arrival here, Igaram had many scars. He got this from the battle he had with the Bricks Works agents. Although Igaram himself is one of the cadres belonging to the Bricks Works agent. However, the Bricks Works organization itself saw how useful the person was and also judged by strength. As long as there are lower-level members who can defeat the upper-level members, the lower-level member can replace the top-level member. Currently the kingdom of Alabasta has been enveloped by a large number of Brexworks members. Igram is one of its cadres known to all members. What? What I said earlier is true, Your Majesty, Igram said with difficulty. The mastermind behind everything that happens in this kingdom is Crocodile's doing. Drought, poverty, and all the negative things that have happened so far are the work of Crocodile. He is also the current leader of the Brexworks organization which controls the various mercenaries in this kingdom. Cobra and Chaka fell silent again listening to this information. How is Vivi, Igram? Is he okay? Cobra tried to change the subject while trying to slowly absorb the information. Princess Vivi is fine, Your Majesty, Igram said calmly. Currently Princess Vivi's disguise is still unknown to anyone. He is still safe at this time and also he has a reliable partner. Igram paused and continued, forget about it, Your Majesty. We must make a move to expel Crocodile from this kingdom. As long as Crocodile stays here, it won't take long for this kingdom to be destroyed. Even if you say so. Cobra's face looked very ugly. It would be very difficult for us to do that. As long as there is no solid evidence related to the actions taken by Crocodile, it poses a threat to the kingdom in full. The world government will not withdraw Crocodile from this kingdom, then we can ask Fortis Kingdom for help. Igram suddenly said, Your Majesty has a good relationship with the Prudence King, right? Ask him for help so we can contact the King of Fortis for his help. With the help of King Fortis, even if it's Crocodile, it can be done well. That's also hard to do, Cobra said uglily, though my relationship with Elizabeth II is quite good. However, I currently don't have his Den Mushi number for us to call. This. Igram fell silent for a moment hearing this. You need to calm down, Igram, Chaka suddenly said calmly. Calm? What do you mean calm down, Chaka? Can't you see the current situation? If we are late with the Crocodile problem, the kingdom of Alabasta will be destroyed sooner or later. Igram said with a face full of anger. I know that too, Chaka said with an ugly face. However, what can we do now? The rebel forces now numbered very much and also the Crocodile side had a very large number as well with some strong fighting forces on their side. We can't do anything right now. Igram fell silent again. Even though Igram had long since left the kingdom of Alabasta to accompany Vivi in their disguise. However, Igram was well aware of the current state of power of the Alabasta kingdom. At least for now we can't do anything at least. Igram was confused by the words from the Cobra. His Majesty has now sent Bell to go to the Prudence Kingdom to ask him to help us contact the Fortis Kingdom, Chaka said. Bells? Wait. What do you mean Bell went to the New World? Igram asked with a face full of surprise. That's the only way we can do it, Cobra said with a gloomy face. I don't know what condition Bell is in right now. However, we can only hope that he will make it there safely. Also, we hope that Bell can convince Elizabeth II to contact King Fortis. We must be sure, Your Majesty. Chaka said firmly. Right now all parties have completely focused on the Fortis Kingdom. Surely no one would dare try to attack Bell there. Don't say such things, Chaka, Igram said grimly. The New World is a brutal world. With Bell's level of strength, it will be difficult for him to survive. This is Bell's own wish, Igram. We have to respect it, Chaka said seriously. Besides, we might have a chance to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. Opportunity? What do you mean? Igram, although surprised by Chaka's words, also had a confused expression. Cobra and Chaka finally began to explain to Igram regarding the discussion of the contents of the first Octagon meeting. Igram was surprised by the information because so far he had not received the information because he had to always take care of himself and did not have time to read newspapers or anything like that. New World, Prudence Kingdom, Port. Right now in the harbor of the Prudence Kingdom there were already a large number of people gathered whose purpose everyone came here was to register as workers in the Fortis Kingdom. Young and old, all gathered together there. Everyone had hopes of being accepted as workers in the Fortis Kingdom. It can even be seen that there are many high-ranking officials from various kingdoms who are currently mixed with ordinary people using ordinary clothes to keep their identities a secret in order to register as workers in the Fortis Kingdom. They do this because they are tempted by the salaries, prizes, and also the security provided. There were also many people who were previously pirates and the Marines were currently gathering there to join in on the enlistment. The members of the Marines are Marines who are in the lower ranks and want to change the fate of their families by enlisting as workers in the Fortis Kingdom. Not all of them are also members of the lower Navy. There are also many members of the Navy with a fairly high rank in the branch who want to register as workers in the Fortis Kingdom. The venue for the registration has also been prepared and now everyone has gathered there and can't wait to queue. Meanwhile, at the current enlistment place, there is Commander Ru and two high-ranking Marines there. The two of them were Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Aokiji. The purpose of their arrival here is because they want to have fun while also hoping to meet Hashirama or anyone from the Fortis Kingdom in the battle division. The arrival of Garp and Aokiji itself is enough to make many pirates who want to register nervous and afraid. However, after learning that the two of them were not here to catch pirates and were more interested in this registration, the pirates calmed down a bit. While not far from them, there was also Admiral Kizaru there. However, Kizaru's current appearance had changed to that of an old man in his casual clothes, and his location was a little further away from Garp and Aokiji, so he wouldn't be known to come here. After all, the three of them came here without Sengoku knowing. Is it true that the food in the Fortis Kingdom is really that good? Garp asked suspiciously of Ru, who was currently beside him. Even though at this time the Province Kingdom no longer received protection from the Navy. However, Garp has a big name of his own. The majority of the population in this world know Garp, and even all of them idolize Garp. To the common people, Garp was known as a hero and protector, while to the Garp pirates he was known as a devil. That's really delicious, Vice Admiral Garp said politely, since Garp himself was his idol. I can even guarantee that there is no food that is tastier than the food made by a chef from the Fortis Kingdom. If only our royal chef had half of the abilities of the chef of the Fortis Kingdom. I have been very grateful, this is quite surprising, Aokiji said while scratching the back of his head, to hear you say such things. I'm interested in trying it. I wonder if maybe I can give it a try. You can do it, Admiral Aokiji replied, perhaps at a time when the Fortis Kingdom will open itself to the world. You can try, that will take quite a while, Aokiji muttered. There he is. The royal ship of Fortis has finally arrived. Instantly excited shouts were heard enveloping the harbor. Everyone present was immediately excited to see the ship from the Fortis Kingdom slowly starting to sail towards the prepared place. It's finally here, Garp grinned excitedly. They've kept me waiting too long. Aokiji, who was beside Garp, also showed full eyes and waited patiently for the ship from the Fortis Kingdom to land in the harbor. I think the person we want to meet is there, Garp-san, Aokiji said with a smile. Yes. I was lucky enough. I didn't expect that person to come personally to escort. Garp nodded. Although the current distance of the ship is still quite far. However, both Garp and Aokiji have a very wide range of observation haki. The two of them could easily sense Hashirama's presence on the ship, especially Hashirama himself, who had the strongest fighting power there. The whole army. Prepare for pickup? Ru shouted loudly. The entire army of the Province Kingdom immediately set up their formation to arrange for the pickup of the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom. Ru himself didn't know who would be coming for now. The closer the ship from the Fortis Kingdom was to the harbor, the louder the screams of the people there became. What a terrifying enthusiasm, Kizaru muttered from a distance. Even the Tenri Obito's reception was never like this. The ship from the Fortis Kingdom finally landed in the harbor quietly. The bridge that was used to help the passengers get off was finally lowered, and the people who were on the voyage were seen. The appearance of all the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom was very conspicuous in their formal attire, as well as the reminder from everyone there was still very clear, especially the news regarding their bounty orders just came out a few days ago. That's them. Contact, Miss Loilmana. Ah. She is very beautiful, even prettier than her photo. Financial Empress, Miss Shinigami Kaguya. She's graceful as usual. Head Chef, Dojima Jin. I wish I could try the dishes made by him. Ah. Miss Shina. True to his nickname, the White Librarian, he is as beautiful as snow. Ah. There he is. Which, Tasaka Rin. The pride is the same as depicted in the photo. Even so, she is also very beautiful. Rin, who heard his nickname, his face immediately blackened and his hands were clenched very tightly. Rin himself really hates his nickname. Calm down, Rin Megami immediately said. If you do something that spoils your current image, you will get a worse nickname than now. Rin slowly started to calm herself down. Ms. Megami. She is also very beautiful and innocent too. She doesn't look like her nickname. Megami, who heard that comment, immediately blushed in embarrassment. Miss Nezuko. Please look here. Unlucky. Is the Navy really that blind? How can Miss Nezuko get the nickname of a little girl when she looks like a woman? Nezuko, who heard this, became very happy that finally someone understood how tragic that nickname was for her. While Rin, who was listening to the comment, his eyes showed a serious look. Navy? Bastard. Did they give me that stupid nickname? Rin muttered angrily. Master Ishiki. Ah, his smile is so cute. True to his nickname. The women who were there were very happy to see Ishiki's smile, which was followed by a wave of his hand. Miss Ina. As expected of the leader of the Ministry of Agriculture. She is very elegant, Master Hashirama. Everyone, especially the residents of the Province Kingdom, were very happy to see Hashirama's appearance. Hashirama in the Province Kingdom has been considered a hero by the people of the Province Kingdom, especially Hashirama's previous services who helped their kingdom in resolving conflicts with the other two kingdoms, which caused them to have their time of peace. Wow. There are a lot of them on this trip. Garp muttered with a surprised face when he saw that some of the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom were on this trip. Garp's gaze instantly stopped on Jin. I guess we got lucky today. Lucky? Aokiji asked in confusion. There is Dojima Jin as the chef of the Fortis Kingdom. We could ask him to cook a dish and we tried it. I wonder if the taste of the cuisine of the Fortis Kingdom is really that good. Garp was currently very excited and his gaze couldn't take his eyes off Jin. Can we get a chance? Aokiji asked with great interest. You are very pessimistic, Kyuzen. Garp said calmly. As long as we don't ask, there is still hope for us to get it. Hopefully so, even though Aokiji said so. However, Aokiji was one of the people looking forward to it. He also wanted to taste the food made by the royal chef of Fortis. Wow. We got a very cannonball welcome, Hashirama said excitedly. Okay, let's go down. Ru is waiting for us downstairs. After having a brief greeting with Ru, those of you who have no duty are free to do whatever you want. Everyone nodded and immediately went downstairs. Loelmina as head of the Department of Foreign Relations who led, followed by Hashirama and then other high-ranking officials. Ru was now in front of the lowered bridge to await the arrival of Loelmina and the others. Chapter 96, 2 Admirals and 1 Vice Admiral. Welcome to the Kingdom of Prudence. The higher-ups of the Kingdom of Fortis. Ru immediately walked over to Loelmina and the others, smilingly welcoming them. This is a very lively welcome, Commander Ru, Loelmina said with a smile. Thank you for welcoming us all and for preparing a place for us to recruit workers. That is a young thing for us to do, Miss Loelmina, Ru said excitedly, then continued, if I may ask, do you guys have any other duties assigned by King Fortis? Please don't misunderstand, Commander Ru, Loelmina immediately said. The only ones receiving assignments from His Majesty are me, Hashirama, Ina, Ishiki, Nezuko, and Megumi. While the others, they just come along to enjoy the holidays while also shopping in other kingdoms like they did before. I see. Ru nodded and continued, well then, feel free to enjoy all that our kingdom has to offer. Our residents will definitely welcome your arrival. That's good news. Loelmina nodded and continued, if I may, Commander Ru. I want to meet the King of Prudence. Does the King of Prudence have time to meet up? Your Majesty always has time for each of you to come here, Ru said quickly and continued again, we have already prepared the vehicle to be used. Who will be coming along? Only alone. They have things they want to do, Loelmina said calmly. Okay, Ru nodded. Loelmina's gaze then looked at her companions. I'm going to the royal palace to greet the King of Prudence. You guys do your job while the others please do what you want to do. They all nodded. Meanwhile, Loelmina was immediately guarded by the troops belonging to the Prudence Kingdom and headed straight for the royal palace. It's about time we showed up, Garp said excitedly. Let's go and let Ru help introduce us to them. Garp immediately stepped towards Ru and the others, followed by Aokiji, who looked at each of the high-ranking royals with concerned eyes. They really are beautiful. Too bad I'm no longer young like them. The arrival of Garp and Aokiji immediately got the attention of Hashirama and the others. Navy? Rin immediately frowned upon seeing Garp and Aokiji. Miss Rin, please calm down, Ru said quickly. The two of them are Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Aokiji. The purpose of the two of them coming here is because they want to meet you. Meet us? Sheena asked in confusion. Why would the Marines want to meet us? We are their fugitives. Do they want to arrest us? Bah. Garp immediately laughed and said, don't worry, young lady. I didn't come here because I wanted to arrest you. Even if you have a fugitive. However, our side of the Navy has no enmity with you. We came here because we wanted to meet you high-ranking officials from the Fortis Kingdom. HMPH. Rin sniffed in a dissatisfied tone. Is that true? The Navy is an organization that works under the world government. Of course you guys should be hunting us. We did something with them, you guys should retaliate, right? The job of the Navy is to hunt down pirates and not to take care of the kingdom's political affairs. Aokiji immediately said, regarding your hunting matters. That's not our job. Is it true? You may, Rin. Hashirama immediately said with a sullen face and continued, don't make any random provocations. Otherwise, I will report this to His Majesty. HMPH. Rin sniffed back in a dissatisfied tone. Hashirama's gaze then turned to Garp and Aokiji. Please forgive our friend's attitude. Rin herself is quite annoyed with the nickname on his wanted poster. Rin previously heard that it was you who gave him that nickname. This also caused him to be very angry and irritated with you. Why do you have to say that, Hashirama? Rin immediately looked at Hashirama with annoyance. I think it's better that way. Nezuko also nodded. I'm also a little annoyed with the nickname I got. Little girl? It doesn't suit me. Nezuko showed a sullen face looking at Garp and Aokiji. Can't you guys change some of the nicknames you've been given? Kaguya asked calmly. That's a bit difficult, Miss Aokiji said while scratching his head. Right now your wanted posters have been spread all over the world. Even though we replaced it with a new one, your first wanted poster is now embedded in every citizen's mind. So, even if we change our nicknames, The first nickname will always be remembered by everyone. Rin and Nezuko immediately collapsed hearing this, and this could only be soothed by Ina and Shina who were with them. Which? Little girl. Are you two really that sad about that nickname, young girl? Garp asked with interest and then suddenly lowered his head. If that's the case, I apologize from our side for giving you two inappropriate nicknames. Rin and Nezuko became a little calm listening to Garp's request, especially both of them knew about the identity of Garp, who incidentally was a marine hero. Alright, Hashirama said as he clapped his hands. Ina, Ishiki, Megumi, and Nezuko. You do the work you have. As for Kaguya, Shina, and Rin, you are free to do what you want to do. Jin, you accompany me to entertain our two guests, especially they seem to want to try the dishes made by you. Jin became interested in this. Bah. Did you find out too? Garp immediately burst out laughing excitedly, then continued, well, can we really try that dish? What do you think, Jin? Can you make a meal for the three of them? Regarding the matter of food ingredients, later I will buy new food ingredients using my money for us to eat for a while, said Hashirama. 3? Jin was confused about this. Who's the other one? You? No, Hashirama shook his head and stared at a building. How about you get out, Admiral Kizaru? Immediately a line appeared beside Aokiji and Garp. The person who appeared was either Borsalino or Kizaru. Everyone who was there was immediately shocked by the appearance of Kizaru, especially the residents who were there. It's really surprising that you know where I am, Hashirama. Kizaru said quietly. How did you find out? I have enveloped this entire Proton's kingdom with my observation haki. It also helps me to feel the threat we will get later. When were you here, Borsalino? Garp asked in confusion. I arrived before you two arrived here, Kizaru said calmly. Before we arrived? Borsalino, did you get Sengoku-san's permission? Aokiji asked strangely. It's impossible to get permission from Sengoku-san, Kyuzen. You know that too, Kizaru said as he stretched his arms. After all, you two also came here without Sengoku-san knowing, didn't you? Bah. Don't think about it, Garp said with a laugh. Anyway, there's currently no scary threat and also nothing interesting to do at the base. We can have fun here. HMPH. What an old man who doesn't know the rules, Rin muttered, then looked at Kaguya and Shina. Let's go. Also, we went to see Iowa so we could go shopping together. Kaguya and Shina nodded and immediately left to separate themselves from them. Meanwhile, Ina and the others had already started to make preparations at this time and were now assisted by Harut to do the preparations. Kizaru's arrival only slightly surprised the people there. However, their attention was immediately diverted as Ina and the others made preparations. Previously, the existence of a Navy admiral had always been the center of attention. However, right now their existence was almost like ordinary pirates coming to a place. Well, can you do it, Jin? Hashirama asked with a smile. Don't worry about the ingredients. All the food ingredients that will be used will be immediately replaced by me using my own money. I think it's fine to serve them, right? If you change it, it's fine, Jin nodded. However, you have to replace it soon, Hashirama, especially we have to use those ingredients during the day. Don't worry. I'll ask some of the crew to go buy new groceries. Hashirama nodded and looked at Garp and the others. Let's get on the ship. Hashirama, Jin, Garp, Aokiji, and Kizaru immediately boarded the ship. Garp, Aokiji and Kizaru are currently quite curious about the ship owned by the Fortis Kingdom, especially this ship itself, getting direct praise from people who have been on this ship. They even directly enveloped the ship using their observation haki. This is a very luxurious ship. Aokiji muttered with jealous eyes, especially the large number of luxurious rooms in this ship. I want to get one also ship like this as my means of transportation. Kizaru muttered under his breath. Hey, Hashirama, Garp directly said, is your kingdom ready to sell ships to the outside world? Are models of warships with this luxurious design for sale in your kingdom? I don't know about that, Garp. Hashirama shook his head. The duties of managing ships, both making and selling, are not part of my department. That is the job of the ship construction department. I am not aware of such things. Regarding warships, our kingdom will sell them later as well, Jin suddenly added. However, the price will probably be slightly higher than the current price of ships being sold at the shipyards. This is because the warships that we will sell later have various kinds of technology that are quite sophisticated and no one has used that technology at this time. Oh, advanced technology? One of them? Kizaru asked with great interest. As is the case with warships used by the Navy. The warships that we will sell later will be able to sail even without wind. We use an electric power source to drive it. Furthermore, there is also a technology that can purify seawater into water that is ready for use. Like the technology used by this ship. With this technology, we don't have to worry about the lack of clean water to consume every day. Apart from that, there are also other technologies. It's better for you to wait, because I'm not an expert in this field myself. Technology to purify seawater? Aokiji said with great interest, I am interested in this. If our Navy ships have this kind of technology, we don't have to worry about the availability of water on our ships. How about I take you guys around this ship? While waiting for Jin to finish the dish you are about to taste, you can take a look at this ship. Is it okay? Garp asked excitedly like a child. Of course. It's no big deal for you guys to see this ship. Hashirama nodded and looked at Jin. I'll take them. You prepare the dish quickly. If so, contact me using Denden Mushi. Also, you can ask the crew to come directly to my room and take some of the money that is there to use to buy the ingredients that have been used. I understand. Jin nodded and immediately went to the ship's cabin to prepare food along with asking Hashirama's clones to carry out the task. Hashirama's gaze stared at the three of them. Come with me. We'll walk around waiting for Jin's dish to finish. After that, we will talk about the things you want to talk to us about. Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Aokiji and Admiral Kizaru were not surprised that Hashirama knew they wanted to talk to him. Meanwhile on the other side. Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's office. Garp. Sengoku shouted loudly after receiving a letter Garp left on his desk this morning. You don't have to shout so loudly, Sengoku Tsuru, who was there, said calmly. Let Garp do what he wants to do. Besides, with Garp going there, we also have high hopes regarding Garp being able to talk to Hashirama or the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom who are in the battle division. If we're lucky, Garp might be able to get them to fight, then we can analyze the source of that power called chakra. Sengoku finally calmed down a bit hearing this and his gaze turned to the adjutant who was carrying the letter. Go and check on the admirals. Who's still holding on? Okay, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The adjutant immediately ran quickly to leave the room so as not to become the subject of anger from Sengoku. Tsuru sighed then continued, it's possible that only Akainu is holding out for now. I believe Aokiji is currently following Garp and Kizaru. He might as well have slipped away, those bastards. Sengoku's face instantly darkened and immediately released his observation haki covering the entire area of Marine Headquarters. His face was even darker upon learning that Kizaru and Aokiji really weren't in the base at the moment. These two bastards. Just wait for the two of them, Sengoku growled, when they come back. They have to write a report of more than 100,000 words. Tsuru sighed tiredly. Things like this themselves have become their daily life. Tsuru quickly got up from his seat and walked away from the room. Where are you going, Tsuru? Sengoku asked in confusion. I just received a report from my subordinates who previously vacationed on Seibounty Island. The human auction house that Doflamingo opened several years ago was currently closed. All the slaves there were freed. While all of the workers have been killed by Doflamingo. Sengoku was surprised by this information. There's been something strange with Doflamingo lately. I want to go investigate and find out what really happened to this person, Tsuru said seriously. There's no way someone like him would do something like this to even harm him. Tsuru then turned to look at Sengoku. What about the spy search? Is there still no progress? That guy is too great, Sengoku frowned. Until now we haven't been able to get a trace of him. Tsuru sighed. The person we are currently fighting is Doflamingo. If it's really the one he sneaked into the spy, of course it will be very difficult to track him down. No, Sengoku immediately said seriously, even though Doflamingo is indeed a genius and cunning. However, every crime will surely leave a mark. There will definitely be a trail for us to find the spy's whereabouts. It's best not to show our movements too much, especially to all vice admirals. Because they are also currently on our list. Don't worry, I understand. Sengoku nodded. Tsuru immediately turned to leave Sengoku's room while Sengoku sat there quietly looking at the front. Just wait. If I find you, I will definitely destroy you to avenge Rosan's death, Sengoku muttered as he clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 97, Battle Agreement between Vice Admiral Garp and Hashirama. Senju New World, Fortis Kingdom, Ranch Territory. Ours is currently together with Mido Ikumi and Yoshino Yuki to visit the farm area to check the cowshed which is currently under construction. Ikumi is a woman who currently holds the position of head of the livestock department while Yoshino holds the position of deputy head of the cattle region livestock department. The two of them had only recently been summoned by ours after making a claim on the food ingredients brought by the troops from the previous Ryugu kingdom. The food ingredients are currently stored in a refrigerated room in the royal palace while the rest are in the warehouses belonging to the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Animal Husbandry. Food ingredients that adjust to the type. Ours and Ikumi had also previously visited the warehouse belonging to the Department of Animal Husbandry to introduce Ikumi's workplace to him. It didn't take long for the two to get there. Your Honor. One of the workers who saw ours arrival was surprised and then walked over. Miss Ikumi? Miss Yoshino? Where's Myard? Is he here? Ours asked calmly. Mr. Myard is not here, Your Majesty. The worker immediately said, Mr. Myard is currently in the agricultural area to coordinate the development there. I see. Aries nodded. Does your majesty need Lord Myard? If so, I'll go call him. No need. Ars shook his head. I came here because I wanted to see the finished construction of the cowshed. There are 2 cowsheds currently finished, right? Sure, your majesty. The worker nodded and continued pointing at the 2 buildings that looked brand new. That's the finished stable. Ars, Ikumi, and Yoshino's gazes immediately stared at the cage. Wow! It's a very big cage, Yoshino exclaimed excitedly. Thank you for the information. You can continue working. I, Ikumi and Yoshino here just want to check. I understand, your majesty. The worker then immediately continued the work he was currently doing. Meanwhile Ars, Ikumi, and Yoshino went straight to the cowshed. The 3 of them immediately went inside and were quite surprised by the placement of the construction of each part of the cage that was inside. Not bad. Ikumi nodded. Hey, Aries. How many cows can be accommodated in one pen? Yoshino asked excitedly. The previous calculation was 150 cows. Actually it can be more than 200 cows. However, I would like to prepare a space to place a cow's milk reservoir and also a tool that will later assist in withdrawing milk from each cow, Ars answered. That's quite a lot for one cage. Ikumi paused and strolled around the place while looking at the cages of each of the cows. How many cages do you plan to build? Currently the plan is 14 stables, Ars said calmly. We can't focus on building the whole cowshed. Because development must be directed to other places, such as the construction of office buildings and others. Ikumi nodded and continued. When are you going to do the installation of the pen facilities and also the cattle filling? You 2 want to get to work right away? Ars asked while raising his brow. Of course, Ikumi said proudly. Do you think I want to just laze around? Truly. Do you think we are both lazy people, Ars? Yoshino nodded in agreement and looked at Ars with a look full of pride like Ikumi. Ars chuckled softly. Of course not. Ars paused and continued. Well, if you 2 want to get to work soon, we can try to operate these 2 cages first. We can temporarily install the equipment at night for the cows. Currently we have a contract with the Hyuga kingdom for the import of cattle into our kingdom. We can talk about the purchase at this point. What do you think? The sooner the better. Also, don't forget to place an order for a milk storage bottle. If you follow the rules you set earlier, the cows should already be able to produce milk. We have been able to make it a selling product from our kingdom, said Ikumi. And also regarding the issue of cow feed, added Yoshino. Feed? Ars asked. In the timber department there is currently a place that currently holds various kinds of leaves from the trees that we cut down earlier. Can it be used as feed? Foliage? Yoshino and Ikumi looked at each other. It can indeed be used. Ikumi nodded. However, I think it's better for Ars to use another feed, Yoshino added. Other? Do you think the 2 of you are compatible? Ars asked with great interest. Grass or hay are very suitable fodder, Yoshino suddenly said, as long as these 2 items are dry stuff. However, grass and hay that is still green is also quite good. However, in terms of quality, dried ones are better to give to cows so they can produce quality meat and lots of milk. Yoshino has more knowledge about animals than Ikumi. Meanwhile, Ikumi is more knowledgeable about meat and animal-related ingredients. That would be quite difficult to find at this time, Ars muttered. Then, it's fine to use the existing feed, Ars, Yoshino said. Leaves are also good enough to give. However, if possible, feed the cows with grass or hay in order to get good quality. What about chemical feeds like pellets or the like? Ars asked. Not. Ikumi and Yoshino immediately rejected it together with serious faces. Don't give animals food made using chemical mixtures, Ars. Ikumi immediately said seriously. That will only cause the meat to be produced to be of very poor quality and also to produce less milk. That's right, Yoshino nodded. At its worst it could even cause death to a cow. We don't need to use such feed even in an emergency. It's better to look for other alternatives than using the feed. I think so too, Ars nodded and continued. Then how about using the leaf feed we managed to gather this time? Later, after Hashirama and the others came back from recruiting duties, I would ask him to do some dry grass searches and so on. What do you think? Well, if only for a few days. I don't think so. Isn't that right, Yoshino? Ikumi asked while looking at Yoshino. Yes, Yoshino nodded. However, you should get it soon. Ars. Okay, Ars nodded. Oh, yes. You 2 will get to work soon. How many workers do you 2 need right now? I will contact Iowa to inform you of the problem of supplying cattle, and also I will notify you of an increase in the number of quotas if you both need workers who will help to take care of your departmental problems. Headquarters still doesn't need employees at this time, Ikumi replied calmly. It's better to focus on the workers who will help Yoshino in the future. Ars nodded and looked at Yoshino. How much do you need, Yoshino? Yoshino immediately thought hard and immediately said, I don't need too many employees to take care of these 2 cages. Just recruit 10 people, Ars. For now, this amount is sufficient. 10? Isn't that too little? Ars asked while raising his brow. No, Yoshino shook her head. Besides, the task that we have ourselves is quite easy because we only need to feed and suck milk every day. It's not too difficult and doesn't require too much work either. In addition, there is also a storage capsule technology that can help us in carrying goods, which makes our work easier. Well, if you say so. Ars nodded and continued. Take your time to have a look. I'll call Iowa to ask him to tell the King of Protons this. Ikumi and Yoshino nodded and immediately walked away, leaving Ars alone. Ars immediately took out his Den Mushi, then contacted Lowellmana immediately. Communication links are quickly connected. Hello, Lowellmana here, it's me, Low Ars. Lowellmana was overjoyed to get a call from Ars. What are you calling me for? Where are you right now? Ars asked calmly. I just came out of the royal palace and wanted to meet Kaguya and the others. Are you done greeting the Protons King? Just now. After finishing saying hello, I got permission to go shopping together with Kaguya and the others. I see the King of Protons has quite a lot of work to do and don't want to intrude on his time right now, said Lowellmana. I see. Aries nodded. What did you call me, Ars? Lowellmana asked again. Look, I want you to go back to the King of Protons and say that we already want to get 300 cows according to the agreement. 300 cows? Is the cage ready for use? Tonight's plan, I will install facilities for the cage. At this time also the head of the livestock department, Maido Ikumi, and also the deputy head of the cattle region livestock department, Yoshino Yuki, had arrived. They both wanted to get started right away. So, they asked me to immediately import the cows so that I can carry out their work immediately. I see. Lowellmana nodded and continued. Do we also need to do additional recruitment? Yes. Please to do. You can recruit only 10 people in addition. The two of them don't need too many people to work in their current department. I see. Lowellmana nodded. At the same time, tell the King of Protons to be able to prepare a place that can hold milk. Regarding the price, you can set a purchase price of 100 million berries. It's better to buy a lot in one go than to have to buy multiples. I see. Lowellmana nodded. That's all from me, you can go and do it. The communication line was finally turned off by Ars returning and going to meet Ikumi. How? Ikumi asked. I've asked Iowa to do it. He'll do that soon enough. Ars paused and continued. Are you guys done looking around? Yes, Yoshino nodded. Let's continue. I want to see the construction that you guys have completed. Ars nodded and the three of them immediately walked out of the warehouse as well as out of the ranch area. New World, Protons Kingdom, Royal Palace. That is all that His Majesty has told me to tell you, King of Protons, Lowellmana said calmly. I see. Elizabeth II nodded. Now for your request of 300 cows. Can be lifted immediately. However, for the demand for a glass of milk with a total price of 100 million berries. It will take a long time for us to prepare it. There is no need to rush, King of Protons. We also don't force you to prepare it right away. Lowellmana shook her head and continued. Regarding the cow, we will bring it tomorrow along with our departure. As for the glass of milk, you just prepare it first. Later when you are ready, you can contact the higher-ups from our kingdom. I understand. Elizabeth II nodded. That's all of that needs to be said. I beg you to leave. Lowellmana gave a polite salute and turned to leave the royal palace again. After Lowellmana came out of the royal palace, Elizabeth II immediately ordered some of his royal officials who had just been appointed by him previously to take care of the problem of cows and milk glasses. Meanwhile, he continues the work he is currently doing. New World, Protons Kingdom, Harbor, Fortis Kingdom ship. This is really delicious. Garp said with gleeful emotions as he ate the dish that was in front of him right now. Aokiji and Kizaru, who were currently with Garp who was eating together, also couldn't help but feel emotional to eat the dish. Even now their thoughts are with Ru. They hoped that the skill of the chef from their place was at least half of that of the chef from the Fortis Kingdom. They will be very satisfied to eat every day. Thanks for the compliment, Jin said politely and continued, please take it slow. There's more and you're free to taste it. Of course. Garp nodded and immediately continued eating the dish calmly and quickly. Kizaru and Aokiji also didn't want to lose to Garp. Although neither of them are bottomless stomachs like Garp. However, in front of them was currently a very good dish. There was no way they would let him go. The two of them also ate quietly but had a fast tempo. Ha ha ha. Didn't I already say that? The dishes made by Jin are amazing, Hashirama said while laughing excitedly. It didn't take long for all of Jin's dishes to be eaten by Garp, Aokiji and Kizaru. What? Finished? How could it be? Garp finally came to his senses and saw that all the plates in front of him were gone without a trace left. Garp's gaze then turned to Aokiji and Kizaru. You two bastards. Did you guys spend it all? Don't blame us, Garp-san, Aokiji said with a sullen face. Even though we ate a lot, you ate more than us. You even finished half of the given dish. That's right, Kizaru nodded. You only gave us a few dishes. Is that so? Bah. Then forget it, Garp said with a laugh which only got Aokiji and Kizaru hateful looks because the two of them were still not satisfied with the food that was given to him. Well, Garp. What do you guys want to talk to me or maybe with us? Do you want to order wood again? If that's the case, you can do it to Hancock, Hashirama said with interest. No, Garp waved his hand immediately and said, my purpose here is not to talk about wood matters but I want to meet you. Meet me? Hashirama asked in confusion. I want to fight with you. Garp grinned excitedly. Fighting? Hashirama was again confused by this. Of course. Garp said, you are the one who defeated that bastard Whitebeard. You must have strong strength. I want to try to fight with you. How? Garp asked again. Hashirama's gaze showed enthusiasm upon hearing this. Don't answer things with stupid answers, Hashirama-jin immediately said, we have a lot of work to do right now. Besides, I'm sure His Majesty won't allow you to do anything great especially in combat. You should also remember, you have an appointment with Juichiro. I think so too. Hashirama instantly remembered all the things he had to do and looked at Garp. You heard him, didn't you? I can't do it right now. No problem, Garp suddenly said, I can wait whenever you are ready. Garp then took out a piece of paper with his Denden Mushi number on it and said, this is your Denden Mushi number. Call me when you are ready to fight. I will prepare a location for us to fight. I understand. Hashirama nodded and immediately put the paper in his pocket. I will contact you when I have obtained the approval of His Majesty. That sounds good, Garp said with a grin. Well, our business here is done. Q's, Borsalino. Let's go back. We might get some stupid scolding from Sengoku. Well, I myself have no problem. However, both of you may be punished. Bah. You can't throw everything at us, Garp-san. Kizaru said, you are also seen in this activity. We must share the punishment equally. Though I respect you, Garp-san. However, I agree with Borsalino's opinion. Aokiji said flatly, the punishment should be divided equally and should not be imposed on anyone. That's also the rule of the Navy. Huh? Do you want to fight the boy? Have you guys forgotten about my love fist? Garp's gaze immediately narrowed, which made Kizaru and Aokiji instantly cold on their backs. Even though both of them were currently admirals, however, Garp was a very frightening figure even to them. The two of them weren't even sure if the two of them were working together to defeat Garp. Especially Aokiji, who often goes along with Garp. Aokiji knew very well about Garp's power. Aokiji and Kizaru looked at each other. Looks like a severe punishment will be waiting for us, Aokiji muttered with a sad face. Whatever the punishment is, however, don't take a pay cut, Kizaru muttered with a sad face. I've had 2 pay cuts this month. If there's another cut this time, I don't know what my fate will be next month. Huh. Garp and the other two finally got off the ship and immediately returned to their ship. Is it okay for you to accept the offer, Hashirama? Maybe it's a trap for you, Jin said lightly. No problem, Hashirama said while shaking his head. Garp is someone worthy of trust. He was one of the people respected by ours. If there is a person who is respected by ours, it means that person is worthy of trust. Besides that, I'm also quite interested in the strongest sea angles of all time. I want to feel what Garp's power level is like, Hashirama said with a grin. Well, if you say so, Jin said calmly. Come help me. There was a lot of utensils to clean and it was time for lunch too. I need to prepare a dish for us to eat. Hashirama nodded and immediately made several wood clones to help finish the equipment cleaning job quickly. Chapter 98, Gorosai's Rage. Red line, Mangekyō, Gorosai office. Are you guys really looking well? How could the bomb that was set up couldn't be found? Masato asked with an angry face to Akainu, who was currently in front of him. I've really been looking for it, Masato-sama, Akainu said with an ugly face. Even the entire Navy troops have been deployed to search every corner of the Mangekyō territory. However, we did not find any of the bombs that had been planted. Could it be that the Fortis Kingdom has lifted those bombs? So Noda asked seriously. Impossible, Ogata immediately greeted him. There's no way they're going to pull the bomb back. They must have a way of doing it. Speaking of ways, Noda muttered under his breath, could it be that Hashirama hid the bomb using his chakra ability? Immediately everyone fell silent hearing this. That might be the case, Yasunori said gloomily. Hashirama must have hidden the bombs using his chakra power. Because there's no way the bombs couldn't be found if it wasn't this way. If that's the case, Masato said grimly, it's hard for us to trace the whereabouts of the bombs if Hashirama hid the bombs using chakra. We don't even know the concept of chakra ourselves, it's impossible to continue the search. Ogata's gaze stared at Akainu. You've been able to return. There is something we want to discuss. Akainu nodded and immediately left the room with a face full of hatred. Akainu himself didn't expect that people of his level would be asked to search for bombs, moreover he himself didn't find any bombs planted by the Fortis Kingdom. God damn it. Akainu muttered with a face full of anger. The Marines that Akainu passed by were all very afraid to get close because at this moment, they didn't dare to do so. Akainu, who was in an angry state, was a very different Akainu than usual. Akainu will not hesitate to kill them even though they have high positions. What is our next action? Yasunori asked grimly. Should we tell this to Imusama? Sonoda asked. No, Masato suddenly refused. We can't let Imusama interfere in this matter. We've disappointed him before. If we report our failure to address this issue, we are likely to receive a very severe punishment from him. Then what should we do? Noda asked coldly. We must quickly analyze the source of the power called chakra, Ogata said calmly. That is our only way to find the whereabouts of the bombs that Hashirama was hiding. As long as we know the process of formation of that chakra, we might be able to find out the location of the whereabouts of the bombs. How do we do that? Sonoda asked. Right now only the Fortis Kingdom knows how to use chakra, especially it's likely that only people who work in the battle division know about this energy. We currently only know people from the battle division, especially for its leaders, while our members do not know at all. How do we find out the chakra? There is a way, Masato said calmly. Is there a way? Noda asked with a surprised face. Masato nodded. The only way is to directly watch Hashirama's fight. Watching Hashirama's fight? Ogata nodded. That is indeed the best way to analyze. We can use observation hockey to analyze the chakra and then ask Dr. Vegapunk to investigate this. But the problem is, how can we make Hashirama fight using his chakra? Yasunori continued with a black face. Hashirama with just his spiritual energy control ability is already very strong. Ordinary opponents wouldn't be able to fight him. At the very least, it should be people of the Sea Emperor level who can make him release chakra abilities. Unlucky. Noda said angrily. Why is it that when we find a way out, there are so many things we can't do? Calm down, Sonoda suddenly said. You need to calm down. There is still a way for us to do that. Is there another way? Yasunori asked with great interest. We can try to get one of the Sea Emperors to fight Hashirama, Sonoda said. We can target this for Kdu. Tell Kdu about this chakra. Of course he will be interested in finding Hashirama's whereabouts to fight. Is that a good way? Masato asked while frowning. If we tell Kdu about this, he will also know about this. Kdu has a scientist on his side. With Queen there, he can easily analyze the source of that power. Sonoda fell silent hearing this. We'd better not take that step, Ogata said. We just have to wait. A strong person like Hashirama certainly couldn't stand it if he didn't fight. He would definitely be fighting someone in some time. It's possible, Whitebeard. The two of them had just fought a while ago. According to the information we got, that both of them also agreed to have a fight in the near future. We just need to monitor the two of them. As long as we get information regarding the fight the two of them will have, we will send our people to analyze the fight. Is there anything on our side that can do it? Masato asked grimly. Hashirama's Conqueror's Haki is terrifying. Even a Vice Admiral couldn't stand his Conqueror's Haki. Especially our troops. Then send an Admiral to watch the battle, Noda said. There's no way an Admiral would be subdued with Conqueror's Haki alone. If there is, we can replace it immediately. It just embarrasses us. I agree with this, Sonoda said. We just need to wait some time. There's no way these two won't be fighting in the near future. The two of them would definitely fight back soon. We can take advantage of this instead of having to send our troops, and it will only lead to conflict with the Fortis Kingdom. We can no longer bear conflict with them. Everyone finally agreed with this opinion. How do we fill the void currently left by Hancock? Masato suddenly changed the subject. Currently there is no suitable candidate to replace Hancock's position. Every pirate in the Grand Line right now is very weak. Their strength isn't even as strong as that of a Vice Admiral, Ogata said calmly. How about we try to recruit pirates in the New World territory? We can look for strong pirates but don't have a large group. The same pirate as Kumi, Yasunori suddenly made a suggestion. Speaking of pirates acting alone, how about we recruit Edward Newville to join the 7 warlords of the sea? Noda asked. He has strong strength. In addition, he also acts only with his partner, an old grandmother. According to some information obtained, that person is very stupid and very easy to control. We can find an opportunity to kill the old woman who was with him and then use her as our weapon. If we do that, there might be a conflict with Zephyr, Masato said coldly. No problem, Ogata immediately said. The current Zephyr is no longer worthy of us. Although he has many contributions to the Navy. However, right now he was no longer valuable. Also, the age of Zephyr is very old. His strength is also not worth mentioning. That person is only valuable for having many disciples on the side of the Navy. Even though we have to be careful, Yasunori said calmly. Zephyr is the same generation as Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru. If we make the 3 of them feel bad for us, the Navy will be destroyed. They are the pillars of the current navy, especially Garp. If Garp gets out of the Marines, the world's people will distrust us even more and turn their attention to the kingdom of Fortis. We can accept Zephyr's request, Sonoda said calmly. Wasn't it a while ago that Zephyr asked for approval to establish a Marine slaughter group? It could also get his attention diverted to us, which is where we can move to recruit Edward Newville with us. At that time, even though Zephyr didn't agree with our decision, he couldn't go against it, especially since he was already in another group. This way, we can slowly begin to exterminate it. That is indeed the best way, Noda nodded. I agree with this way. However, compared to doing something like that, we'd better kill Zephyr directly. Killed him? How to? Masato asked. We could take advantage of Edward Newville's stupidity. We will kill the old woman who was with him, then make the old woman's death the work of Zephyr. That way, Edward Newville will go on a quest for revenge against Zephyr. We just have to wait for Edward Newville to kill Zephyr, then recruit him to become a 7 Warlords of the Sea. Don't do this, Ogata suddenly said. If Edward Newville kills Zephyr, it will be difficult to attract him to the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru will definitely not accept that, and if we force Edward Newville to join, it will only cause the 3 of them to leave the Marines. In fact, it is possible that something bad will happen where all high-ranking officers from the Navy leave the Navy. You guys remember, the top brass of the current Navy are students of Zephyr. Right now we can't make a stupid move like this. If that happens, we will have terrible consequences from Omusama. Then what should we do? Sonoda asked while frowning. Let Zephyr do as he pleases, Ogata said. That fellow Zephyr will definitely go hunting in the New World. There are many people who hate him there, especially Kdu and Big Mom hate him. If the 2 of them knew of the actions Zephyr was about to take while also knowing Zephyr's physical condition, the 2 of them would definitely not remain silent. They would attack or even kill Zephyr. As long as Zephyr dies at the hands of the 2 of them, Sengoku and the others have no reason to refuse Edward Newville joining the 7 Warlords of the Sea. That's a good idea, Masato nodded. We can take advantage of the grudge that the past pirates had against Zephyr. Although in the past he had never killed. However, now Zephyr has changed. He will kill the pirates. Of course the pirates in the New World will feel threatened by its existence, which we can take advantage of. Then Zephyr's request was approved? Yasunori asked while looking at the other 4. Approved. The 4 nodded. By the way, have you heard of Doflamingo's moves? Masato suddenly changed the subject again. I have heard of it, Noda nodded. That person, he did the disbandment of the human slavery business he is currently doing. What does he want to do? Whatever Doflamingo does, we don't need to focus on him, Ogata said coldly. He is a traitor and we don't need to take care of that person's problems. We can't let that person go free so easily, Yasunori said coldly. He is one of the people who know about the secrets of our national treasure. If he were to leak the news, it would only cause harm to our status. Don't worry, Doflamingo isn't a fool, Masato said. He knows that if he says that, we can destroy and eliminate the kingdom of Dressrosa until there is nothing left. In addition, even if he eliminates the slavery business that was carried out by him, it will only harm the person himself. We don't get any losses as long as that person still pays us taxes at the appointed time. Masato paused and continued. What we need to pay attention to right now is the review that will be carried out soon. We need to quickly build a meeting room facility similar to the Fortis Kingdom or even more luxurious if possible. Otherwise, our faces will be ashamed of the future leaders of the kingdoms. Even though it is. We can't underestimate Doflamingo, Ogata said seriously. Doflamingo is a city that sells weapons to us. If anything happened to him, our weapons provider would disappear and it would be a hassle for us. There's no need to worry about that, Sonoda said coldly. Doflamingo is a self-aware person. His kingdom's highest income is from weapons. Doflamingo will definitely not stop selling weapons to our side because it will be very detrimental to him. Simultaneously, the Den Mushi in their room immediately rang. The Grosai immediately stopped their conversation and Masato immediately raised the Den Mushi. Who's calling? Masato asked coldly. Fufafu, cold as usual, you, old man. A unique laugh came out of the Den Mushi. The Grosai immediately narrowed their eyes because they knew whose voice was behind the Den Mushi. Doflamingo, Masato said coldly. What do you want from us? Fufafu, I just wanted to inform you that I can no longer distribute sea stones to the world government. Without any fear or regret, Doflamingo immediately said this. Huh? Stop joking, Doflamingo. Masato shouted loudly. Are you playing with us? This is not something I wanted, Doflamingo said with a grin. Right now my cooperative relationship with Kdu has been severed. That means I am currently unable to get a supply of sea stones from the Wano Kuni kingdom. Your cooperation was cut off? The Grosai were shocked by this information. Stop joking, Doflamingo. Ogata shouted angrily. Your cooperative relationship with Kdu was severed? Aren't you afraid of Kdu's anger? Afraid? Foo, I was really scared, Doflamingo said while maintaining a smiling face. However, do you think Kdu dares to attack me? What do you mean? Masato asked grimly. What do you think, if in a place there are two people? One is a weak person then the other is a strong person. If these two fight, who will win? Doflamingo asked. Of course the strong will win, right? Without waiting for a reply from the Gorosei, Doflamingo immediately said his answer. What game are you currently playing with us, Doflamingo? Masato asked. It's just a game of guesswork, Doflamingo said. Well, what do you think? What if the weakling had a very strong person behind him? Do you think the strong person currently standing before him would dare to attack the weakling? The Gorosei party fell silent hearing this. Foo, I'm sure you guys already know the answer. Well, regarding the problem of sea stones, I can't sell it to you anymore. I can currently only sell weapons to you guys. Regarding the matter of buying sea stone or the like, I have nothing to do with it anymore. That is your own business. Doflamingo paused for a moment and continued. Besides, from now on, the Dressrosa Kingdom is out of the World Government Alliance. Boom. Doflamingo's last words were almost like a bomb suddenly exploded in the heads of the Gorosei. The Dressrosa Kingdom is almost the same as the Proton's Kingdom and Ryugu Kingdom. They are the biggest tax contributor to them. Do you want to start war with us, Doflamingo? Masato's anger couldn't be contained anymore and he immediately shouted angrily at Doflamingo. Foo, I wonder, do you guys dare to do that? I'm sure you all know what I mean before. Well, if you guys dare to attack me, give it a try. Hey, I wonder how the person behind me responds. Are they going to let this go or not? It is possible that the world government will no longer exist tomorrow. The Gorosei party was silenced again. Although Doflamingo didn't say who was behind it. However, the Gorosei could already guess who it was just by listening to Doflamingo's words. Hey. Why are you silent? Are you scared? Foo, I wonder, is your era coming to an end or not? This is getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo fearlessly provoked directly and after the provocation was issued, Doflamingo immediately hung up the call. God damn it. Masato shouted angrily. I didn't expect Doflamingo to be able to get a cooperative relationship agreement with the Fortis Kingdom, Ogata said with a gloomy face. This will be a crushing blow for us. Currently, the three kingdoms that have ties to us have changed directions. The worst thing is that these three kingdoms are the ones that contribute the most taxes to us. Noda said grimly. The good thing is that we can still get weapons from Doflamingo, so Noda said coldly. However, we have to take care of the matter of purchasing sea stones directly in Wano Kuni Kingdom. It will be very troublesome, especially we have to discuss this matter with Kdu. Kdu has his own grudge against us, Yasunori said glumly. He will definitely make it difficult for us to discuss the matter of the transaction even though we must maintain a cooperative purchasing relationship, Masato said. Sea stone is the most important component that we must obtain. There is no other place that can be used to mine sea stones other than Wano Kuni. It's the only place then. How? Should we send Cypher Paul Zero Agent's party to go discuss this purchase transaction matter? So Noda asked. We have to do it, Ogata nodded, as soon as possible. If possible, we can try to establish a cooperative relationship to buy weapons from their side or not look for another dealer. With Doflamingo joining the Fortis Kingdom, the price given by him would definitely rise more than usual. He will take advantage of us. Then just send Cypher Paul Zero agents to go complete this task. Chapter 99, Installation of the Cowshed Facilities, Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's Office. You three bastards. Sengoku shouted to Garp, Kizaru, and Okiji who were currently in front of him who was standing casually. Sengoku's screams could even be heard as far as the Marine Headquarters Square. Everyone who heard this didn't pay much attention to it because this kind of thing was an ordinary spectacle to them. Don't you know what wrong the three of you did? How dare you three leave the base without telling me? Sengoku shouted back. You're babbling too much with stupid things, Sengoku Garp said without any fear, or it could be said that this had become normal for him. We are doing this too because of our kindness too. That's right, Sengoku-san, Okiji added. We're doing this for the good of the Navy kindness? Sengoku's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. Didn't you say earlier that you wanted to find out the source of the chakra power of the Fortis Kingdom through battle, didn't you? We're almost close, Sengoku-san, Kizaru added. Almost close? What do you mean? Sengoku's angry face immediately changed hearing this. When we went to Fortis Kingdom, we met Hashirama there. Garp-san managed to convince Hashirama to do battle with him, Okiji said calmly. What? Sengoku was very surprised by this information and looked at Garp. Is that true, Garp? Bahahaha. Of course, Garp said excitedly with a grin. Do you think we can't do it? Good. That is very good news. Sengoku was very happy to hear this. The anger he had earlier disappeared instantly and continued, when is the battle? Still don't know, Garp said. Huh? Still don't know? Sengoku asked strangely. The schedule for the battle is still undecided, Sengoku-san. Aokiji quickly said. Hashirama still can't fight because he has a lot of work to do and also he needs to get permission from King Fortis. Garp-san has given him his Denden Mushi number and when the time comes, Hashirama will contact Garp immediately. I see. Sengoku nodded. No problem. Most importantly, we can still analyze the source of the power of the chakra. Even if you have to wait, it's not a bad thing, Sengoku muttered. Then his gaze turned serious to Aokiji and Kizaru. Getting this gaze from Sengoku, Aokiji and Kizaru felt a very bad feeling. You two. Bastard. Do you know what the two of you did? Leaving headquarters unannounced? What if the base is attacked or whatever? Both of you will be punished by writing an apology of 100,000 words and I have to accept it today, Sengoku said seriously. Aokiji and Kizaru immediately went limp to hear the punishment. Bah. I told you, didn't I? There's no way you two will escape Sengoku's punishment. Garp said with a grin. Don't think you can get away, Garp. Sengoku gave Garp a bad look. You won't get permission to leave the base for 1 whole month. There's no reason for anything other than fighting. What? Garp, who heard this, was very surprised. How could there be such a punishment? Sengoku bastard. Are you looking for trouble with me? The battle of words between Garp and Sengoku finally restarted. Meanwhile, Aokiji and Kizaru had walked back to their study to start their work of writing a 100,000-word apology letter. Kizaru sighed. At least the punishment isn't a pay cut. You are lucky, Borsalino, Aokiji said with a jealous face. Your devil fruit ability allows doing this job quickly. Aokiji looked to the side and sighed. If only this punishment was accompanied by food made by Jin. I don't think it's bad to do it. Borsalino nodded in agreement with this. The two of them with downcast faces immediately walked towards their work office again. The Marines who saw this did not find it strange, as this was a normal sight for them. New World, Prudence Kingdom, Harbor, Fortis Royal Ship, cabins. How many have been successfully recruited this time? Loelimena asked with great interest. So far, we have recruited 175 people. 125 of them are contract workers while the other 50 are ordinary workers, Ina replied calmly. That means there are only 50 more people we need to recruit. Kaguya said calmly. More than that, Loelimena said calmly. We need to recruit 60 more. 60? Why are there 10 more, Iowa? Rin asked with great interest. Ars previously contacted me and informed me that at this time the head of the livestock department and the deputy head of the livestock department had arrived and they would soon start their work. Tomorrow, when we return, as well, we will be together with the ship carrying the cows ordered by us earlier. As many as 300 heads. Are they going to work soon? Wow. They are really diligent, Ishiki said with a smile. It was you 300 cows? That means 2 cowsheds have been completed, right? Jin asked. Loelimena nodded. Is there anything else we're asked to do, Iowa? Hashirama asked. No, Loelimena shook her head. Ars just asked us to do that. The possibility exists. However, maybe Ars wants to wait for us to return to give the task. If so, we need to convey this to the people, Shina said calmly. About the increase in the quota amount, we really have to. Megumi nodded. I'll help you guys tomorrow, Rin said suddenly and continued. After all, my job is to keep records regarding the residency. When I return, I will definitely be directly assigned by Ars to do the task. I will do it now. Did you bring the equipment to do it, Rin? Nezuko asked. Of course, Rin nodded. I already anticipated this and brought it along with me. Tomorrow, I will gather everyone who has registered to record their identity along with the identity of their families. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Ranch Territory. The time finally showed at 20:00 p.m. Ars, Ekami and Yoshino went to the farm area to install the facilities in the warehouse, which were ready to be used since tomorrow the warehouse would be used soon. Luckily at this time the road leading to the farm area already has street lights, which causes the atmosphere to get there not too scary. The three of them had previously stopped in the area where the residents lived because there were 10 houses divided into 5 units of the second type of house and 5 units of the third type of house that had been completed, and now the furniture has been successfully installed there. Since Rin wasn't here yet, the division of the house still couldn't be done. This is because Rin is holding the list. It didn't take long for the three of them to arrive at the warehouse. Ellie, how many points does it take to purchase a cowshed facility for milking equipment and grooming? There's a lot of variety for the price, Ars. If you pay attention to the size of the cowshed and also about the number of cows that will be cultivated in this gauge. Requires at least 4 million points. Those 4 million points, is it just the price for the milk press or maybe there are other facilities? It's just a milk press, Ars. If you want to get additional other facilities such as room temperature control facilities and also several other facilities. At least, for each facility requires an additional 1 million points or more. That would cost quite a lot of points. Ars muttered and looked at Ikumi and Yoshino. I have communicated with Ellie, and for the price of the milking facility for the number of cows in this stable is 4 million points. Meanwhile, if there are additional facilities it will require a large number of points as well. Will the points you have be used elsewhere? Ikumi asked. I want to immediately summon people from the battle division. Currently only Hashirama is in the fighting division and Hashirama can't always appear. There must be someone else to appear in public so that people will not be suspicious, especially the world government. Then we'd better save up first, Yoshino said. Besides, the temperature conditions of this region itself are not too hot. This cage still does not need the addition of a fan and others. Besides, regarding the matter of maintenance equipment and so on, we can postpone it until there are points left that will not be used at this time. Yes, Ikumi nodded. Just buy a tool that can help with milking, Ars. It is an indispensable facility. Okay, Ars nodded and said, Ellie, I'll just take the milk pressing facility. Purchase of a milk press will require 4 million points. Do you want to do it? Do instantly. The cage, which was previously empty and there were only plots of land for each cow's breeding place, immediately turned into a slightly modern cage with connecting hoses and milk presses in every place where the cows would be occupied. There is also a large tube in a previously vacated space, and also around the tube there are various operating controls. Nice tool, Ikumi said excitedly, looking at the tool. Did you hit this tool, Ikumi? Ars asked with great interest. Ikumi nodded, even though I have forgotten my life experience. However, I still remember seeing this milk press. The milk press itself is a tool commonly used in the modern world. This tool itself is quite sophisticated because this tool has been equipped with an ultra technology that is able to kill germs in cow's milk. It means that every cow's milk that has been squeezed from the cow can be drunk immediately after entering this tool, right? Asked Ars. Sure, Ikumi nodded. Besides that, this tool can also help us to process to put milk into prepared bottles. Come with me. Ikumi immediately walked towards the device along with Ars and Yoshino behind her. Ikumi immediately went to the left side of the tool and pointed at a section that had the shape of a bottle holder. This is where it is. We just need to set the bottles to the predefined positions and let the tool work. Our job itself is just to cover the bottle safely. Instead of doing it yourself, Yoshino said. Then look at Ars. Can you buy a tool that helps to process the bottles? This also helps to maintain the uniqueness of our products. Wait a minute, Ars said. Is there such a device, Ellie? The tool exists. You can buy it for 250,000 points and it can also help in processing large volumes of bottles. The price is quite expensive. But, it doesn't matter. Is there still enough room left to accommodate the tool? Still available space. You can buy this tool and place it right next to the bottle feeder so the workers on duty don't have to worry about moving it. ICRs nodded and looked at Yoshino and Ikumi. The device is there. I'll buy it. Let's move somewhere else. Ellie will install the device at our place now. Ikumi and Yoshino nodded. The three of them immediately walked away from the place. Ellie, I want to buy that equipment. Equipment to process bottles will cost 250,000 points. Do you want to buy it? Yes. Aries nodded. Instantly the device that Yoshino wanted appeared right next to the milking control device. The tool is quite large. However, the size itself is still inferior to the equipment for processing milk that has been milked, and also the room that was previously there is still sufficient to accommodate the tool. Great. That way my task will be easier, Yoshino said excitedly. If so, you should be able to produce a lot of product in one day, Ikumi said. Each cow can produce at least 15 to 20 liters of milk per day. That was the standard of the cow in my previous world, and I'm sure it will be the standard of yours too. As for this world, there was a possibility that more milk could be produced. If we estimate each cow can produce 30 liters of milk every day, at least every day with 300 cows will be able to produce 9,000 liters of milk. There are at least about 7,500 liters of milk that we can trade every day. For now, stay cool. I will definitely do my best, Yoshino said with a smile and looked at Ars. Have you guys decided on the selling price of cow's milk? We haven't discussed that yet. However, I have asked Helly about the average price of cow's milk in this world and have been able to estimate the price we will market our dairy products for in the future. How much it costs? Ikumi asked with great interest. The average price of cow's milk in the world ranges from 300 berries to 400 berries. It all depends on the location where the milk is sold. If the cow's milk shop is rich with cows like the Prudence Kingdom, the cow's milk sold has a price of 300 berries. Meanwhile, if the cow's milk being sold is a place that has few cows and is far from where to get milk, the price can go up to 400 berries or more, Ars said calmly and continued. We can set a price for cow's milk of 200 berries for sale to the kingdom that has a cooperative relationship with us and its citizens. As for the market price, We can set the price for 250,000 berries. During the planned 14 cattle pens can be completed. At least, we can raise 2,100 cows, and if each cow can produce as much as 30 liters of milk every day we can get 63,000 liters of cow's milk, which means there are 63,000 glasses of milk that can be produced. If we sell 60,000 liters of milk every day, at least the income that will be generated every day is around 12 million berries, and if we take the calculation for each month it is 360 million berries. 200 berries for every pint? No problem. As long as we can make a profit and can pay for the workers. I have no problem with the price given, Nikami said. Me, too. No need to take big profits. It's okay to take a small price. As long as the products we sell are many purchases. We will definitely get a big profit, Yoshino said optimistically. I think so too, Ars nodded. Let's proceed to the next stable, then back to the royal palace. I want to get some rest tonight. Quite tiring work today, Ikami and Yoshino nodded, and the three of them continued to go to the other stables. Ars bought the same equipment as the previous cage. After the process was complete, the three of them walked back together while discussing the issue of selling prices for various goods, especially for the livestock section. Chapter 100, Return and Report the next day. New World, Prudence Kingdom, Port. Hashirama, the quota has been filled. Ina immediately reported to Hashirama, who was at the location. We can close the registration now, I understand. Hashirama nodded, and his gaze immediately looked at the crowd, and using his chakra, Hashirama increased the volume of his voice. Attention everyone. Hashirama's shout immediately got the attention of everyone who was there, especially the people who were currently lining up. The quota for the recruitment of workers is currently sufficient. For those who have not received their quota, we apologize profusely. The residents who heard this had their faces shocked when they heard this and then turned sad. Please don't be sad, Lowellman suddenly came forward and said, even though the recruiting is over this time. However, in the future, we will be recruiting again. Please wait for news regarding recruitment. We have plans to recruit tens of thousands of employees to work in our business empire. Currently, we have only recruited hundreds of people, and you still have a chance because the quota we have prepared is still very large. The sad faces of the residents who heard Hashirama's words immediately turned back to calm after listening to Lowellman's words. For those who have been accepted to work in our kingdom, please prepare your things. Within an hour from now, I hope you guys are gathered here. We'll be sailing soon. You can use this 1 hour to say goodbye, and also tidy up the things you have, Hashirama said loudly again. The residents who have been accepted to work have all prepared clothes and have also said goodbye to their families, especially for the workers who were accepted yesterday. Meanwhile, the newly hired workers have returned to their homes to prepare themselves. You guys don't put on such sad faces, Ren suddenly said in a proud tone. In the next few days, the Department of Population led by me will be opening job vacancies soon. I only accept people who have intelligence and are also able to operate data well. For anyone who has these skills, please prepare yourself. I will only accept 25 people to work in my department. Oh. Everyone who heard Ren's words immediately shouted excitedly, especially the citizens who were experts in the field of documents and others. They didn't think there would be time for them to appear. After successfully announcing this, Lowellman immediately went to the royal palace to say goodbye, while Hashirama and the others began to tidy up the various equipment they had previously used while helping the workers who had been received earlier to board the ship. Even though the registration of the workers had been completed, however, the period there had not disbanded at all. They still remained there and hoped that there would be a miracle that a quota might be opened for them. The workers who have been hired have a fair amount of variety from their previous jobs. Some were previously farmers, some were previously only cultivators of the fields, some were previously pirates, and some were even marines. For the pirates who have been accepted, the person is so happy that he even quickly prepares his goods and waits patiently to get on the ship. As for the marines who had been accepted, they without hesitation left the marines in front of Ina and the others. After leaving, they immediately packed up all their belongings as well as shared this information with their families with pleasure. Finally, 1 hour has passed. All the workers who have been accepted have boarded the ship. Meanwhile, Lowellman and the others were at the harbor, and currently, Elizabeth II, Dagama, Ru, along with the other higher-ups of the Prudence Kingdom were there. Again, thanks for the help you've been given, King of Prudence. I will pass this information on to His Majesty, Lowellman said with a polite smile. Ha ha ha. It's a common thing. Elizabeth II smiled excitedly and continued, if you have the desire to do activities like this, please contact me directly so I can prepare all his needs, while also announcing this. Incidentally, in the next few days, we'll likely do it, Lowellman said. Possibility? Dagama asked in confusion. The Department of Population led by Rin will soon be established and start its operations. This is because at the end of the month, Our party will make a voyage to Water 7 Island to pick up the workers who have got the house that has been promised to them. This causes the registration of the population to be immediately carried out, and the residence card must also be issued immediately. I see. Elizabeth II nodded. What about the construction of your government system? Loelmina asked with interest as she looked at the higher-ups of the Protence Kingdom who were coming along. I think it will slowly be completed soon, right? Sure. Elizabeth II nodded. It's quite difficult to build. Before I thought it was easy, however. It's very different from what I expected. Ha 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 ha. That's a common thing, Hashirama said with an excited laugh, then continued. By the way, King of Protons. Don't forget to update about that happy days? Loelmina and the others were confused about this. Cough. Regarding that, don't worry, Mr. Hashiramaru said with a grin, if the appointed day has been prepared, we will inform you immediately. That's right. Dagama nodded and looked at Elizabeth II. Your Majesty, you must reduce the intensity of your work. Let me take care of the development of the government system. Your Majesty just needs to focus on the wedding we want to have. Wedding? Everyone there exclaimed with surprised faces. This is very happy news, Kaguya said with a smile. I hope to get an invitation on that happy day, of course. Although Elizabeth II was very embarrassed to hear this, however, as a king, he didn't want to show his personality. You are important guests of our kingdom. I will definitely invite you guys and prepare the best place. We will wait for him. Oh yes. Regarding the ship used today to carry the cows we ordered, we will return them as soon as we have finished moving the cows to our stables. Besides, regarding the payment related to the cows, we will pay it after we return. Hashirama will bring the money that will be used to pay for it. I understand. Elizabeth II nodded. Loelmina said with a smile, then we'll say goodbye. See you later, King of Protons. Loelmina gave a graceful salute and then turned to leave the location along with the other higher-ups of the Protons Kingdom. Elizabeth II sighed and looked at Loelmina. She is very suitable to be the queen of the Fortis Kingdom. You thought about it too? Dagama asked with great interest, and his gaze stared at the other female high-ranking officials. Not only her, but almost every single woman who holds a high position in the Fortis Kingdom has the qualifications to become a queen. I wonder who King Fortis will choose as his life partner in the future. That would definitely make the whole world go into an uproar, Ru said calmly. Right now King Fortis is becoming an idol for all women. I'm sure, wherever he goes, there will be many women who follow him. Handsome, charisma, intelligent, and also has a very great mentality, Elizabeth II said. He is a king figure who is greater than me. Usually if a king praises a king of a kingdom, the king's subordinates would not accept it and would prefer to praise their own king. However, in the current case, everyone doesn't think so. Because everyone and even the whole world today has the thought that ours is a very great king figure. By the way, how about the drafting of the cooperation agreement that we will sign with the Hyuga Kingdom and Amazon Lily Kingdom? Has it been done? It's finished, Your Majesty. Dagama nodded. The signing of the cooperation agreement can be done tomorrow. The Hyuga Kingdom and Amazon Lily Kingdom have also prepared a letter of agreement on their side. They also gladly accepted our kingdom as a venue to serve as the venue for signing the cooperation agreement. We currently only need to prepare a place and also a food treat that will be eaten tomorrow. We have to prepare as best we can. Even though it's not as good as the Fortis Kingdom, at the very least, we have to entertain them to the best of our ability. Good job. Elizabeth II nodded. Your Majesty, should this news be made known to the citizens? Ru asked with great interest. Break this news so that the citizens can come to welcome the higher-ups from the Hyuga Kingdom and the Amazon Lily Kingdom who will be arriving tomorrow in our kingdom. We have to make this welcoming event as lively as ever. I understand. Ru nodded and immediately left the location. We also have to come back soon to prepare everything for tomorrow. Dagama and the newly appointed higher-ups of the Protons Kingdom nodded and immediately left the port. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Port of Ship Construction Department. Finally arrived, Hashirama exclaimed with an excited face, then looked at his clone. You guys go take the cows to the stable. You guys stay there until someone in charge comes to help make arrangements there. We understand. The clones nodded. Nezuko, Megumi, Ishiki. I will go to give a report on our activities to ours. You help the workers to make adjustments to the housing they will live in. We understand. Ishiki, Megumi, and Nezuko nodded. Everyone finally got off the ship. The group is divided into three. Loelmina's first group, Rin, Hashirama, Kaguya, Ina, Shina, and Jin immediately returned to the royal palace. The second group of Megumi, Ishiki, and Nezuko who went to the building where the workers lived. While the last group is a clone whose job is to guide the newly acquired cows to the cage that has been prepared. When the workers first saw the house that would be given to them, their faces look very happy. There were excited cheers from some of the workers. Even though they knew that there was no way the Fortis Kingdom would lie to them. However, they finally really believed that what was said to them was the truth. Loelmina and the others did not rebuke their actions, because they know it's only part of the joy and gratitude the workers have. Right in front of the royal palace gate, the first group and the second group immediately separated themselves. The first group went straight to the royal palace while the second group went straight to the building where the workers lived. Loelmina and the others immediately went to R's study, which was on the first floor. Although Kaguya, Rin, Jin, and Shina were not asked to be involved in this task. However, they wanted to hear the reports as well as the conversations that took place. Especially this task itself has something to do with Kaguya and Rin. Even though the two of them didn't get the task, however, they had also been seen in it. By the time they entered Ars's office, there was already seen Ars along with Ikumi and Yoshino who were there. The two women sat relaxed on the sofa in the room while eating snacks that Nakamura made for them, while Ars was currently at his desk doing some reviewing something. The arrival of Hashirama and the others immediately stopped the activities of Ars and the others. "You guys are finally back. Welcome back home, guys." Ars immediately greeted them with a smile. "Ha ha ha ha. Nice to be back home." Hashirama excitedly laughed. "How are you, Ars?" "As usual, I'm in good shape." Ars nodded and looked at Ikumi and Yoshino. "Ikumi, Yoshino. Come here." Ikumi and Yoshino immediately rose from their seats and stood next to Hashirama and the others. Hashirama, Rin, Iowa, Jin, Shina, and Kaguya. Ars called their names one by one. "They are both our friends who just came, and I'm sure you guys already know it from Iowa." The two of them were Ikumi as well as Yoshino. "I hope you two can be good friends." Loelmina immediately stepped forward and immediately raised her hand. "Hello, I'm Loelmina. You two can call me Iowa like everyone else. I hold the position of head of the Department of Foreign Relations." "Nice to meet you." Ikumi immediately shook his hand and said, "Maido Ikumi. Head of the Department of Animal Husbandry." "Nice to meet you, too." Loelmina then continued to Yoshino, "Nice to meet you too. My name is Yoshino Yuki. You can call Yuki. I prefer to be called by my first name. I hold the position of deputy head of the cattle section of the Animal Husbandry Department," Yoshino said excitedly. "I see." Loelmina nodded. After Loelmina introduced herself, Hashirama and the others successively introduced themselves. "Alright." Ars then clapped his hands, which caught everyone's attention. Ars then looked at Ikumi and Yoshino. "There are still 3 more people you two still don't know. The 3 of them are Megumi, Ishiki and Nezuko. The 3 are probably currently working on the issue of where the workers live. You'll get to know him later." Ikumi and Yoshino nodded and didn't mind this. Ars' gaze then looked at Ina. "Ina, please report the assignment." Ina nodded and said, "We have successfully recruited 235 workers. Among the 235 people, there are 225 workers who work in the Ministry of Agriculture, while there are 10 workers who will later work in the Ministry of Animal Husbandry. Among the 235 workers, there are 69 ordinary workers, while there are 166 contract workers." "Ordinary worker? Contract workers?" Yoshino asked in confusion. "When recruiting workers, we divide workers into 2. Ordinary workers and contract workers," Kaguya said calmly. "Ordinary workers are workers who are paid their salaries within a set deadline, or it can be said that it is almost the same as ordinary workers. Meanwhile, contract workers are workers who are paid their salaries in full at the beginning of their work. We usually pay them 3 months directly, which can help them to support their family life when they leave their family for a certain time." "I see." Ikumi and Yoshino nodded. "What about the problem of dividing the house they will get?" asked Ars. "HMPH." Rin sniffed proudly as she stepped forward. "You should give money regarding the errand trip, Ars duty travel money." "Why?" Ars asked with interest. "Rin has taken part in the task this time," Ars Shina said with a smile. "On the second day we did the recruitment. Rin helped by keeping records of the workers as well as recording the identity of their families. Currently, Rin has all the data on the workers and only needs to input it into the computer." "How's Ars? Do you think I'm lazy at work?" Rin said proudly. "That's great news. That way, you don't have to do a lot of extra work while here." Ars nodded and looked at Kaguya. "You can give him the same money that Hashirama and the others earned, I see." Kaguya nodded. Ars' gaze stared back at Rin. "Well, Rin, how is it divided?" Rin immediately opened his note happily and then said, "Of the 235 workers we have recruited, there are 115 workers who will later get a second type of house, while there are 120 workers who will later get a third type of house." Ars nodded and said, "Thanks for the information." "Oh yes. Currently, there are 5 units of the second type of housing and 5 units of the third type of housing that can be occupied. Rin, you can go and arrange who will occupy the house now. Isn't there anything else you want to say besides that?" Rin asked while crossing her arms. "Other thing?" Ars asked while raising his brow. That's probably about the construction of the population department office, Arsjin said. HMPH. Rin sniffed and looked at Ars. What about that? Ars asked. Well, I do currently have plans to speed up the construction of the Department of Population Office. Especially regarding my plans at the end of the month. We will pick up the family members of the workers on Water 7 Island. However, I haven't decided on the location for the construction of the population department myself. Ars paused and continued. The plan is this afternoon, I will go to the urban area to do a survey of the construction site for the Department of Population. Rin was immediately excited to hear this. However, she didn't say anything because she was embarrassed enough for her to say that she wanted to go together. Do you have someone who will accompany you to go on a review? Sheena asked with great interest. I plan to go with Rin. Ars said. This is related to her office. She also has to contribute regarding the selection of land for the construction of her office. However, if she has other duties or activities not. Rin shouted and said, I don't have any work to do. Rin instantly woke up and then looked at Ars shyly. HMP. Don't get me wrong, Ars. I didn't want to come because I wanted to go with you. It is my duty and it is also you who invited him. Do not take it wrong, you have the task of placing workers and also inputting data. Can you finish the task before lunch? The assignment of placement can be done at this time. While the data input task can be done when the location selection is finished, Rin said calmly, then suddenly her face turned into a frown. Why, Ars? Don't you want to go with me? Ars sighed. Alright. The two of us will go out together this afternoon to do some reconnaissance. However, complete the task for the current job placement. HMPH. Stay cool. Do you think I'm a lazy person? Ren immediately turned around and walked away. Well then I'll go first. See you again. It's hard to deal with that woman. Ars sighed tiredly. Sheena chuckled softly. That's how it is, Rin. Ars. Ikumi suddenly called out, what about the cow thing that was ordered earlier? Oh yeah. Ars suddenly woke up and looked at Hashirama and the others. How about that? We haven't paid for it either, have we? How much does the Prudence Kingdom want? We have obtained the cows and now Hashirama's clone has brought the cows to the stables in the farm area. Loyalmana immediately replied, the Kingdom of Prudence sold us each unit of cows for 3 million berries, and with a total of 300 cows we got. We have to pay them 900 million berries, and coupled with ordering milk glasses for them, it's worth 1 billion berries. Ars continued and looked at Kaguya. Prepare 1 billion funds for us to pay to the Prudence Kingdom and give it to Hashirama. Ars gaze then turned to Hashirama. Once your funds have been obtained, you fly straight to the Prudence Kingdom to pay for all these things. Regarding the ship used to carry the cows, leave your clones in charge of carrying them. I understand. Hashirama nodded. Ars gaze then looked at Ikumi and Yoshino. You two can already go to the cowshed to help in managing the cows brought by Hashirama's clones. We understand. Ikumi and Yoshino nodded and immediately left the room. Ars gaze then looked back at his friends. Well, is there another report? There, Jin suddenly said, which made Hashirama sweat. Hashirama almost made a stupid decision. Stupid decision? Ars and the others raised their eyebrows and looked at Hashirama. What stupid decision did Hashirama almost make? Sheena asked with great interest. Hashirama almost accepted the battle offer Vice Admiral Garp gave him, Jin said calmly, then continued. Lucky before this idiot accepted. I've stopped it. He really doesn't think about how much work we have to do here. I'm sorry. Hashirama immediately lowered his head with a regretful face. Ars sighed and continued. I myself am not too lazy for you to fight anyone, Hashirama. However, you also need to pay attention to the current condition. Right now in this kingdom only you have the fighting power. You have to slowly start lowering the world's view of you so people don't have the thought that the Fortis Kingdom only has you right now. Especially it would be very dangerous if the world government got this idea. They will definitely do anything to destroy us. Be patient. Resist the urge to fight. At least, wait until there are 2 to 3 people working in the fighting division come. You are free to do what you want as long as the tasks you have can be completed. Lucky you're with him, Janina said with a sigh. With Hashirama's personality, this person will definitely accept the offer. You have to remember, Hashirama. You have a promise that you must keep with Juichiru. Sheena said, I think Juichiru must be looking forward to the day he will go to a cooking fight with the chef of the Whitebeard pirate group. That person is really very excited. Ars nodded. You can find him in the library. Maybe this time library? Sheena and the others were surprised to hear this. So excited he is. That person is currently in the library gathering information regarding the people of Whitebeard's pirate group. After doing his job, if not doing a cooking match with Kojiro or Nakamura, he will go to the library to read books to get information, as well as he reads books about foodstuffs that he is not familiar with. Ars paused for a moment and continued, well, it's not just him. But Kojiro and Nakamura are also almost the same. Due to their defeat to Juichiru, both of them currently knew that the thing that caused them both to lose was due to lack of information, especially regarding food ingredients. The two of them also, almost whenever they had free time, they would lock themselves in the library to read books. You may find them currently in the library. It will be interesting to see, Kaguya muttered with a smile. I'm so glad they like books, Shina said excitedly. Ars gaze then looked at Hashirama. You might be able to go straight to the gravity room after this. Rayleigh is still very diligent in training, and he previously told me he is slowly gaining momentum. He got it already? As expected of the former right hand of the Pirate King, Hashirama said excitedly. Momentum? Jin asked, what do you mean about the momentum of high-level spiritual energy control? Yes. This morning I spoke to him and he said that he is slowly gaining momentum and just needs some development to get to that stage. Is that old man really that much of a genius? Ina asked. I told you, didn't I? Rayleigh is a very genius person. Hashirama nodded. Well, do you have any other reports to submit? Ars asked with great interest. Their Loilmana suddenly said, I heard from the King of Prudence, that tomorrow King Neptune and Empress Amazon Lily will visit the Kingdom of Prudence to sign a cooperation. Oh? That fast? Ars asked curiously. Shouldn't you be happy with this information, Ars? Sheena asked. Of course I'm happy, Sheena. Ars smiled, only, I didn't expect that they would make a move this fast. Oh, yeah, what about the government system of the Prudence Kingdom, Iowa? Has it been successfully built? According to the King of Prudence, he's only finished half of it. Still half the department currently still doesn't have anyone to take care of it. Loelmana paused and continued. Besides, there is also news regarding the Prudence King's upcoming wedding. Wedding? Well, Elizabeth II is now over 40 years old. He already has to find a partner to pass on his kingdom. Ars nodded and continued. When is the event? There is still no exact date, Kaguya answered. However, as long as the date is set, we'll get the news right away. Are we coming, Ars? Sheena asked curiously. Of course. Ars nodded. All the higher-ups who don't have jobs will attend the event. Even you will attend too? Ina asked. Of course. Isn't that a certainty? A king of the kingdom who builds a cooperative relationship with us is getting married. A king from a kingdom that has a working relationship with his kingdom should attend as well, right? That's the etiquette. Well, Aries. Usually at such events, important people have to have a partner. Hashirama immediately said with a grin. Who are you going to bring with you? Instantly Loelmana and the others immediately stood up straight and looked at Ars with pleading eyes. There is no such thing as such, Ars said flatly. I am not obliged to bring a partner and such. We can just attend like that without bringing a partner. Che boring for me but not for me, Ars said calmly again. Okay. If there is nothing else you need to report, you guys can come back. You also have to give away your previously used equipment. I also still have to review these documents. They all nodded and immediately left Ars alone there, who was currently working again. Chapter 101, The Destruction of the Dressrosa Kingdom. Red Line, Marijoa, empty throne room. I've got the information, Imu said in a cold tone. I think it's time for that Dressrosa Kingdom to disappear from this world. Disappear? The Grosai were shocked by the information. Imu-sama, won't you consider this? Masato said, still his face wasn't raised but kept his head down. The Dressrosa Kingdom has currently established a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom side. If we attack the Dressrosa Kingdom, we will likely get a counterattack from the Fortis Kingdom. There's no need to worry about that, Imu said back, even though Doflamingo said that to you. However, currently the Fortis Kingdom has yet to confirm this. This means that currently there have been several talks conducted by both parties, but there has not been a complete agreement. However, if we attack now, we will still get a counterattack from the Fortis Kingdom. That has also been confirmed through Doflamingo, Ogata said. Yes. That's right, Imu nodded. However, if we attack on a small scale, it would be a different story if we used a large-scale attack. Wait. Do you want? We don't need to hold back anymore, Imu said coldly. That person's family dared to betray their people, and then given the chance, they betrayed us again. They don't need to apologize anymore. It is time for the Dressrosa Kingdom to disappear from this world, just like God Valley Island a few years ago. Imu immediately got up from his seat and left the room with a cold face. It's over. Noda said with a sigh. We can't stop Imu-sama's decision, Masato said coldly. Also, this is an advantage for our side. With the destruction of the Dressrosa Kingdom, the aliases possessed by the Fortis Kingdom will decrease even more than before. However, this is also a loss for our side, Ogata said. We have to look back for the weapons purchase band and others. That's an easy matter, Yasunori said coldly, rather than letting the Fortis Kingdom grow into a power that would threaten our very existence even more. We'd better destroy it. Let the Cypher Pol Zero agents manage the issue of purchasing the weapons. With our intelligence network, it will be very easy for us to find other cities, Sonoda said calmly. With his disappearance, Doflamingo. We also have to find the replacement 7 warlords of the sea, Masato said. This will be quite difficult, especially now that finding one to replace Hancock's departure is very difficult, let alone finding 2. Luckily Jinbei still maintains his status, Yasunori said. Jinbei wouldn't dare withdraw his status, Ogata said. Jinbei himself is not a king and he is only a guard commander of the Ryugu kingdom. If he relinquishes his title as a 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbei will get chased by the Marines. Although the Fortis kingdom has a cooperative relationship with the Ryugu kingdom, surely the Fortis kingdom would not protect the pirate group. Jinbei knew about it and didn't dare to give up his post. He is one of the intelligent fishman race. At least he is also one who obeys orders, Masato added mockingly. Speaking of the destruction of Dressrosa, Sonoda said again, we have to arrange news regarding the destruction of this kingdom. We can't let the world know about us possessing one of the ancient weapons. All parties will definitely reject our existence, not. Ogata said coldly, let the world know about this, this can also increase our percentage in the eyes of the world. Imusama didn't ask us to keep this a secret either. With the world knowing that we have the ancient weapon, our former percentage will be rebuilt. That's right, Noda said coldly, we were able to orchestrate our actions using ancient weapons to destroy the kingdom of Dressrosa because this kingdom boldly carried out experiments that endangered the whole world and we could only take such action. We can set the stage that we are the heroes and the kingdom of Dressrosa is the villain. Then call Morgans now. We have to arrange it immediately. Don't let that stupid bird set up stupid news about us again. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, 2nd floor, dining room. Myrdars immediately stopped eating and looked at Myrd. For the next 2 days, you are shifting the task from the workers who are currently building the warehouses belonging to the Department of Animal Husbandry and the Department of Agriculture. Where should I shift their work? Myrd asked politely. You will shift their work to the construction of the Department of Population. Department of Population? Will it be built now? Isn't that the plan later? Kajun asked with great interest. That was the previous plan. However, there has been a change of plans that necessitated changing it. Ars said calmly, at the end of the month, I have a plan to pick up the members from the workers who already got the house. This causes the Department of Population to operate immediately. I see. Kajun nodded. Has the location been determined? Myrd asked calmly. Not yet. The plan is that after this meal, I'll go along with Rin to sort out the location issue. Later, after the location has been determined, Hashirama will clear the trees in the surrounding area, then you can start construction. I see. Myrd nodded. Your Majesty, Ikumi suddenly spoke up, regarding our previous request. Oh yes. I forgot. Thanks for reminding. Ars nodded and looked at Hashirama. Hashirama, you don't have any errands to do after this, do you? Sure, Hashirama nodded. Maybe just helping Rayleigh train. He's almost at the point of mastery. You don't have to watch over me anymore, Hashirama Rayleigh said calmly. I can do it myself, so? Oh, if that's the case. I really don't have any duties, said Hashirama. Well, then. Please go to this grass island which is close to ours. Grass island? What do you want to do there? Hashirama asked in confusion. You will cut and take the grass that is there to be used as cattle feed. The leaves that we collected earlier were not sufficient to be used as feed for cows because they were only of low quality. Cows that produce good meat must receive good feed as well as grass, hay and various types of plants. This is what Ikumi and Yoshino asked for. I see. Hashirama nodded and said, do we have the island's eternal pose? Sure. Ars nodded. I have it prepared. You can pick it up directly in the storage warehouse in the eternal pose storage area. I've kept it there. I see. Hashirama nodded seriously. Hashirama's gaze then turned to Rayleigh. Hey, Rayleigh. How about you come with me? At the same time, you can use this time to practice flying techniques. Come along? That's a good idea. Rayleigh nodded. Hey, Hashirama. How about your previous promise? Juichiru suddenly opened his voice. Oh, yeah. Hashirama immediately looked at Juichiru and said, I will contact Marco first to inform him of our arrival. So that they too are ready to welcome us. Mark? Shaki asked while raising his brow. What do you mean, Marco, who is the commander of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division? Juichiru has the desire to have a cooking match with a cook, Kojiro said. Hashirama just so happens to have an acquaintance and he offers it. To think that Hashirama's acquaintance was Whitebeard's pirate group, Nezuko added. By the way, Hashirama. Have you returned the ship belonging to the Prudence Kingdom? Lowellman asked while looking at Hashirama. Yes, Hashirama nodded. I just got the memory of the clone on duty and the ships have been returned. What about the problem of buying milk bottles? When is the milk bottle coming soon? Yoshino asked. We can't. Before Lowellman could finish her sentence, Hashirama had cut her off. Not. We already figured it out, Hashirama said. When I paid in advance, The King of Prudence told me that they can prepare all the supply of milk bottles we asked for within 1 week from now. 1 week from now. That's pretty fast considering the number of bottles of milk we ordered for him, Sheena said. That means we only need to wait another week, right? Well, it's not a long time, Yoshino said with a smile. They all continued their leisurely lunch. After lunch was over, everyone went straight to their respective activities. As for Ars himself, he immediately went with Rin to the urban area to conduct a survey of the location that would later be used to build the Department of Population. New World, Dressrosa Kingdom, Royal Palace. Fufafu just one more order to carry out. After that, the Kingdom of Dressrosa will have a cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Fortis. Doflamingo laughed excitedly while looking at his kingdom through his window. It's thanks to you, Daffy Diamondi said with a smile, because you're a charismatic king. We can really build a cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Fortis. Not. It was thanks to your suggestion, Diamante. Doflamingo laughed, then turned to look at one of his higher-ups. Diamante, thanks to you for helping me get here, I wouldn't have been able to do it. No, it's because of you, Daffy. I'm just an ordinary person who follows your orders. No. You are the best, Diamante. You are the most genius person. No. It's because of you, Daffy. You are such a great king that you can even lead the Kingdom of Dressrosa up to this point. Daffy's smile faded, then his face smiled again. Okay, if you say so. I'll take your compliments. Daffy Diamond suddenly cut him off. Daffy. Are we really going to let the toys go? Treble asked with a smile. Of course, Doflamingo smirked. That is one way that we can establish a cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Fortis. Nevertheless, Daffy. We have to spare the others. Pika suddenly spoke up. Yes. That was the plan, and later on, the people of the world government will still be our slaves. Doflamingo's smile flashed a grin and his face immediately turned serious. Not only him but the higher-ups of the entire Doflamingo family who could use observation hockey, their faces instantly changed at the same time. They all felt a very dangerous threat, or could be said to be a death threat. The sky that was previously bright and the sunlight that shone on the sky instantly turned very dark with lightning flashing in various places. Storm? Is there going to be a storm soon? Very scary. Dad, I'm scared. Look. There's something in the sky. Exclaimed a resident from the Dressrosa Kingdom. The reporters who were currently in the Dressrosa Kingdom instantly raised their cameras and immediately picked up the enormous object that was currently flying in the sky of the Dressrosa Kingdom. What? Doflamingo, who saw the object, his face immediately turned full of fear. Damn. How could it be? What happened, Daffy? Diamonette asked with a face full of doubt. This is very dangerous, Doflamingo said with a face full of fear and looked at Pika. Pika. Hurry up and use your abilities to protect this island. Now. Doflamingo shouted very loudly. Along with the shout, Doflamingo immediately jumped from his royal palace and immediately used the Ito no Mi fruit to stand in the sky and then released the strongest ability of his devil fruit, namely the bird cage. Young master? The higher-ups of the Doflamingo family who saw Doflamingo's actions were very surprised. Pika, who saw this, immediately entered the royal palace and began to control the stones around him. Violet, who sensed that something very big was about to happen as well as herself, could see that there was a very large object in the sky. Violet quickly used her devil fruit ability and looked through the clouds. What? Violet's face immediately turned frightened when she saw the object above the cloud. However, they were both late. Even if the two of them could use their strongest abilities to protect the Dressrosa Kingdom, it's impossible to do. Because several beams of light immediately fell from the sky and quickly touched the Dressrosa Kingdom. Boom. Big explosion happened. The Kingdom of Dressrosa, that was previously beautiful and also full of laughter, has now disappeared from all over the world. Even the ships around the Dressrosa Kingdom were destroyed by the attack of something very large in the sky of the Dressrosa Kingdom. Meanwhile, this incident itself was seen by several ships that would soon land in the Kingdom of Dressrosa to conduct trade or carry out their own activities. This Dressrosa Island. What really happened? Who did this? Disappear. Everyone who watched the incident was rendered speechless, unable to say anything. Meanwhile, several journalists who witnessed the incident quickly took pictures and notified their headquarters. The sky that was previously cloudy and full of lightning suddenly disappeared along with the large object. Today is February 20th, 1520. Dressrosa Island has disappeared from the One Piece world. Not a single person who was previously on Dressrosa Island survived. All died as a result of the attack. Chapter 102, News of the Fall of the Dressrosa Kingdom. News of the destruction of Dressrosa Island quickly spread throughout the world. Everyone who read the news was immediately shocked by the content of the news released by Morgans. The main content of the news itself is only twofold. The first is the actions of the Dressrosa Kingdom, which develops deadly weapons that can harm the entire world's citizens, and the second is the actions of the world government, which uses ancient weapons to destroy the Dressrosa Kingdom in one attack. There are many circles, especially the cloud community, who are very surprised by this information, especially regarding the news about the Dressrosa Kingdom, which is currently developing a very lethal weapon. While there are small groups who know that the information regarding the development of lethal weapons is only a diversion of issues by the world government. The ones who knew about this were the emperors of the ocean, the 7 warlords of the sea, the revolutionary army, as well as several others. The diversion of this issue is so that the world government can claim ownership of the ancient weapon and they can show it to the public. However, even so, with the possession of these ancient weapons, there are many different responses from various circles. Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Supreme Meeting Room. All the top Marines are currently gathered there. After Sengoku received the news, Sengoku quickly gathered all the top Marines. Virgo, who incidentally was a spy from Doflamingo's side, even took part in the meeting. Now Virgo doesn't know what to do anymore. The moment he got the news, Virgo without thinking immediately contacted Doflamingo as well as the other higher-ups of the Don Quixote family. However, the results he got took him by surprise. Neither of them picked up the phone. Virgo can only draw one conclusion, that at this time, the Dressrosa Kingdom as well as the Doflamingo family have been destroyed by the world government. I'm sure you've read the news that Morgan circulated today, right? Sengoku's face was grim as he said quietly, I just sent Momonga to go investigate this. The result, as stated in the paper, Dressrosa Island has now disappeared. The eternal pose that was pointing towards Dressrosa Island was no longer showing the way there. The island was completely destroyed by the world government. This is really very shocking. Tsuru said in a deep tone, I never thought that the world government would actually have such a weapon. They are the ones behind the disappearance of God Valley Island. Garp said in a very serious tone. God Valley Island? The Marines who were in the Akainu era and below were very confused by the mention of the island. It was the first time they had heard of it. You are confused because you don't know this, Sengoku said. God Valley Island is an island in a new world territory and the island has now disappeared from the map. Even the history of the island itself has been erased by the world government due to various reasons. Reason. Garp several years ago had tried to find the existence of the island again, however, the results did not find anything. Garp couldn't find the island's whereabouts, and also the eternal pose leading to the island has been spinning around aimlessly, just like the current situation of Dressrosa Island. What happened on that island, God Valley? One of the vice admirals asked seriously. That island is a place where the battle is very. Let me explain to them. Sengoku. Garp suddenly cut him off. Are you okay with explaining this to them? Sengoku asked while looking at Garp. Don't you really want to talk about this matter? If the events that happened to Dressrosa Island had not happened, I would definitely not have discussed this and it would be better to get rid of it. However, Garp's gaze became very serious. The same situation as Island God Valley has already repeated itself. It is better for the young Navy to know what happened. Even though it was a black stain on my career as a Marine. I have no problem telling them that. This is also an educational material for them. If it's hard for you to say, let Sengoku and I explain. Tsuru said calmly, after all, you've been covering it up all this time. I'm sure you will find it difficult to explain to them. Thank you, Tsuru-chan. Garp smiled and continued, but, no. Let me tell them myself. Garp's gaze stared at all the young Marines. All the Marines are very focused right now. Because this relates to Garp, especially regarding the black spots that Garp did not want to be told throughout his career. It started. Grand Line, Dressrosa Kingdom, Bricks Works Headquarters, Leader's Room. The world government actually has that weapon? Crocodile was taken aback by the information. There are 3 ancient weapons. Pluto, Poseidon, and Uranus. According to the description, the ancient weapon owned by the world government should be Uranus. Crocodile's face broke into a grin with excitement. The power of this weapon. Very strong. I have to get one of them soon to be able to carry out my plan. Crocodile's gaze immediately became serious as he held the newspaper tightly. It's time to introduce myself to the stupid underlings. I need to get an ancient weapon from Nefertari Vivi's family immediately. New World, Wano Kuni Kingdom, Onigashima Island. Whoa, they really have weapons like that? Kdu, who just read the news, just laughed excitedly. Should have been when we were caught by them first. We did a search. Maybe we can find the weapon, don't you think, King? I think it will be difficult, Kdu-san. King said calmly. Besides, I believe that even the Marines themselves don't know about the existence of this ancient weapon, and only the higher-ups of the world government know about its existence. We have to start being careful, Kdu-san. Queen said with a face full of fear, especially for you, Kdu-san. If you dare to seek trouble with the world government, I'm afraid we'll be their target after this. Kdu didn't reply and just laughed at the queen's words. Accept your fate, Joker. This is the result of you daring to betray me and going to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. Kdu's gaze then turned to King. King, ancient weapon. There should be 3, right? That's right, King nodded. According to the knowledge my tribe has, the ancient weapons consisted of Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus. Pluton is a kind of large warship that can destroy an island in just one attack. Poseidon is a mermaid princess who can control the Sea King, while Uranus itself is a large flying ship that can fire an attack that destroys an island. King paused and looked at the newspaper. From the description and the way the attack was carried out, the ancient weapon owned by the world government is probably Uranus. That means there's still Poseidon and Pluton left undiscovered, right? Queen asked, then looked at Jack. Jack, you are from Fishman Island. Do you know about this? I don't know about this, big brother. Queen Jack shook his head. However, if it's from Fishman Island, how about we go attack now? We have to get to that. Do not do it. Kdu shouted loudly while glaring at Jack. Even though I really like your idea, Jack. However, don't do something stupid like that again. Fishman Island is currently under the protection of the Fortis Kingdom. The Fortis Kingdom is the same as the world government. They possessed ancient weapons with the same level of destructive power as the 3 ancient weapons. If we attack Fishman Island, we will be attacked by them. It's not time yet. Kdu paused and continued. How about the search for ancient weapons in the South Blue and North Blue regions? Still no progress? Still no information from the Ouroboros, Kdu-san. King said calmly. I have contacted them and they all say negative. Each island has no weapons or anything related to these weapons. I think those swords are probably no longer on land, Kdu-san. Queen said calmly. There is a possibility that the swords are already buried at the bottom of the ocean and it is very difficult to find them unless we have people from the Fishman race. Fishman race? Kdu narrowed his eyes and looked at Jack. Jack, do you have a fishman acquaintance who hasn't eaten a devil fruit yet? A fishman acquaintance? Jack muttered under his breath. I only know the Sun Pirates who are currently led by Jimby, the 7 warlords of the sea. However, it's impossible for us to recruit him, especially the Sun Pirates who are related to Whitebeard. Is that old man again? Kdu muttered. Then, King, send our troops and try to track whereabouts. Are there pirates with fishmen in it? If there is, you immediately ask to recruit that person at once. If there is a group of pirates who all consist of fishmen, you recruit them. We have to be able to take advantage of the abilities they have. I see, Kdu-san. King nodded and continued. What about Pluton, Kdu-san? Shall we do a search for that weapon? We're doing a search for that weapon? Do you have any knowledge of that weapon? Kdu asked back. Our tribe has little knowledge of that weapon. King nodded. Pluton is a very large warship with a destructive power of destroying an entire island with just one hit. The ship itself was built by shipwrights from Water 7 Island. Water 7 Island? Kdu frowned. It will be difficult, especially the island itself is likely to be under surveillance from the Fortis Kingdom. If we go on the offensive, the Fortis Kingdom won't let us go just like that. We can send spies to sneak inside, Kdu-san. King suddenly said. Right now the Galley Law Company's shipyard has been searching for some workers to work for their company. We could send some of our people inside to investigate the thing. I'm sure our actions will not ignite the fury of the Fortis Kingdom. As long as we don't mess up, the Fortis Kingdom won't attack us. Good idea. Kdu nodded and looked at Jack. Jack, you go and pick some of our great shipwrights and ask them to sneak into the Galley Law Company. They should be able to get information about Pluton and send it to us. I understand, Kdu-san. New World, Summer Island. This is completely unexpected, Ben Bachman commented in a very serious tone. The world government has ancient weapons. Hongo narrowed his eyes seriously. The topic raised regarding the deadly weapons made by the Dressrosa Kingdom must be just a diversion for the world government to claim the rights to the possession of ancient weapons. They also want to use this momentum to increase their influence after getting a crushing blow from the Fortis Kingdom. Lime Juice said seriously. 4 emperors, marines, and 7 warlords of the sea. Building Snake muttered. The current pattern of world power has changed. Previously the pattern of world power was held by the 4 emperors, marines, and 7 warlords of the sea. Currently it has changed to 4 emperors, Fortis Kingdom, world government, and navy. Currently the 7 warlords of the sea can no longer be the benchmark of current world power with the release of Boa Hancock and the death of Doflamingo. The power of the 7 warlords of the sea has weakened. Not the Fortis Kingdom, Ben Bachman suddenly said, although the strength of the Fortis Kingdom is truly terrifying and perhaps the strongest of them all. However, we cannot use the Fortis Kingdom as a benchmark. The one that enters the world power pattern is the Octagon Alliance. What are we going to do, boss? Yasup asked seriously while looking at Shanks. We need to increase our combat power immediately, Shanks said seriously. At the very least, we should also get one of the ancient weapons. Otherwise, we will be eliminated in this world's power pattern and our right to do something will be withheld by one party. That is something we cannot accept. Shanks then looked at Hongo. Is there no information regarding the discovery of the ancient weapon yet? Still not yet. Hongo shook his head. None of the islands our troops have visited the citizens of know about these weapons. Could it be that the weapon is currently buried under the sea? Bonkpuk muttered. Roar. Monsters said. It could happen, Ben Bachman said calmly. Besides, we've investigated in various places but couldn't find a common ground. It is possible that the swords are currently under the ocean. We can also reflect on the kingdom of Fortis. With such power, how could they not have found it yet? There is only one answer. The swords themselves are now buried under the ocean. The ocean. It will be difficult for us, Lucky Roo. The ocean has a very wide area and also has a very deep depth. Take, for example, the ocean area around Sayboundy Island. The ocean area there has a depth of up to 10 kilometers. No, Shanks suddenly said, we still have a chance to get it opportunity? All the main cadres stared at Shanks. I have an acquaintance on Fishman Island who has the ability to see into the future. We can ask him for help to see where the weapon is. How can that be done? Yasu passed while frowning. It can be done, Ben Bachman suddenly said. If what Shanks said is true, we can ask that person to see who got the sword in the near future and where. That way, we can get it first. Yes. Like that. Shanks nodded. However, is it okay for us to go there? Lucky Roo asked. Fishman Island is now under the protection of Whitebeard pirates and the Fortis Kingdom. You idiot. Roo, what are you thinking? Shanks asked with a grin. We didn't come because we wanted to do anything bad. We are just a visit to an old friend. Also, I know Neptune. I also want to say hi to him. I haven't been there in a long time. Also, I would like to meet my former vice captain again. Shanks got up from his seat and shouted, little kids. Prepare the ship. We will sail to Fishman Island. Oh. All his crew shouted excitedly and immediately got everything ready. Chapter 103, Law's Life Motivation Change New World, Moby Dick. Those old people. So, those who destroyed God Valley Island, Whitebeard muttered as he narrowed his eyes seriously. This is really very serious news, Oyaji Marco said seriously, with the world government having ancient weapons. We will always be dangerous all the time, don't be afraid, Whitebeard said seriously, even if the world government has ancient weapons on their side. However, they could not use it freely. The use of this weapon may have several reasons that we do not know, and it is only known by a few parties. Another thing is also to increase their percentage, especially in some time. Their good name has been destroyed by the Fortis Kingdom. The world government definitely wants to get the good name they have. Does that mean the Tropic of the destruction of the Dressrosa Kingdom is just a diversion of the issue of obtaining the ownership rights to that ancient weapon? Izo asked with a serious face. Gorara, you're right, Izo. Whitebeard nodded. If the world government used that ancient weapon and also claimed ownership of the rights to that ancient weapon without anything, surely there will be many people who are against this, especially from the side of the kings who have an alliance with them. However, it's a different story if there is an incident like the current one. By becoming heroes, they can win people's hearts and let them hold the rights to the weapons. Disgusting bastard. Ace shouted in annoyance. Is that something they had to do just to take possession of the gun? If it's the world government, it's not unusual. Whitebeard said calmly, because they used that weapon several decades ago by eliminating an island called God Valley. God Valley? Everyone muttered, even Marco himself was hearing the name of the island for the first time. Only one person whose gaze became very serious. That person was Teach. Zahahaha. The world government has one ancient weapon? This is something surprising. Were they the ones who destroyed God Valley Island tens of years ago? Unlucky. I have to quickly get to that fruit in order to start my plan. If it takes too long, the plans you want to make will be useless. How is Vista at the moment? Has he found any sign of the existence of the swords? Whitebeard asked. Vista just contacted me yesterday, Oyaji Thate said. He said he hasn't found any sign of the whereabouts of the swords. Our group should be able to get one of those swords, Whitebeard said seriously. The current world government has started to interfere in matters of this world's power pattern. Octagon, Emperor of the Ocean, Navy and World Government. The current pattern of the world has changed to the four major forces. The Octagon and the World Government already have ancient weapons. Only the Emperor of the Ocean and the Navy remained who had not obtained it. If we want to survive in this ocean and do our will freely, we should be able to get one of those ancient weapons. Whitebeard was a person who did not pursue power. But, that was then. It's different now. The current world government has begun to interfere with the pattern of power. If Whitebeard didn't move now, it was likely that their group would be eliminated sooner or later. New World, Whole Cake Island Kingdom. This is really very shocking. Oven said with a very gloomy face. The world government is really hiding something really scary like this. Daifuku added. We won't be completely safe from now on, Katakuri said very seriously. The world government could at any time come to attack us using that ancient weapon. If that happened, whole Cake Island could be destroyed in just one hit. No one can be saved. Katakuri paused for a moment and continued. The destruction that the Dressrosa Kingdom got was probably due to their desire to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. What do you mean, Katakuri? Big Mom asked with a face full of surprise upon hearing this. Not only him but his children as well, who were in the same room as him, had expressions full of confusion. Katakuri immediately explained the chronology of what happened a few days ago to everyone. Prospero quickly sighed. We were lucky. The Fortis Kingdom refuses to establish a cooperative relationship with our side. If they accept it, it is likely that we are now the target of the world government. Depends, Katakuri said calmly. Depends? What do you mean, big brother Katakuri? Smoothie asked curiously. The Dressrosa Kingdom has not yet fully established a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. Even so, they had obtained protection from them. However, I believe that the Fortis Kingdom will not attack the world government due to this action, especially since the cooperation agreement has not been signed. With the attitude that King Fortis has, he definitely wouldn't care about what's going on right now. Katakuri paused and continued. However, the case would be different if the Kingdom of Dressrosa had signed a cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Fortis. They will definitely counterattack. The Dewey government must have considered this, and because of it they dared to attack the Dressrosa Kingdom. Mama. Prospero suddenly turned around and looked at Big Mom. We need to get one of those ancient weapons soon, Mama. The pattern of today's world has changed. If we don't get any of those ancient weapons, we will not be able to defend our current home. Yes, Big Mom nodded while narrowing her eyes. We have to get it before the others get it. Send the whole army. Those of you who don't have jobs also go on a quest. Land, ocean and sky. All the places we had to look for. We have to get those weapons. New World, Baltigo, Revolutionary Army Headquarters, Meeting Room. This is something bad for us. Dragon said with a gloomy face. I never thought that the world government would hide such a terrifying weapon. Don't we have a way to remove possession of the ancient weapon? Koala asked with a gloomy face but also very serious. That would be difficult to do, Lindbergh said. The current world government has set the scenario that they use that weapon to maintain security in this world. Although we ourselves don't know what is the real reason behind the world government destroying Dressrosa Island. However, we cannot get them to remove possession of the weapon. That's hard to do now. There are many kingdoms that are likely to support ownership of the weapon being held by the world government. Although there are also those who oppose it. However, if the majority vote is stronger, the world government will definitely be in control of the weapon. Our future moves must be done carefully, Sabo said seriously. The world government has shown their weapons. Meaning that the world government had also told the world that their strength was no worse than that of the Fortis Kingdom. Although we ourselves can't say who is stronger among them. However, considering that the world government did not dare to attack the Fortis Kingdom even though it already had that weapon, it can be said that the Fortis Kingdom is stronger than them. Stronger? The koala returned to his thoughts. Do you think the Fortis Kingdom will take action against this incident? Karasa asked with great interest. It's impossible for them to take action, Bello Betty said calmly. The Dressrosa Kingdom doesn't have any ties to the Fortis Kingdom. If the world government attacks the Amazon Lily Kingdom, the Ryugu Kingdom or the Prudence Kingdom, the Fortis Kingdom will definitely take action to counterattack. If that happens, we can take advantage of the situation to make big moves all over the place. However, the case this time was that the world government carried out an attack on a kingdom that had no ties to the Fortis Kingdom. Of course, King Fortis will not take any action regarding this matter. What do you think now, Dragon-san? Koala asked while looking at Dragon. Dragon closed his eyes and slowly thought, then opened his eyes again. Take back our entire army, take back? Everyone was surprised by the order from the dragon. We will withdraw all our troops. Carrying out an attack at this time would be very dangerous, especially the world government has brought up the main weapon they have. My orders are regarding the withdrawal of troops, not to withdraw all of them to retreat to headquarters. But hiding. Don't make any moves for now. Dragon paused and continued. Our main task right now is to search for another ancient weapon, Pluton. Looking for an ancient weapon? Everyone was surprised by this again. The pattern of world power has undergone a very significant change. The world government, which usually only deals with political affairs and not power affairs, finally intervened. With Doflamingo's death, the current 7 warlords of the sea's power has decreased compared to before and will not become a major world power. Dragon said very seriously, our organization's goal is to build a world where everyone has equal rights. With the world government still in this world, there is no way that such a world can be achieved, especially the world government has such an ancient weapon. Our enemy is the world government. If we want to fight them, at least we have to have ancient weapons too, Dragon said back. But, how are we supposed to find that weapon? That weapon has even disappeared from history, Lindbergh said with a frown. There is a way, Dragon said quietly. Pluton is a warship made by ship foreman from Water 7 Island. Of course, the current Pluton ship design is still neatly stored there. It's possible that the design was kept in a very hidden place or that someone is currently holding it and keeping it so that it doesn't fall into the wrong person. Where did you get this information, Dragon-san? Sabo asked while raising his brow. I was previously a former Marine Admiral candidate, Dragon said calmly. Admiral candidate? Sabo and Koala are the ones who don't know this information because they themselves are still quite young. Meanwhile Lindbergh, Bello Betty, Karasu, and the other higher-ups of the Revolutionary Army already knew about this because when Dragon was still a Marine, they had heard of his name. I got this information when I was visiting the Marijoa Library when I was assigned the task of guarding there. I was lucky to gain access to the library and was able to get a lot of information that even a veteran wouldn't know. Dragon said seriously, one of the reasons I left the Navy was also because of my entry into the library. There's a lot I know about how dark the Navy was at the time. Dragon paused for a moment and continued, there is no need to dwell on my past. The past has become the past. It will never happen again. Our focus right now is to go to Water 7 Island and look for Pluto's ship design. Dragon's gaze stared at Sabo and Koala. You two are currently unknown to the world government regarding your involvement with us. I believe there are currently spies who have been sent by the world government on Water 7 Island to search for Pluto's ship design. This is what caused me to entrust this task to you. Sabo and Koala's gazes became very serious. I will definitely do my job to the best of my ability, Dragon-san. I definitely won't fail again, Sabo said as he clenched his fists tightly. Me too, Koala said seriously. We will definitely get the design of the Pluton ship North Blue, a snowy island. What? Law, who had just read the news through the newspaper that Bippo bought, immediately shouted loudly. I already said it, didn't I? Law would have been shocked when he read the information. Come on, pay here. Kai, here are 1,000 berries for you. Penguin immediately paid the bet money to Sachi. Is this information true? Law muttered with a face full of shock. The Dressrosa Kingdom was completely destroyed. Does that mean Doflamingo has died? Law was filled with feelings of excitement and it was also hard to believe the news he had received. Law currently only has one life motivation. Law's life motivation is to avenge Rosinant's death by Doflamingo. But at this moment, the grudge he had seemed to suddenly disappear when he read the information in the newspaper. Law immediately lowered the newspaper, then looked up at the sky, which was currently snowing. Corazon. Did you see this? Doflamingo was finally destroyed because of his greed. Corazon. I hope you can rest in peace, Law muttered. Law's gaze then looked to the side because of the commotion made by Bippo and the others. Law's face immediately changed to a sincere smile. I think I have got a new life motivation. Live freely with them. Law again lifted the newspaper he was currently holding and then his gaze turned to one of the panels showing news about the Fortis Kingdom, which had just finished recruiting in the Prudence Kingdom. Fortis Kingdom. Department of Health. With this power of mine, I definitely have a chance to be accepted there, Law muttered. Law previously had a desire to become a pirate. This is because of his hatred for Doflamingo, and Law wants to become a pirate to take revenge. However, now Law's motivation for life has changed. Compared to being a pirate for revenge, Law prefers to get what he deserves with his friends. Bippo, Penguin, and Sachi are very valuable people to Law. At that time many people rejected the existence of Law. Only the three of them accepted Law sincerely and made Law their friend. Currently Bippo cannot return to his hometown because he has no way of returning. While Penguin and Sachi currently only have one uncle. However, their uncle also never cared about them and only used the two of them as tools to earn money. Law wants to repay the kindness of his friends by getting a job in the Fortis Kingdom and then living quietly there. Because Law is sure, as long as he gets a job there, the three of them have the possibility to be able to work there. But before that, Law's gaze became serious. We have to reach the New World territory to get a chance to work there. New World? Opportunity? Work there? What are you thinking, Law? Sachi asked confusedly. Law smirked as he looked at his friends. You think we should go to the New World and then apply for jobs in the Fortis Kingdom? Fortis Kingdom? Penguin and Sachi, who heard this, were very surprised. Aren't you kidding, Law? Penguin asked. Of course we want to. Working in the Fortis Kingdom was heaven for all parties. Everyone even wants to get a job there. That's right, Bippo nodded. Very comfortable house, high salary, and also get very good care. Even the villagers have the desire to work there. I even have the desire to work there. Are we going there, Law? Sachi asked excitedly. If that's the plan, let's immediately prepare ourselves to sail there. I really want to get a job there. Relax, Law suddenly said. I know you guys are excited. However, if we really want to work there, we must have the strength to go there. The current location of the Fortis Kingdom is unknown to anyone. However, there is a possibility that the location of the Fortis Kingdom will be in the New World, which is the same as the location of the Proton's Kingdom. Law paused for a moment and continued, if we want to go there, we had to come to the territory of the New World, where everyone knew that the territory of the New World was a very fierce sea area. We have to be prepared to go there. Either strength or mental. Because if we are not prepared, we will die before we can reach that place. Ha 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 ha. If that's all, we don't have to worry, Sachi said excitedly. There you are. We trust our lives in you, Law. As long as we are always together, we will definitely be able to survive whatever problems befall us. That's right, Law. You are the head of our group. We will follow all your orders. We also trust our lives for you. Penguin also added with a smile. Bippo nodded and his gaze filled with trust towards Law. Law chuckled softly as he stood up from his spot. Well then. Let's prepare ourselves along with the ship that we will use. We also need to prepare money and everything to travel. The journey to the New World would take a long time. We have to prepare everything. Let's go back to the house to prepare all that. Okay, Captain. Chapter 104, Uranus Quest Plan. New World, Grass Island. Grass Island was an island close to the Fortis Kingdom. The island itself lives up to its name. This island has very long grass and also very much. Almost all areas of the island have grass growing and only a few trees grow on the island. The grass on this island itself has its own characteristics because the height of the grass is about 1.5 to 2 meters. Hashirama and Rayleigh in just a few minutes of traveling finally arrived at the grass island. Rayleigh is currently slowly mastering his flying ability, and that is something that is very amazing for Rayleigh. When the two of them arrived at Grass Island, the two of them started picking up a huge amount of grass. Even though Rayleigh didn't get the assignment. However, Rayleigh also did not want to just watch and preferred to join the work so that the work could be completed quickly. In just 15 minutes of work, the two of them had managed to collect grass that filled 3 storage capsules. Hashirama currently has 7 storage capsules to use to store the grass. Then when there was a news bird stopped on the island, Hashirama immediately bought the newspaper the news bird had brought and read it. Hashirama's face immediately showed a surprised expression as he read the first page of the newspaper. Has something big happened? Rayleigh asked while frowning. The Dressrosa Kingdom has been destroyed by the world government, Hashirama answered immediately. What? According to the information in this newspaper, the Kingdom of Dressrosa has developed a very lethal weapon and it is known by the world government. In anticipation of this, the world government used one of the ancient weapons to destroy the Dressrosa Kingdom for security reasons, Hashirama said seriously. Deadly weapon? Ancient weapons? Rayleigh showed a collapsed expression and immediately walked towards Hashirama. Were any pictures taken at the time of the incident? There is. Hashirama nodded and immediately handed the newspaper to Rayleigh. You can see it. Rayleigh immediately took the newspaper and looked at the picture on the front panel. Rayleigh's face immediately showed a serious look and said, "This is Uranus, did you know that?" Hashirama asked with great interest. "I know it," Rayleigh nodded. "During my trip with Roger's pirate group, we already know the location of the 2 ancient weapons. Pluton and Poseidon. Only Uranus we don't know the location of." Rayleigh paused and continued, "We already suspected that Uranus' ancient weapon belonged to the world government. I didn't expect our thinking to actually be the truth." Rayleigh paused and continued, "The possibility of the world government destroying the Dressrosa Kingdom is not due to the deadly weapons developed by the Dressrosa Kingdom. The reason they destroyed the Dressrosa Kingdom was because they knew of the actions taken by Doflamingo, who wanted to establish a cooperative relationship with us. Besides, the reason behind this destruction of the Dressrosa Kingdom is also just a diversion switching issue." Hashirama asked while raising his brow. "The name of the current world government has been destroyed several times by us. This year is the year that Reverie or World Government Alliance's meeting takes place. The world government probably doesn't want their name to be destroyed even more if the world's people, especially the kingdoms that have alliances with them, find out that there are kingdoms that have alliances with them, come out and join our empire's alliance." Rayleigh paused again and continued, "Besides, the world government also wanted to claim ownership of the ancient weapon. They had devised a scenario where the Dressrosa Kingdom was a villain while they were a hero. With this reason, the world community, especially those from various kingdoms, will not question the reason behind the possession of these weapons, and this can also increase the percentage of those who have previously been destroyed by us. The world government." Hashirama muttered seriously, "With the destruction of the Dressrosa Kingdom. That means Doflamingo has died, which causes the current 7 warlords of the sea seat to be filled with only 5 people. With the void of the 2 major powers left by Hancock and Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the sea are no longer powers major in this world." "That's it," Rayleigh nodded. The world government has always never meddled in power matters. They just leave it to the Navy to be their face. However, now with them showing the possession of these ancient weapons along with the support from the kingdoms that are in their alliance, they have entered into power grabs. Really paused and continued, the world today does not recognize 3 major powers anymore but 4 major powers. The Kingdom No, the Octagon, the world government and its allies. The Emperor of the Ocean. And finally the Navy. The world has become more chaotic than before, Hashirama said with a sigh. It's still not too chaotic, Hashirama really said seriously, if information about the 3 types of ancient swords spread all over the world. Of course, the world would be even more chaotic than it is now. It is possible that parties joining the World Government Alliance will conduct searches related to those weapons. You must know that a king will certainly not submit to anyone, especially for kings who submit to a power. They will definitely do whatever it takes to get what they want even if they have to sacrifice anything. That is a truly disgusting king, Hashirama said with an ugly face. I hate such a king the most. Even they are not willing to be said to be equal. If not for the powerful power wielded by the world government, the world government would definitely not be able to control the current kingdoms. This also happened before. Due to the appearance of our kingdom and the attacks made by our kingdom on the world government side, the previous world government's power was shaken. There are many kingdoms who want to try to carry out a rebellion by trying to protest related to the policies of the world government, especially regarding the taxation that is given too high. They tried to rebel because they thought they could do it just as our kingdom was able to easily attack the world government. Really paused, however, I believe that at this time all the kingdoms that are planning or already carrying out rebellions will finally keep their mouths shut. From now on, especially at the time of knowing the possession of ancient weapons by the world government, they won't dare to put up any more resistance. A tyrannical government, Hashirama muttered under his breath. Will our kingdom take action? Really asked with interest. Hashirama sighed then shook his head. It's impossible for our kingdom to take action against this situation, not? Why? Really asked again. The Dressrosa kingdom has not yet fully cooperated with us. They have not signed a cooperation relationship yet. The Dressrosa kingdom has also yet to reconnect with His Majesty regarding the completion of the 5 orders given by him earlier. His Majesty will definitely not take action even if he once said he would protect the Dressrosa kingdom. The intention of protecting what His Majesty said was not to retaliate, but if there was a small attack in the Dressrosa kingdom such as the attack of the Sea Emperors or the Marines, we will help. However, if in the case of destruction like this, it is impossible for us to move. Really thought for a moment and felt that this reasoning was a logical reason and asked again, what if the case that happened to the Dressrosa kingdom happened to the Prudence kingdom or a kingdom that has fully established cooperative relations with our kingdom? There's no need to ask any more. Hashirama shook his head. If the world government really destroys the Prudence kingdom, Amazon Lily kingdom, or Ryugu kingdom as it was with the Dressrosa kingdom, we will not remain silent. We will retaliate against them and even destroy everything that belongs to the world government. His Majesty will definitely not remain silent if the kingdom that is establishing a cooperative relationship with our kingdom is touched by a party. That party will be completely destroyed by His Majesty down to the roots. I see. Rayleigh nodded. You just keep gathering grass, Rayleigh. I will report this news to His Majesty. Hashirama said calmly, though I believe His Majesty already knows. However, I'd better report it too. Rayleigh nodded and immediately resumed the work he was currently doing. Hashirama went to find a place to sit, then took out his denden mushi and immediately contacted Ars. It didn't take long for the communication to connect with each other. Hello, Ars here, it's me, Ars. Hashirama, what is it, Hashirama? Do you also want to share news about the Dressrosa kingdom? Ars asked calmly. You already know it? Hashirama asked calmly without any surprise at all. Already? Hancock and Elizabeth II told me about this. Ars nodded. I didn't expect that the world government actually had ancient weapons on their side, Ars said in a deep voice. Ars, you have to be careful from now on, Hashirama said seriously, at least before your comes to the kingdom. You are not allowed to leave the kingdom. Because, if the world government finds out that you have left our kingdom, they will definitely do a full blow on you. They will definitely not hesitate to kill you using their ancient weapons. Yes. I know about it, Ars nodded and continued. Hashirama, I want you to send your clones to trace the whereabouts of the ancient weapon of Uranus. Tracking? Hashirama asked in confusion. Yes. The weapon itself is likely to be stored in the Red Line. The Red Line is a very large continent. Of course, Uranus' ancient weapon with a very large size must have been placed somewhere in the Red Line. You do a search there using your clone. Once found, you can ask your clone to send us the whereabouts of the weapon. Are we going to seize that weapon from the world government side? Hashirama asked again. No, Ars shook his head. Compared to Snatch, we will destroy that weapon. It would be very dangerous if the weapon was in the hands of the world government. We'd better destroy it immediately. If that's the case, why don't you ask Callie for the specific location of the weapon? That way, it will be faster to find him. That weapon's whereabouts information is worth 10 million points, Ars said calmly, although I currently have enough points to buy that information. However, my points are currently being collected to bring in some higher-ups, especially those in the battle division. I don't want to use these points just to buy the location of Uranus' ancient weapon, which is probably located on the red line. I see. Hashirama nodded. Fine. I will do it. By the way, have the rest of our friends heard of the news of the destruction of the Dressrosa Kingdom? Hashirama asked again. They don't know it yet. Ars shook his head. Only Rin knows about this news since she is currently with me. Oh, I don't think so. Rin has already contacted Iowa and it is likely that this information will be spread to these friends soon. That's a good thing. Hashirama nodded. At least our friends should know about this information because it's related to our cooperation plan. Yes. I also didn't forbid Rin to tell him. Ars nodded and continued. Well then, that's it. I will continue my work to do a site inspection. You complete your task of gathering grass and meet Ikumi at the cowshed to ask about the placement of the grass. Don't forget to also send your clones to track the location of Uranus' ancient weapons in the red line area. I understand. Hashirama nodded. The communication line was immediately closed. Hashirama immediately formed a clone of his and said, You already know the task you are going to do, don't you? Yes, boss. The clone nodded seriously. Then go do a good job. Don't let the world government know of your whereabouts when you're on the red line. It will cause us a loss. I see. The clone immediately left the place by flying. Rayleigh, who was there, saw Hashirama use his ability. Rayleigh immediately walked up to Hashirama and asked, A new assignment? Yes, Hashirama nodded. His Majesty asked me to trace the location of Uranus' ancient weapon tracking. Does His Majesty not know about the specific location? Rayleigh asked again. No, Hashirama shook his head. However, Your Majesty only has a thought that the ancient weapon of Uranus is stored in the Red Line territory. Red Line territory. Rayleigh muttered. This might happen. Rayleigh nodded. The Red Line area itself is huge and also the size of Uranus' ancient weapon is huge. Other than the Red Line, there is no more suitable place to store that weapon. Rayleigh paused and continued. What will His Majesty do if he finds the location of the weapon? Destroyed? Rayleigh was quite surprised to hear this. Your Majesty thinks that this weapon is untenable in this world, especially if the world government holds the weapon. His Majesty wants to destroy the weapon the moment it is found, Hashirama said seriously. Destroyed. Rayleigh mumbled then sighed. That's a good choice. With the existence of that weapon, there are many people who will get terror. Many parties will certainly never feel safe as long as the weapon is in the hands of the world government, especially for those who know how cruel the world government is. That's how it is. Hashirama nodded and said, Let's continue our work. I have to finish this job because there is another job waiting. Another job? Rayleigh asked while raising his eyebrows. I need to cut down trees in the area where the Department of Population is building and also have to arrange a meeting with the Whitebeard pirate group regarding the cooking match that Juichiru wanted. Hey, can I come with you? Rayleigh smirked. I haven't seen Newgate in a long time. Also, I want to show him my new skill. Ha 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 ha. That's really interesting. I'm also interested to see the face Whitebeard will show. Hashirama laughed smugly. Let's finish this job soon. Rayleigh nodded and the two men began to gather grass faster than before. Chapter 105, Advice to Iceberg Grand Line, Water 7 Island, Galley-Law Company, Leader's Room. Iceberg is currently in his office alone without his trusted secretary, Khalifa. Khalifa is currently being assigned by Iceberg to complete the task of taking care of the problem of recruiting new ship construction workers. Because currently the Galley-Law Company is getting a lot of ship orders, this is also related to the basic materials they use are of very good quality. The work at the Galley-Law Company could not be handled by the large number of workers currently owned by the company. Iceberg must immediately start recruiting new workers to be able to fulfill all existing orders. Iceberg sighed as his gaze fell on the newspaper he had just gotten from Khalifa earlier when Khalifa came over to hand him some documents. This is really unexpected. I didn't expect that the world government actually possessed one of the 3 ancient weapons. That. The world is more chaotic than before. Simultaneously, the Den Mushi on the table rang. Iceberg immediately lifted the Den Mushi. Hello, Iceberg is here. It's me, Iceberg-san. Ars King Fortis? Iceberg was very surprised by who contacted him. Because of the many estimates he had, Iceberg did not expect that it was Ars who contacted him. Are you currently alone? Ars' voice became very deep and also filled with seriousness. Iceberg also felt that there was something important that Ars wanted to talk about. Especially through the live broadcast that Iceberg saw at the first Octagon encounter. Ars will usually only talk seriously when there are very important topics. I'm really alone right now. Iceberg nodded and asked, is there something important you want to talk about? What about your secretary? Is he by your side right now? Ars asked again. Secretary? Muttered Iceberg in confusion. Khalifa is currently not with me. He is currently elsewhere. I have asked him to take care of something. Iceberg paused and continued. What is it that you want to talk about, Khalifa? You must have read today's information, right? Ars asked seriously. I did just read it. Iceberg nodded. The news itself was quite a shock to me. Especially the news content regarding the Dressrosa Kingdom, which has just developed a lethal weapon, and the world government, which has an ancient weapon. The news about the Dressrosa Kingdom developing that deadly weapon is a lie. What? Iceberg's gaze immediately widened upon hearing this. The news that the Dressrosa Kingdom is developing a lethal weapon is a hoax that was deliberately orchestrated by the world government to set up an excuse that they could use their ancient weapons to destroy the Dressrosa Kingdom. The real reason the world government attacked and destroyed the Dressrosa Kingdom was because they were afraid that the Dressrosa Kingdom would establish a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. This will increase the influence of our kingdom, or in other words the alliance of the octagon that we make, and lower their percentage in the eyes of the world. This. Iceberg fell silent hearing this. My kingdom and the Dressrosa Kingdom itself have almost reached an agreement for cooperation. In just some time our kingdom will establish a cooperative relationship. However, I'm not sure how. Or maybe it was because of the arrogance of the King Dressrosa at that time. Flamingo, he actually told this to the world government, which caused the world government to actually attack and even destroy him. If that's the case. Iceberg paused and continued, are you guys going to strike back? Iceberg swallowed his saliva. Not. We will not strike back, Ars said calmly, even though we are close to reaching a cooperative relationship. However, it's just almost, and there has been no official word of agreement. This is also used by the world government. They know that we will not move as long as a kingdom has not fully agreed with our kingdom. Ars paused for a moment and continued, the news regarding the development of a lethal weapon that the world government said is just an excuse to give them an excuse to use the ancient weapon they have and also claim ownership of that weapon. Another reason, because they want to show the world that even if they were attacked by us, they are still them. Ars paused for a moment and continued, Iceberg-san, you are a disciple of Tom. You must know about Pluton's ancient weapons, right? Iceberg's eyes immediately widened at those words. If don't dodge, Ars immediately cut him off. I already know, and also I know who holds the design of the ship, Ars immediately said seriously. Iceberg fell silent for a moment hearing this. Please don't think bad things about me. I have no desire with such things. If I wish, I can get it easily without telling you. Ars said calmly and continued, I just wanted to tell you. Quickly burn that Pluton design. Burn? This shocked Iceberg again. How could we burn it? It's something that Mr. Tom has left to us just in case. You don't have to worry about that. Ars interrupted him again. If you have any thoughts about Nico Robin. You are wrong. Iceberg was silenced again. Nico Robin's own goal was not to destroy the world. The news that contains about Nico Robin is news deliberately arranged by the world government. It's the same with the news about Robin, who when he was little had destroyed 5 warships belonging to the Navy. That's completely wrong. Robin himself has no goal to destroy the world. Robin only has a goal to find out information about the Age of Emptiness. He has no desire whatsoever to destroy this world. How did you find out? Iceberg asked seriously. Nico Robin is now a citizen of our kingdom. I have picked him up and now he has a new purpose in life, to live a quiet life in our kingdom. Ars said casually, therefore, it is better for you to destroy the Pluton design. Because right now, the world government will definitely not be standing still like before and will immediately start targeting you. Aiming at me? How could it be? I do not hold the Pluton design, Iceberg said firmly. Even though they will still be after you. They know Tom has previously held designs from Pluton, and now the public knows that Tom has 2 students. The first is you and another named Cuddy Flam, who has now turned into Frankie. The world government had known that Cuddy Flam had died, while they did not know that Frankie was Tom's student. They only know that the disciple of Tom who is still alive today is you. That means only you have the chance to inherit the design of the Pluto ship. Ars paused and continued, right now, without you knowing it, the world government has sent spies to keep an eye on you. Your secretary, Khalifa, the foreman who works for the Galley Law Company, Rob Lucky, and Cuckoo. And there is a cafe in the center of the Water 7 named Cafe Blueno. The owner of that cafe is also a spy sent by the world government to investigate you and has been watching you right now. Iceberg, who heard the names of the spies, immediately his gaze became very blank. Because the people mentioned, 3 of the 4 people are his confidants. They enter your company to gain your trust, then wait for you to inherit the design of Pluto, or maybe show them when they get your trust then kill you to get it. Ars paused, I got this information myself through the attack that Hashirama carried out on the Cypher Pol Agents Headquarters 9 a while ago. Attack? Iceberg's patience was unstoppable due to the large amount of information he had obtained. Yes. At the first time doing recruitment on Water 7 Island. At night we got an attack from the Cypher Pol 9 agents, organization led by Spadaim. I'm sure you know this person very well. Spadaim? Iceberg muttered with a look of hatred. Rob Lucky, Khalifa, Blueno, and Kaku. The four of them are from this organization and their job is to track the design of the warship Pluto. That night, Hashirama had killed Spadaim because of his attack order, and at that time Hashirama got a large amount of information about Cypher Pol 9 agents. With Spadaim's death, by now the world government must have appointed Rob Lucky as the leader of the Cypher Pol 9 agents organization. Unlike Spadaim, Rob Lucky is a smart person and it's easy to get what he wants. His strength is also very strong. He would definitely start the movement immediately if he found anything related to Pluton's ship design. Please, don't take that person lightly, Iceberg-san. Even though you have known him for a long time, he is a killing machine created by the world government. He only had one thing he knew, and that was completing missions. He will definitely complete the mission the world government gave him even if he has to kill anyone. Iceberg's pupils trembled at this. This is my suggestion, Ars said calmly. You destroy the Pluton ship design before the world government gets it. I'm sure you also know the consequences if the world government gets the Pluton ship design. The world will be ruled by them. All the freedoms and things we should have been able to get will be taken away by them. Right now, they only had Uranus ancient weapons. They already considered themselves better than anyone and treated other humans as trash. What if they got Pluto's ancient weapon designs? They will never think of another human again. Ars paused for a moment. Besides that, right now, I'm sure it's not just the world government that's eyeing a Pluton ship design. Rather the Revolutionary Army, the Emperors of the Seas, as well as other power groups who knew about this weapon as well as the weapon's past would be eyeing its design. They would definitely send their troops to sneak into Water 7 Island to track down the weapon. This is my advice, if you want Water 7 Island to stay safe. Immediately destroy the design of the Pluton ship. Because if there is one group that gets it, especially if the world government group or pirates get it, you will know that you have made a very big mistake by still maintaining the design of the ship. Ars stopped back and said, besides, wasn't the design of the Pluton ship maintained due to dealing with the threat from Nico Robin? By now you already know that Robin is no longer a threat to the world. You should be able to destroy the ship's design, shouldn't you? Iceberg fell silent and started to process all the things Ars said in his mind. It didn't last long. Iceberg also felt that what Ars said was true. Because if he kept the ancient weapon design, Water 7 Island would likely become a war zone and it would be dangerous for the civilians living on Water 7 Island. In addition, as Ars said, the purpose of the Pluton warship design is to fight Nico Robin if at any time, Robin wants to destroy the world using the Pluton warship that has existed from time immemorial. Can your majesty keep your word that Nico Robin will not destroy the world? Asked Iceberg seriously. I can keep my word, Ars nodded and continued. I have plans to do pickups at the end of the month for the family members of the workers who have got the house. I'm going to ask Robin to join me in this activity and you can talk to her right away. How about that? If that's the case, I'll keep the battleship design Pluton until I'm sure that Nico Robin isn't a threat to the world, Iceberg said again. If that's your decision, well, I have no problem. After all, I'm only giving you advice. You accept it or not, it's your choice. Ars paused and continued, however, I want you to ask Frankie to temporarily leave Water 7 Island. If my guess is correct, many parties will send their confidants to sneak into Water 7 Island and every one of them knows about the ability of observation hockey. Observation hockey? Iceberg asked in confusion. Ars briefly explained observation hockey to Iceberg. If that's the case, this will be very dangerous for Frankie, Iceberg muttered. Right now you're lucky, Ars said calmly. The Cypher Pol 9 agents members assigned to monitor you don't know how to use observation hockey. If the world government sent Agent Cypher Pol 0 agents to be a spy, Frankie was probably dead by their hands by now. Every Cypher Pol 0 agent has good command of observation hockey. Iceberg fell silent again hearing this. Well, that's all. Whatever your decision. It is up to you. I am giving this advice because you are my very valuable business partners. If your shipyard is destroyed, it will cause our kingdom's income to decrease. It will also have an impact on the Amazon Lily Kingdom who want to make business with you, their main source of income. Iceberg chuckled, I don't know what to do. However, I think we were quite lucky. Maybe Ars nodded, okay. I will hang up the call. I still have a lot of work to do right now. Wait, Iceberg immediately stopped the call and said, if in any case, the world government actually gets the Pluton warship design, what will your kingdom do? Iceberg is quite interested in this answer. If the world government gets it? Well, this is an interesting question. Well, one could say as long as they don't interfere with our kingdom's affairs as well as the kingdom that establishes a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. I have no problem whether they have the weapon or not. Ours paused, because even if they have it, they still won't be able to destroy our kingdom. R's voice at the end of the sentence was a voice full of optimism and high trust in his kingdom. Because before they will attack us, we ourselves will probably attack them first. R's then added calmly. Attacking the first time? Mumbled Iceberg. Okay. I'm done with this conversation. I still have to do my job. The communication line was suddenly cut off with Iceberg having quite a few questions regarding this. Iceberg immediately shook his head and stared at the window. If what King Fortis says is true, Pluton's ship design really needs to be destroyed immediately. Iceberg's gaze then became sad. Khalifa. Lucky. Rigid. You three. Damn. How could the three of them be spies? Muttered Iceberg while tightly clenching his fists. The current Iceberg can be said to be very hurt because it is almost like being betrayed by his trusted person in front of him directly. Chapter 106, The Conversation of the Marines. Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's Room. Are our plans still going, Sengoku? Regarding the spy quest that Doflamingo infiltrated on our side? Tsuruo asked seriously. We have to keep doing it. Okay, and you said firmly, we can't allow a vile pirate to infiltrate and leave freely in the Marines. If we can, we must kill him immediately. I don't agree with your opinion, Sakazuki Aokiji suddenly said coldly, then looked at Sengoku. Sengoku-san, instead of us tracking the spy, wouldn't it be better if we left him on our side? What do you mean, Kyuzen? Sengoku asked seriously. Currently Doflamingo has died along with the destruction of the Dressrosa Kingdom. With Doflamingo's death, the spy now doesn't know what to do other than become a marine. If we followed our previous estimates, the strength of these spies was at least between that of a rear admiral or a vice admiral. If we catch him by killing him, it will only be a loss on our part due to the loss of one of our powers, Aokiji said calmly. I'd prefer if we kept him over killing him. Nonsense. Are you siding with the pirates, Kyuzen? Okay, and you asked with a look full of anger. I'm not siding with the pirates, Sakazuki Aokiji said coldly. I'm just paying attention to how the Navy is doing. If we kill one of our main forces, especially if the spy is a vice admiral of easy age, it was a very, very big loss on our part. Young people still have a lot to develop in the future. According to your personality, Kyuzen Borsalino said casually, I don't mind whatever decision you guys make regarding this spy. Compared to that, I'd rather eat the dishes made by the Fortis Kingdom, Borsalino muttered at the end of his sentence quietly. Although the sentence is quite slowly issued by Borsalino. However, everyone there heard the sentence clearly. Bah. You said the same thing I was thinking, Borsalino Garp immediately laughed excitedly. Me too. Damn it. How can the food in the canteen now taste bad anymore? You too. Sengoku shouted with a face full of irritation. Bastard. Can't both of you focus for now? We are discussing important matters regarding the future of the Navy. The two of us are also talking about something very important, Sengoku Garp replied calmly. The food in the canteen is not feeling good anymore. It's hard for me to eat and get energy again. I think. I also think the same. Aokiji, who was previously serious, immediately calmed down, after tasting the dish made by Dojima Jin. The taste of the dishes in the canteen at this time is very bland. It's hard to eat it. Aokiji ended with a sigh. Could it be that we can still taste their dishes? Borsalino asked with an excited look, especially Spajoyachiru's dish. A dish that is said to be tastier than the dish made by Dojima Jin. Borsalino swallowed. I wonder. How does the dish made by him taste like? Unlucky. Right now I feel very jealous of the workers of the Fortis Kingdom for being able to get that food every day, Garp shouted with a face full of annoyance. Sengoku and Akanu's faces were really gloomy listening to the conversation with the stupid topic brought on by the three who were notoriously lazy in the Marines. Garp himself, even though he is known as a Marine hero. However, currently, Garp has entered retirement age. Because of this, Garp often spends his time relaxing and is currently known as a lazy old man, especially in the ranks of rear admirals and above. However, even so, everyone had great respect for Garp. Because of the various achievements he achieved in the past. Because of that, even though Garp was lazy, however, no one often protested about it except Sengoku. Are the dishes made by the chefs of the Fortis Kingdom really that good? Tsuruo was provoked by the conversation. That was really good, Tsuruo-san, Aokiji said with a sigh. Yesterday I regretted having eaten so little. Borsalino then looked at Garp with a sullen look. It's because of you, Garp-san. You've spent half of it. This caused Kyuzen and I to only get a quarter of the dish made by Jin. Don't blame me. Garp said with a frown. It's also your fault. I can only get half. Unlucky. I shouldn't have taken you Kyuzen there. Kyuzen shrugged his shoulders casually. Could you return to the previous topic of conversation? Sengoku asked with a blackened face while looking at Garp and the others with a look full of anger. Seeing Sengoku's gaze, Garp and the others immediately turned their attention and didn't seem guilty at all. I think we can follow the consideration given by Kyuzen, Tsuru said calmly. As Kyuzen said, right now if the spy really is the one sent by Doflamingo, the spy shouldn't know what to do right now. Because the person he was following had disappeared. We can take advantage of this situation by making the spies our people. Tsuru paused for a moment and continued, nowadays the pattern of world power has changed and you guys know about it too. The pattern of world powers that were previously Marine, Sea Emperor, and 7 Warlords of the Sea had changed to Kingdom No, Octagon, World Government, Navy, and Sea Emperor. With the merging of the two terrible powers, namely the Octagon and the World Government in this world power pattern, if we did something wrong, we would be instantly eliminated from this world power pattern. Although the world government itself is part of our strength, however, our vision and mission are different from them, especially the Navy takes care of pirate issues while the world government takes care of the political problems of an empire. Right now the Octagon and the world government have ancient weapons. That last sentence instantly made everyone very serious. I'm sure you've also heard that the Sea Emperors have also made a full move to search for ancient weapons. Because, if they don't have handles regarding ancient weapons, they really will be eliminated from this world's power pattern. Tsuru paused again and continued, we have to keep the spies on our side. Besides that, Tsuru's gaze moved towards Sengoku, I think we Marines should also take part in the search for this ancient weapon. If we don't have that one weapon, it's not impossible, as long as the world government gets one more ancient weapon. We the Navy will be directly eliminated by them, or it can be said, we will be immediately expelled by them. The faces of the higher-ups of the Navy immediately became serious. These people have become veterans and they know that the purpose of the formation of the Navy by the world government is to protect the world government from various kinds of threats from outsiders. However, it would be different if the world government had a hold on something that could protect their power. With the mindset of the world government, as long as the world government knows that the Navy is no longer in line with them, it is not impossible that they will immediately eliminate the Navy. Especially with the possession of these ancient weapons. It is not impossible that in the near future, their side will be directly eliminated by the world government. Rather than meddling in the search matter now, we'd better wait for information first. Aokiji suddenly said, I still want to stick to the decision we made earlier. As we are currently observing, the emperors of the seas and the world government have already sent their troops to do the tracking of the ancient weapons. However, what were the results? At the moment they haven't even got a small clue as to the whereabouts of these weapons. Aokiji stopped back and continued, this is just my thought. However, I think, there is a possibility that the weapons are currently buried under the ocean. That's a logical thought indeed. Sengoku nodded. I've also heard some news from our various armies' reconnaissance of the Sea Emperor's army. Until now, the troops still have not found the slightest clue about these weapons. The troops were already moving in various places. However, to date, no evidence could be found by them. This also applies to members of the world government. They couldn't find the whereabouts of these weapons even though they had searched in various places and even Cypher Pol Zero agents had been deployed to search. But the result is still the same. This is really shocking. A weapon that has been embedded in the bottom of the ocean? Borsalino muttered, it will be very difficult to get those weapons unless we have fishman-like abilities. It will be difficult for us to recruit fishmen to join the Marines, Garp said grimly. Many fishmen were previously made slaves by those trashes even though Garp said so. However, the people in the room didn't mind that at all. Because it has become their habit. The Navy is part of the world government. It's something that everyone knows except for fools like my grandson. Garp muttered at the end of the sentence so quietly that they couldn't hear it. Like. Sengoku raised his eyebrows. Bah ha ha ha. Like I was small, Garp said with a laugh, then his face turned serious, because of the many fishmen who were made slaves by those scum. It would be difficult for us to recruit people from the fishman race to join us. Moreover, the current Ryugu kingdom is no longer an affiliate of the world government. They are currently part of the Octagon. I'm sure, rather than joining our navy, fishmen who want to enter the military will consider joining the Royal Navy of Fortis Moor. This is also due to their retribution for having been saved by the Fortis Kingdom during the time of slavery and also for wanting to secure a comfortable life there. You rarely say nice things, Garp Tsuru said mockingly. Bah ha ha ha. Don't I always say nice things? Garp asked with a laugh. Tsuru sighed then looked at Sengoku. Forget my previous idea of searching for those weapons. We'd better refocus on our objective and wait until one of the parties finds the weapon. If the party gets the weapon at sea, we'll also start moving around by doing a search there. Meanwhile, If the party gets it on the mainland, we will do a search there. For now, we better wait for valid information. Sengoku nodded. That's what I was thinking too. By the way, Sengoku Garp suddenly said, I heard that the proposal put forward by Zephyr has been accepted by the parents up there. Is that information true? Sengoku nodded. Yes. That's right. The Grosai have accepted Zephyr's proposal to create their own army to hunt down the pirates. Is it okay if we let him? Tsuru frowned. Zephyr is currently injured and also he is currently in an unstable emotional state. If we let it go, it will only cause a lot of unexpected things to happen. Sengoku sighed. I have also thought about this and have discussed it with Zephyr. The answer given to me remains the same. He wanted to do it. The decision is also unanimous. I can't get him to take that decision back. Zephyr-sensei is building an army? I hope sensei is okay. Even though in the past Zephyr-sensei had never killed a pirate. However, he still has many enemies who hold grudges against him like Do and Big Mom. With his current level of strength, defeating or even running away from both of them is impossible. Bosolino. Okay, and you immediately shouted loudly while looking at Borsellino, is that how you treat Zephyr-sensei? After all, he is your teacher. At the very least, you should support all of his decisions. Okay, and you paused for a moment then said, if I didn't have much to do, I would definitely go help Zephyr-sensei. Hunting pirates? It is a job justice must do. Although it does have an evil meaning. Aokiji suddenly entered, however, with the personality of Zephyr-sensei. He is different from you, Sakazuki. Aokiji suddenly glared at Akainu. Zephyr-sensei isn't someone a radical who would kill anyone just for the sake of defeating his opponent. HMPH. They all sacrificed for justice. A little sacrifice to gain peace for many people is better than letting that bad person go and bring terror. Akainu said coldly, that stupid thought of yours is also what made you let the most dangerous person in the ocean go free. Kyuzen, I never thought my thinking at the time was wrong. I don't think that my decision made by me was wrong. Aokiji said coldly, he's just a child. Do you think it's appropriate for a child to be killed? Do you think that a child who doesn't even know anything deserves to be killed? Do not know anything? Nonsense. Nico Robin is a woman who can threaten our very existence. With his existence, he could have activated an ancient weapon that could wreak havoc on the world. Killing him is like saving the world. Because of your stupid decision. The whole world is currently experiencing danger from Nico Robin. Akainu said angrily. That's a stupid thought put out by someone who would so cruelly destroy a rescue ship. Aokiji sneered as he returned Akainu's gaze. Stop it. Before the situation got any further, Sengoku immediately stopped the argument between the two. Borsellino, who was right in the middle of the two, couldn't help but sigh and also feel like he couldn't do anything. The past, let it be the past. Whatever decisions that happened in the past. We just have to deal with it in the future for now. Sengoku said coldly, regarding Nico Robin's matter, we will continue to monitor him. As long as we get movement from him, we'll go after him straight away. Do we really have to do that, Sengoku? Garp asked with a frown, she is just a young woman. We don't know what the purpose is. Maybe he doesn't have that kind of thinking and just wants to know about the history of this world. That doesn't make Nico Robin a harmless person, Garp. Sengoku said seriously, even though Nico Robin doesn't have that kind of goal. What if he was taken advantage of by someone else? For example, dangerous people like Do and Big Mom? If that happens, the world will be devastated because of these two. Garp fell silent for a moment hearing this. Tsuru sighed and said, at least, even if we can't kill Nico Robin, we have to monitor it. As long as she did something that could threaten this world, we have to kill her immediately. Tsuru paused for a moment and looked at Sengoku. How was the spying matter we talked about earlier? Also, I think we should find a new head coach. With Zephyr being the current pirate hunter, the position as head coach has been lost. Someone has to fill it in. That can be discussed again, Sengoku said calmly, regarding the spies. We will follow Kyuzen's idea. We will let it remain a part of us. However, if we find out that the spies are not from Doflamingo's side, we will do the hunt again. HMPH. Akainu sniffed with a sullen face. Chapter 107, Overview of the Department of Population Development Area, New World, Fortis Kingdom, Urban Territory. Is the Pluton ship design really owned by someone named Frankie? Rin asked with great interest. Yes, Ars nodded, he really has the design of the Pluton ship. It's not just having it. Frankie himself had memorized the ship's design. This is why even if the design is burned or discarded by Frankie, he can still make the latest one. Why don't we just take it? Wouldn't it be better if we held on to it? Rin asked back. No need. Ars shook his head, why take someone else's property? We can make our own too later. It's better to use your own product than to use someone else's product. But it's more point saving if you use someone else's, Rin said calmly. Well, but I prefer to use my own product, Ars said while shrugging his shoulders, then pointing to an area that is in an urban area. The area was right in the middle of the urban area. Rin, what do you think of this place? Rin immediately turned her attention to the area Ars pointed to. This area is right in the middle of an urban area. Your department is the central department. Every citizen, whether citizens of our kingdom or citizens of other kingdoms or foreigners, will definitely visit your department every day. You have to have a central point that they can reach easily. Rin thought for a moment and stared at the territory chosen by Ars. After thinking for a moment, Rin looked at Ars. What about my office design? Ars immediately took out a document from the storage bracelet he was currently using and handed it to Rin. This is the office design chosen by me. Rin immediately opened the document and immediately saw the design. The design uses a modern minimalist concept with a luxurious concept. The interior of the office also has a large size to bring convenience for visitors to come to the population department to take care of the paperwork they want to deal with. In addition, your office building will have 3 floors. The first floor is the floor that deals with documents belonging to citizens of our kingdom. The second floor will focus on dealing with documents belonging to citizens from foreign kingdoms such as visas and others. While for the third floor, is your office room and also various rest areas and others. There will also be a basement room which functions as a place to store documents. Ars paused and asked, what do you think? Wait a moment. I haven't seen it completely yet, Rin said calmly as her gaze focused on the design that Ars gave her. Well then take your time, Ars said, then immediately sat down on the street followed by Rin. Fortis Kingdom, Ranch Territory. Currently in the farm area, Ikumi and Yoshino are helping the workers who will later work in their department to find out about every available equipment and also the tasks they have to do. The workers were quite surprised by the milking equipment facility owned by the Fortis Kingdom because it used high technology. This also causes them to have high morale. Because with the technology, the work they have is quite easy. Every day, they only need to feed the cows 3 times a day at 7 a.m., then continue at 1 p.m., and close at 5 p.m. While milking will be carried out only in the morning at 8 a.m. However, because at this time the bottle for storing milk is not yet available. The job of these workers is to prepare food for the cows. That's all you have to do, Ikumi said calmly. Any questions? One of the workers raised his hand and asked, Miss Ikumi, when are we going to start milking? The earliest is the end of this month, Ikumi said calmly, while at the latest at the beginning of next month. Currently the glasses for placing milk are still being ordered in the Province Kingdom and it will take 1 week from yesterday for the Province Kingdom to prepare everything. 1 week? Isn't that too long? One of them asked quietly. It's not that long, Yoshino shook her head. Our own kingdom ordered a bottle to store milk with a price of 100 million berries. The number is very large and it will take the Province Kingdom a long time to prepare everything. 100 million berries? Exclaimed all the workers with faces full of surprise. Suddenly Hashirama and Rayleigh came from above the sky and slowly descended beside Ikumi and Yoshino. Master Hashirama. The workers who saw Hashirama's arrival were very pleased with him. Who is that old man who came along with Mr. Hashirama? Is he also a higher up from the Fortis Kingdom? Some people were confused by Rayleigh's appearance there. However, no one dared to ask, especially now that Hashirama and the others were having a conversation. Have you got it, Hashirama? Ikumi asked calmly. That's it. Hashirama nodded and immediately took out a few samples of the grass he and Rayleigh had gathered from the storage bracelet. This is it. Can this grass be used to feed cows? Ikumi and Yoshino immediately approached the grass and caught a glimpse of it. They both looked at each other and nodded. Then their gazes immediately looked at Hashirama. This grass can be used and is also very good for consumption by cows, Ikumi replied. Did you collect a lot, Hashirama? Yoshino asked excitedly. Reasonable. Rayleigh and I have collected grass until the 7 storage capsules we're using are full. Rayleigh? One of the workers muttered and his face immediately changed. Rayleigh. This scream full of surprise immediately caught the attention of Hashirama and the others. Oh? Do any of you still know me? Rayleigh asked with great interest. This. One of them gulped then asked, You. Are you really Rayleigh? Mo Silver Rayleigh? The right hand of the Pirate King? The workers who were there immediately became silent hearing this. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect anyone to know you, Rayleigh. Hashirama immediately laughed excitedly. It's because of you, Hashirama, Ikumi said dryly. You said his name. Because of that, he was instantly recognized by all parties. Extraordinary. Rayleigh, you are very famous, ha 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 ha. I haven't been like this in a long time. Rayleigh then looked at the workers who were still shocked by his identity. Yeah. You're not wrong. I am Silver Rayleigh, the former right hand of the Pirate King Goldie Roger. It really is him. How did he get here? Stupid. Don't you see? He is now a senior of the Fortis Kingdom. Everything. Hashirama immediately said with a smile. Rayleigh himself was previously the former right hand of the Pirate King Gul D. Roger. However, Rayleigh now has a new identity. New identity? All the workers were confused. He is now the troop trainer of the Fortis Kingdom. Silver Rayleigh is one of the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom. Although the position held by him is not too high in the government ranks. However, he also has the same status as us. Please treat him politely. I hope we can get along. Rayleigh smiled at the workers. The workers who heard that made an uproar again. They did not expect that the right-hand man of the Pirate King Gul D. Roger would become a high-ranking officer in the Fortis Kingdom. This is great news. Hashirama's gaze stared at Ikumi and Yoshino. Where do I need to store this grass? Just keep it in our department's warehouse. Ikumi answered, then paused for a moment. Is there anything else stored inside the storage bracelet? Yes, Hashirama nodded. This storage bracelet is currently full of grass and there is also an eternal pose of our kingdom. Well then, you just give it to me, Ikumi said. The grass will be used for feed later in the afternoon. As for the ones in the storage capsules, you can go store them in our department's warehouse. Alright, Hashirama nodded and immediately took out a special eternal pose from the storage bracelet and handed it to Rayleigh. This is our royal eternal pose special. Use this the next time you want to come back. Return? Yoshino asked confusedly. Do you want to go, Rayleigh? Rayleigh nodded. I want to develop my control over my spiritual energy and also develop some of the abilities that Hashirama taught me earlier. Hashirama told me that I can't train on this island because it will cause many areas to be destroyed and that will make His Majesty angry. Ah well. That's true, Yoshino nodded. His Majesty would be very angry if that were to happen. Well then, I'll go and first, Hashirama said. I must also see His Majesty soon after this. See you soon. Hashirama immediately flew at high speed towards the animal husbandry department. In that case, I should also leave immediately. I want to quickly develop that ability. Even though Rayleigh was still not very proficient with the ability to fly. However, Rayleigh could at least be said to have had control over his body while flying. Even though his flight speed was also slower than Hashirama's. However, it has become something extraordinary. Fortis Kingdom, urban territory. How? Is it still not there, Rin? Ars asked boredly to Rin, who was beside him. Wait a minute, idiot. Rin said with a frown. I'm currently thinking about it. Ars sighed. Alright. Ars gazed then glanced up at the sky to his right and saw Hashirama, who was moving towards him. Finally someone has come to talk to. Have I kept you guys waiting? Hashirama asked with a smile and slowly got down, then sat down beside Ars. Not. You came on time. Ars shook his head. Rin was too focused on the design chosen by me for her office, which made me tired of waiting for a long time. Ars paused and continued. How is your job? It's finished? Just finished earlier. Hashirama nodded. The grass we gathered was just what Ikumi and Yoshino wanted. All the grass is also currently stored in the warehouse belonging to the Department of Animal Husbandry. The storage capsule that was used previously is also currently being returned. While the storage bracelet used by me is currently being used by Ikumi. Ars nodded and continued. What about Rayleigh? Where is he right now? Rayleigh asked me for permission to go train outside the island. Hashirama said calmly. He wants to try to develop the skills I taught him earlier. Why not practice here? Ars asked while raising his brow. The ability Rayleigh wants to develop has the same destructive power as the Sero, Bala, and Grand Sero you taught me the concept of. Hashirama said calmly. If Rayleigh develops his abilities here, you will definitely be angry if this island is destroyed by him. Of course. Ars nodded. I don't want this territory to be destroyed because of your stupidity. Ha 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 ha. Hashirama just laughed at this. By the way, is there still no news regarding your clone? Ars asked with great interest. Still not yet. Hashirama shook his head. I think he probably just arrived there right now and needs some time to look for it. Hashirama paused and continued. When are we going to destroy that thing? Sooner is better. Ars said calmly. If we let the world government get hold of that weapon, it will only be fatal to us, not even to the whole world. Because the world government will be more tyrannical than before. Are you really sure that the world government keeps the Uranus weapon in the Red Line territory? Hashirama asked while frowning. That's the only place where the world government can hide the existence of Uranus. Ars said seriously. The world government, especially the one who is the leader of the world government, that is Imu, definitely wouldn't dare to keep that thing far from its place, especially on a remote island. This is because their fear is related to if at any time someone finds it and then uses the object. They must have kept it near them. Ars paused again and continued. If we can, we will attack at night. Why at night? Hashirama asked in confusion. This is also to disguise that it wasn't you who destroyed the weapon. Ars said calmly. Nowadays you have become the center of attention of the world, and also with only you always appearing, this will cause many to doubt that we have the higher-ups of the battle division. If we were to attack at night, the world government would definitely not know who attacked it. It's you, or someone else. However, they will definitely know that we were the ones carrying out the attack. Why? How did they find out? That's because only we dared to attack them, Rin replied. Ours and Hashirama's gazes immediately looked at Rin. Have you decided yet? Not yet, Rin answered directly. Well then, why are you joining this conversation? Ars asked with great interest. Why? Can I join in on your conversation? Rin asked with pursed lips. You can, Rin Ars sighed. However, shouldn't you focus on your department first? That can be done later. It's still a long time. I'm more interested in listening to your conversation. Ars nodded, then looked at Hashirama. Well, as Rin said, the world government will surely accuse us of being the culprit. However, if we carry out an attack at night and also an attack is carried out using paper bombs mounted on the inside of Uranus, then they are activated from a distance. The world government though knows that we caused the destruction of their weapons. They can't accuse us of not having any evidence, just like us. Besides, they would definitely hide the truth regarding the destruction of their ancient weapons. This is because it will be a major blow to their side and many kingdoms will begin to doubt them. If that's the case, Rin said calmly, wouldn't it be better if we recorded the destruction video of that ancient weapon and blackmailed the world government? That way, we can get even more royal funds. I am sure, the world government will certainly not want that information to be leaked. They will definitely pay us a lot of money to get the record. Rin's idea is true, Ars Hashirama nodded. The world government itself is very rich. At that time, I just took in the warehouse belonging to a few out and got a large amount of funds. We can extort them for at least 100 billion to 200 billion berries. They will definitely pay us if we really do. You two are really mean, Ars chuckled softly. Well, that's really an interesting plan. We will do that then, Ares. Can you prepare the ingredients for making paper bombs? Hashirama asked. If possible, I want to make it right now. Are the materials I was given earlier run out? Ars asked while looking at Hashirama. The materials that you gave me are all gone, Ars Hashirama said. Now there are no left. The materials have been made by me into a bomb that is currently still installed in Mangekyō. I see. Ars nodded and immediately went into the system shop and immediately bought the ink, brush and also the paper used as paper bombs. Ars bought about 3 large bottles of black ink, 3 brushes, and thousands of papers to be used as paper bombs for a total cost of 300,000 points. Rin is quite interested in making these paper bombs. Rather than being interested in making paper bombs, you better focus on your work, Rin. Regarding paper bombs, you can ask Hashirama to teach you later. Okay, Rin said with a sullen face, then went back to doing his job. Meanwhile, Hashirama immediately made a clone and immediately worked on making paper bombs in the surrounding area at a fast speed. In just 1 minute, 1 paper bomb will be completed by him. Chapter 108, Planned Cooking Match between Spujuichiru and Packthread Line, Above the Sky. They really are people who have a lot of influence. Hashirama's clone currently above Mangekyō's sky could see clearly through his observation hockey. At this point, Hashirama's clone could see the large number of slaves the Tenri Obito had gathered and started again. Do the work they did before. What happened before was almost as if it never happened. In addition, the buildings that were previously destroyed by the bombs set by the Fortis Kingdom were rebuilt as before. It could be said that there was almost no impact of any attack. As His Majesty said, muttered the clone, the defense currently held by Mangekyō has been increased several times compared to before. Even Hashirama's clone increased the range of his observation hockey until it covered the entire Mangekyō area to the bottom of Mangekyō. Every corner has a lot of guards ready to attack if an attack occurs. Hashirama's clone's gaze immediately fell on the large building called the Penge Castle. The guard over there is even more terrifying than the one in the other regions. Almost every 1 meter. There are people taking care. Was the world government really that frightened by the attacks carried out earlier? Hashirama paused for a moment with a small smile. It doesn't matter how much they give. As long as the strength of the people they put down was weak. It doesn't have any meaning. If Urek Mazino or Arihan were to attack them. If their strength was truly what His Majesty said. This Mangekyō can be destroyed with just a single attack that the two of them release. 2 beings with a level of destructive power that exceeds ancient weapons, especially Urek. This person. Gaining much praise from His Majesty. No one in this world can stop him if he comes. Hashirama's clone's gaze then turned to a fat Tenri Obito who was currently riding a giant slave. Giant? Was he just arrested too? Doflamingo had disappeared. That meant all slave trading businesses had also been stopped. However, there's still a lot of slave trade on Sayboundy Island. I'm quite interested. Is it possible that Your Majesty will eliminate? I don't think that's likely to happen. As long as it has nothing to do with our kingdom. His Majesty will definitely not step in to destroy it. Hashirama's clone then looked back at the Penge Castle building and mumbled, too bad you've been declared a threat by His Majesty, especially the ancient weapons you guys have. If you guys at least have better traits. His Majesty will definitely allow you to have that weapon. However, because of your attitude, Your attitude is also self-destructive. Hashirama's clone immediately withdrew his observation haki and glanced to the right and left. Well, which part should I explore first? Hashirama's clone's gaze immediately turned to Marujo's right. I think it's better to go to the right. Usually the right brings a good fortune. Hopefully, I can find that ancient weapon quickly. Hashirama's clone immediately flew towards Marujo's right while releasing her observation haki to track down the whereabouts of the ancient weapon. Uranus. New World, Moby Dick. Moby Dick's mood is the same as always. Even though the world government just destroyed the Dressrosa Kingdom. However, there was no tension at all there. As long as Whitebeard was alive, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates will certainly always feel great security on their side. Everyone does their own activities and currently Marco is in his office helping a member of the Whitebeard Pirates heal his illness. Marco is a mythical zone devil fruit user named Torai no Mi model Phoenix. This ability allows Marco to transform into a bright blue phoenix with the ability to heal widely. With this ability too, even though Marco was completely attacked by his enemy, as long as Marco still has stamina, he can condense himself. In addition, with these abilities, Marco can treat many of his comrades using his fire. With the additional healing knowledge he has gained over the years, Marco is one of the greatest doctors in the One Piece world. Okay. You only need to rest for 2 days. Never again lie down on the deck of a ship. If you can, from now on you should sleep in the bed prepared. If you keep doing things like you always do, your illness will only get worse. Thank you, Commander Marco. I will definitely do it. The Whitebeard Pirates member smiled and immediately lay down on his bed. Marco sighed then proceeded to go to the next patient to be treated carefully. With Whitebeard's recovery, Marco currently only focuses on treating Whitebeard's pirate members who are sick or injured during battle. Marco is currently no longer worried about Whitebeard's illness. Marco didn't even stop Whitebeard from drinking alcohol. This is also because Whitebeard got help from Jaws, Ace, and others. They had a reason. As long as Whitebeard was sick again, they could ask Hashirama for help to heal him. With just this reason, Marco couldn't say anything and let those idiots do whatever they wanted. Talking about Ace. Ace is currently out with Jaws. Ace asks Jaws to help him practice his armament hockey ability. The training the two of them did was direct physical combat. The two fought on a small island not far from Moby Dick. The fight was witnessed by quite a number of people, especially Whitebeard who also participated in helping Ace in training. Whitebeard had already made up his mind as to who would be given the position after him. The post of Whitebeard's pirate captain after him was Portuguese D. Ace. This is because Whitebeard can feel Ace's talent and strong determination. Therefore, at the time knowing that Ace wanted to train to become stronger, without much reason, Whitebeard immediately came to help him. After curing 15 patients who are currently sick and also 7 patients who were injured in battle, Marco immediately returned to his study and then sighed, probably tonight will be a long night especially having to heal Ace from his wounds. Suddenly his denden mushi rang. Marco immediately lifted the denden mushi. Hello, Marco here Mark, it's me. Hashirama? Marco was very excited when Hashirama called him. What are you calling me, Hashirama, boy? Marco asked with a smile. Hey, Mark. Do you remember what I said earlier about one of my friends Spudjuicheru who likes to challenge a chef to a cooking battle? Of course. I still remember it. Marco nodded. Look, a while ago, Juicheru had asked His Majesty's permission to go on an adventure looking for a chef with whom he could have a cooking competition. At that time, I was there and heard it. I suggested to him to have a cooking fight with Acte. Juicheru didn't mind it and he was also very happy to be able to compete in cooking with the chefs from your pirate group. I also remember that Acte wants to meet and have a match with one of the chefs in our kingdom, right? Can you help me ask that? Does he want to do it? Cooking competition? Marco's gaze was full of enthusiasm. That Juicheru. Isn't that the best chef your kingdom has, isn't it? Yes. Right now he is the best our kingdom has. Currently? Marco asked confusedly. Our own kingdom has 14 chefs. Currently only 4 have come while there are 10 chefs who have yet to come. Among the 10 chefs, there are 2 chefs who have greater abilities than Sahir greater? Marco was surprised by this fact. Yes. There are 2. She is Arina Nakiri and Yukihira Soma. They both had great skills compared to Juicheru. The 2 of them will later open a restaurant that can be enjoyed by all people. Restaurant, huh? If possible, can mommy came to taste their dishes when your kingdom opens? Mark asked. Of course. As long as you bring money, you can do it. Ha 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 ha. Marco laughed hearing this. About your request. I will pass this on to Acte. He will definitely be happy to hear this news. Really? Well, if so, can we both come to you guys tomorrow? I only have vacation time tomorrow. Unlike Juicheru who has a lot of free time. I only have a little free time due to my busy work schedule, Hashirama said calmly. Besides, there are also parents who want to meet Whitebeard, the old man who met Whitebeard? Marco asked confusedly. Yes. He was an old man and knew Whitebeard quite well. Well, you'll find out later. Alright, Marco nodded. I will pass this on to Oyaji and the others. They will definitely be happy to hear this news. That's a good thing, Hashirama nodded. Where should we came to meet you guys? How about just Sphinx Island? It is an island that is quite close and also more familiar to me. No problem, Marco nodded. We are currently close to the island. We'll meet there tomorrow. Okay. In that case, please prepare everything. Like cooking utensils. Regarding food ingredients, we will bring our own food ingredients that will be used to compete. As for the ingredients for the party, we use yours. Ha 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 ha. That's a good idea, Marco laughed hearing this because this was Hashirama's trademark. The communication line is closed immediately. Marco immediately got up from his seat and walked towards the ship's galley. Marco immediately found Thake who was there cleaning the various food ingredients that had just been supplied. Mark? It's rare to see you here. I have good news for you, Thake, Marco said with a grin. Good news? So, what good news? Did Ace come back with a face full of bruises? Ha 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 ha. I guess I'll have to go see him before you can heal him. You really like teasing Ace, Marco sighed then said. It's not related to Ace. Ace hasn't come back yet either. Not about Ace? Then about what? Thake asked again in confusion. I just got a call from Hashirama. Hashirama? Thake was surprised to hear this. Marco nodded and continued. Hashirama said that he would come here tomorrow along with one of their royal chefs, namely Juichiruspa, along with someone Hashirama said was known to Oyaji. Juichiruspa? Thake's gaze immediately changed when he heard the name, and he didn't care about someone who was known to Whitebeard mentioned by Marco. Hashirama said that Juichiru had asked King Fortis for permission regarding his journey to find someone to compete with in cooking. Coincidentally, at that moment, Hashirama remembered your wish to meet him. Because of that, Hashirama offered Juichiru a cooking match with you. What do you think, Thake? Cooking competition? Of course. Thake said excitedly. I'll definitely take it. I wonder how much difference there is between the two of us cooking. That's what I want to hear from you, Marco said with a smile. You'd better prepare yourself, Thake. Juichiru's cooking skills are well known, and Hashirama also said that his cooking skills are much better than yours. Don't embarrass the name of our group, ha ha ha. Don't worry, Marco, Thake smirked. Looks like you don't know who you are talking about. I will definitely win against him. I will not embarrass our group's name, that's good. Well, I stay first. You prepare all the materials that you will use tomorrow as well. Please instruct your subordinates to prepare the materials for holding a party tomorrow to welcome Hashirama and the others. Especially an acquaintance from Oyaji who came. Acquaintance? Thake finally came to his senses here. Didn't you hear what I said earlier? Marco asked with a straight face. Ha ha ha. I was quite surprised when I heard Juichiru's name. Because of that, I didn't think of anything else, Thake said while scratching the back of his head. Who is Oyaji's acquaintance to come? Do you know him? Besides, does Oyaji really have close acquaintances? That's also what I'm quite curious about, Marco said. Hashirama didn't say who would be coming along. It's just, Hashirama said Whitebeard knew him quite well. Oyaji knows him well enough? Thake muttered, could it be the remains of the Roger pirates? If indeed the remains of the Roger pirates. There's a chance it's Rayleigh, Marco said calmly, compared to all the members of Roger's pirate group. Only Roger, Rayleigh, and Gibbon were close to Whitebeard. News of Gibbon was unheard of. As for Rayleigh, I heard that the old man was on Sayboundy Island. Well, if it's Rayleigh, how can that person have a relationship with Hashirama? Thake asked again. Marco fell silent hearing this. Especially when you say that. Wouldn't that imply that Rayleigh was currently in the Fortis Kingdom? Is it possible that Rayleigh has already joined them? If Rayleigh really joins them, that's really great news, Marco sighed. By joining, Rayleigh. Even though Rayleigh's strength level was still below Hashirama and the other higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom in the battle division. However, Rayleigh's strength was at the top of the world despite his old age. Even I myself am not sure if I fight with him. Yes. That old man is really scary. Thake nodded. Well, you just prepare everything. I will inform Oyaji and the others about this so that they come back soon. We have to go sailing to Sphinx Island because there we will meet them. Thake nodded and immediately started to prepare all the things while asking his subordinates to prepare various foodstuffs that would be used tomorrow. Marco, who came out of the kitchen without wasting much time, immediately transformed his body into a phoenix using his devil fruit ability and immediately flew to the island where Ace was training. This news is big news. Marco wanted to tell him in person instead of telling him through the Den Mushi. Chapter 109, Hobby Nomi's Devil Fruit Quest Plan. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Urban area. Really also wants to come along? Asked Ars, raising his brow. Hashirama nodded. He told me he wanted to come along. At the same time, he said he wanted to show off his high-level hockey mastery ability to Whitebeard. That old man has a childish attitude. You say such things, but you also have the same attitude, Hashirama Rin said without turning her attention to the document she was holding. Hashirama shrugged his shoulders casually then said, Ars, at present the Dressrosa Kingdom has been destroyed. Supposedly the owner of the devil fruit that existed in the Dressrosa Kingdom has died and the devil fruit eaten by those users has returned to being an ordinary fruit that must be found, right? Sure, Ars nodded. That is his nature. Well, then. Are we going to make a move? Hashirama asked seriously, especially regarding the devil fruit that Sugar ate. I myself don't pay much attention to the devil fruit that the Don Quixote pirates eat. However, for this one devil fruit, we can't let it go. Can't let it go? Rin was quite interested in this conversation and immediately raised her head. What devil fruit did Sugar eat? Hobi no Mi what? Even though Rin is a person who has just come to this world. However, Rin had read a literacy book about devil fruit. This also made Rin very surprised when she heard the name of the devil fruit that Sugar ate. Rin knows how dangerous this devil fruit can be if it is owned by the wrong person. Ars. We can't let this devil fruit be held by someone else. Rin immediately said seriously, we have to get this devil fruit and seal it. This devil fruit is very dangerous. I know. Ars nodded then said, wait a minute. I want to try to communicate with Eli. How much does it cost to be able to get information about the current location of the Hobi no Mi devil fruit? Ars asked calmly. You only need to spend 100,000 points to get the information. Ars, 100,000 points? Cheap enough? Asked Ars, in contrast to the information regarding ancient weapons. Devil fruit itself is quite common and information about its location is cheap. Each devil fruit has an information price of 100,000 points. It doesn't matter what kind. The price is the same. ICRs nodded. Well, I want to buy this information. Cut my current points. The Hobi no Mi devil fruit has now returned to the world after the previous eater, Sugar, had died. This devil fruit is currently located on Kokami Island East Blue. The specific location is in the forest behind Kokoyashi Village. Kokoyashi Village? It's quite a surprising location. Ars muttered. Have you got the location, Ars? Rin asked quickly. Ars nodded then sighed. We were lucky? Rin and Hashirama asked while raising their brows. Yes. The location of the Hobi no Mi devil fruit is located in East Blue, more precisely on Kokami Island. This devil fruit is located in the forest behind Kokoyashi Village. Well, we've got it. Then, Hashirama, you go and get the item, Rin said excitedly. Do not. Ars said firmly. Don't go for now. Why can't you go? Rin frowned. Isn't it with us leaving now that the devil fruit will fall into our hands? That is a good thing. I agree with this, Rin. Hashirama suddenly said. Ars doesn't want me to go there. He considered my presence. Your presence? Rin asked with a raised brow. I almost always appear in public as someone from the Fortis Kingdom's battle division. This is a very dangerous thing for us. If I always appeared, both the world government and various parties would be aware that our current kingdom is not occupied by warriors. It was an anticipation that Ars didn't want. Hashirama said calmly. That's right, Rin. Ars nodded. I didn't ask Hashirama to leave because of this. It was almost always Hashirama who appeared in public, and that would be very dangerous for us. Even though we are currently still receiving protection from the fog that surrounds our kingdom. Even so, what about the kingdoms that we build cooperative relations with? If the world government finds out about our current status, they will carry out a full-fledged attack against the kingdom we currently have a cooperative relationship with. Rin was silent for a moment and felt that the reason Hashirama and Ars gave was true, but... Are we going to let the devil fruit stay there? What if the world government gets it? It will only harm us too. Don't worry, Rin. Ars said with a smile then patted his head gently. The location of the devil fruit itself is quite hidden. Besides that, I definitely won't let that devil fruit fall into the hands of the world government. We just need to wait a little longer. Wait a little longer? Rin asked with a slightly red face because Ars's hand was currently on his head. We just need to wait for Ulquiorra or whoever Ars will summon later, Hashirama suddenly said. At least, this task will be done by someone other than myself, but he is in the battle division then, Ares. Why don't you summon someone with a weaker level of power than Hashirama? For example, Minato and others? How many points do you currently have? Rin asked again. Right now I have 13.9 million points. The number of points required to summon Minato is 70 million points, Ars said calmly, compared to summoning Minato. I want to summon Ulquiorra. Why Ulquiorra? Is there a good reason you want to summon him? Rin asked back strangely. Ars immediately lowered his hand back from above Rin's head, which made Rin frown a little, but he didn't show it. Hashirama was also quite interested in the reason why Ars wanted to prioritize Ulquiorra over the others. Ulquiorra is a unique person. Unique? Rin and Hashirama asked while raising their brows. Even though Ulquiorra's own level of power is weaker than Hashirama's. However, that was when these two were summoned for the first time. It would be very different if in the case Ulquiorra had started her training, such as practicing Haki abilities and the like. Ars paused and continued. Hashirama, you need a few days to master Haki skills, right? Especially the ability of observation Haki, which takes quite a long time. It's about a week or two or so for you to be able to use it. Hashirama nodded, yes. Well, let's just say, you who can master Haki within 1 month can already be said to be a very genius or a monster. Ars paused and continued, what about the case of someone who can master that ability in a very short time? A day or two of training? Rin and Hashirama fell silent hearing this. That's beyond logic again, Ars said calmly. Ulquiorra himself, apart from possessing a very frightening swordsmanship, he also has super regeneration abilities. Even if his hands were cut off or his legs were cut off, his body would immediately return to its original shape. In addition, he also has the ability to learn very quickly, and from this learning ability, he can master an ability in a short time. One could even say that 2 days was too long for him. It will probably only take him 1.5 a day to master the ability to use armament Haki, exceptions since he doesn't need to learn it. Are you kidding me, Ares? Mastering Haki in 1 day? Rin asked with a face full of surprise. I'm not joking. Ars shook his head. Ulquiorra's talent is really scary for her. If Ulquiorra trained a little longer to increase her strength, it wouldn't be impossible within a year or two. Ulquiorra can compete or even beat you. Hashirama beating me? He. This is really interesting. I want to be able to meet him soon, Hashirama said with a smile. Besides, another reason for summoning Ulquiorra is to prove to the people who currently know about the 3 types of weapons that I said, that those weapons are true. Ars said calmly, my plan is, by the time Ulquiorra comes into the world he will be training with Hashirama regarding Haki, namely Observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki. I myself don't know if Ulquiorra will eventually have Conqueror's Haki. However, I believe he has. After that Haki training is over, I want him to go find Mihawk for a one-on-one match to prove their existence in this world along with those swords. Ars paused for a moment and continued, however, due to the occurrence of various kinds of situations like this, the previous plan may still take a long time to be realized. I will ask Ulquiorra to go to East Blue to get the Devil Fruit. How much does it cost to summon Ulquiorra, Ars? Hashirama asked. 80 million points, Ars said calmly. He has entered the ranks of a higher power than an Ocean Emperor except Whitebeard. 80 million points, eh? That's quite a lot, Hashirama muttered. It will take at least 6 to 7 days to be able to accumulate that many points with my current daily point income. That's even if it's not bothered by various things such as purchasing facilities and so on. Ars paused and continued, however, there's no need to worry. The location of the Hobi no Mi Devil Fruit itself is in East Blue, and the East Blue area itself is an area that still considers the Devil Fruit a myth. Myth? Rin asked while raising her brow. Has no one there ever seen a Devil Fruit eater? Hashirama asked. Just say so. Ars nodded. East Blue itself can be said to be a sea of hell for young pirates. Ars's words immediately aroused the interest of Rin and Hashirama. For young pirates or even veteran pirates who are in the New World and Grand Line regions consider the East Blue Sea to be the Sea of Hell. Although East Blue is known as the most peaceful sea area. However, only a few pirates from the East Blue are able to break through the Grand Line or the New World. For the sea that can penetrate the sea area, that pirate is a pirate with great potential. Ars paused and continued, this is because the person who guards the East Blue Sea area is a very scary guard. The guard is known to the public as a hero, while to the pirates he is known as a devil hero? Rin asked back. What do you mean, Garp? Hashirama asked. Garp. What do you mean, Monkey D. Garp? That stupid old man? Ars chuckled softly. He's not a stupid old man, Rin. Such is the character of Garp. HMP. I feel like he really is an idiot, Rin said with a sniff. Yes. Garp is the one. If something happens in the East Blue area, no matter how small the case, Garp will definitely came to solve the problem. For example, there was a pirate who destroyed a small village. If the news reached Garp, the pirates who destroyed the village were only a matter of time before they were destroyed by Garp. Because of that, most pirates were newly formed in the East Blue region. Every time they attack an area, they will attack the marine base first before attacking the citizens because they know they won't be able to survive if Garp hears the information. Ars paused and continued, besides, Garp also usually frequents the island every few months. By the time he returned home, Garp would have captured hundreds of pirate groups in the East Blue. This is also what causes East Blue to be the safest area. That old man's strength is really scary. Hashirama nodded. Of course, the pirates will think that person is a demon. Lucky for the people who were sailing when Garp wasn't there. They might be able to sail safely. That will be difficult, Tars said with a smile. As I said before, the East Blue region is a region where the people don't know about devil fruits. Not to mention devil fruit, even hockey, they don't know about it. This is why there is a marine named Smoker who is currently stationed on Logtown Island, is the most feared navy in the East Blue region because of the owner of the devil fruit ability.